In a prior episode, we examined the case of the Tallman hauntings. In that case, Wisconsin residents Alan and Debbie Tallman purchased a bunk bed at a thrift store. After storing the bunk bed for several months, they assembled it and put it in their son's bedroom. Immediately, paranormal activity began happening in the home, and the bunk bed was thought to be the source of the activity. In this episode, we will examine a case with similar characteristics, one in which a bed was purchased, and soon thereafter, paranormal activity began. In this episode, we will examine the case that came to be known as Danny's Bed. In Savannah, Georgia, around Christmas in 1998, a father named Al Cobb would buy his teenage son Jason a new bed. The bed was an antique bed dating back to the 1800s, and Jason liked his father's gift. To make room for it, in Jason's bedroom, the family rearranged some furniture. As Jason slept in the bed, the first few nights, strange activity would begin. Jason would tell his parents he felt something else was in the bed. He couldn't see it, but he could feel an invisible presence in the bed with him. Even more creepy, Jason said as he was sleeping, he felt a cold breath on his neck. Jason recalled waking up in the middle of the night half asleep and bumping into something. Still, Jason's parents were skeptical. Jason would have a frightening experience with a picture frame those first few days as well. Jason would find a picture frame with his deceased grandparents hanging upside down. Jason stood it upright, but the next day, it was facing down once again. Jason would discuss the matter with his parents, and once again stand the picture frame up correctly. The following day, Jason would leave his room, and when he returned, the picture frame was in the middle of his bed. There were also other things from his bedroom placed on his bed as well. Toys that Jason had outgrown years ago were removed from storage and somehow placed on the bed. At this point, Jason's parents knew paranormal activity was occurring, and Jason was not imagining it. Al went into the bedroom and asked out loud if a ghost was there. He got no response, but out loud said he was going to leave crayons and paper if there was indeed a presence. The family waited outside the room with the door shut, and when they came back in, they saw something truly bone-chilling. A sheet of paper that they had left had the writing of Danny 7 on it. This was the beginning of a period of strange activity where the family would communicate with the entity. The spirit said that its name was Danny and that the bed used to belong to his mother. According to Danny, his mother died in 1890. It wrote to the Cobb family that no one should sleep in his mother's bed. Jason would agree and move into his twin brother Lee's bedroom at the time. At this point, the spirit would occasionally write notes to the family. Its behavior appeared to be mostly benevolent. Although it started a few small fights within the family, for the most part, the spirit was harmless. The spirit would fill and play tic-tac-toe with the family. Then, one day, it would finally manifest. Jason went into his parents' bedroom and saw Danny writing with crayons. Jason would run downstairs and tell his father. However, when he got up to the room, his father would only find a coloring book signed by Danny. Up until this point, Danny was seemingly harmless, and the family had become somewhat accustomed to it. That would all change though. Jason, being a rebellious teenager, decided to sleep in the bed one night. As he lay down in it, he said, "Danny, this is my bed now." Danny became enraged. As Jason rolled over while he was sleeping in Danny's bed, he suddenly noticed a statue head had levitated off the shelf. It then propelled itself and flung right at Jason's head. Luckily, Jason ducked, but it narrowly missed him. Jason jumped out of bed and ran and got his parents. They all went back to Jason's room, and when they entered, the room was destroyed by Danny. Curtains were torn, and the lamps were knocked over. After this, the child ghost began wrecking the house. The family had had enough, and the bed was taken to an auction house at this point. Interestingly, a couple, knowing it was haunted, would still buy it at the auction house. Word had gotten out about the bed, and the woman in the couple really wanted it. That wouldn't last though. Danny seemingly began to torment them too. Their home alarm would go off several times a day, and other strange paranormal activity occurred. According to SavannahTours.com, the bed was purchased by a mother and daughter next. They decided to store it in a room in their garage. They never lay on the bed, and allegedly, the room feels cold and damp compared to other areas of the home. It appears for the time being, Danny has finally found a home. As the events unfolded at the Cobb house, according to Al Cobb, renowned parapsychologists Dr. William Roll and Dr. Andrew Nichols declared the home haunted by intelligent poltergeists, RSK. But was this really the case? Was this a poltergeist haunting or a haunted object? In our opinion, this case has to do with a haunted object and a spirit that has attached to it. Accordingly, the boy also died in the bed in 1899, so it's reasonable to assume he may have suffered as well. Poltergeists haunt a specific person, not a location or object. At the time it was being investigated, it's easy to understand why they believed it was a poltergeist. The entity was creating problems in the home, yet had only manifested on one occasion. However, it's clear once the bed left, paranormal activity in the home stopped. It continued wherever the bed went, and we can expect this will continue into the foreseeable future. One interesting question from this case is around haunted objects. How many haunted locations or homes are the results of haunted objects being picked up? It's surely not clear, but there are many alleged haunted objects in existence today, and even people who collect them. Like the Tallman haunting, the bed was the source of the paranormal activity. This is most likely due to pain and suffering experienced in the bed. In the historic city of Savannah, Georgia, with many ghost stories, this is one that surely sticks out. In the early 1900s, a boat with two men traveled into the Amazon River basin on an extremely dangerous mission. The men were there to kill the massive apex predator that stalked the river mouth. Armed with explosives, the men detonated them in the river. Instead of killing the prey, though, the massive snake, bloodied and barely wounded, rose from the water, staring at the men. The gigantic snake then swam off in the opposite direction, allowing the men to live. The men had just encountered the most feared predator in the Amazon rainforest, a beast known to the locals as Yacumama. Yacumama, which translates into the Mother of Waters, is a massive snake said to inhabit the Amazon River basin. The size of the creature is one that is frightening just to think about. Locals say the creature grows up to 160 feet in length, with a head 6 feet across. Legend has it that the beast can eat anyone who comes within 100 feet. Since the creature is so dangerous, locals will blow a conch horn when coming near the water so that the creature, if around, will show itself. It is said that the Yacumama has attacked numerous boats and fishermen on the water. The sheer size of the Yacumama is enough to be terrifying, but could a snake this size still be lurking around today? The most common and popular theory is that Yacumamas are extinct titanoboas. The titanoboa was a massive snake that roamed the Amazon. It is said that they were about 45 feet on average, which is about 30 feet longer than the green anaconda, the largest snake that exists today. Still, some scientists believe that Titanoboa was much larger than this, and that this is supported as well by tales of indigenous tribes who live in the Amazon and several Westerners. Throughout history, local tribes of the Amazon have told stories of snakes over 100 feet. The waters of the Amazon are murky, with many unexplored waterways, and various cultures have given different names to the massive beast. While many stories come from locals, the first popular sighting from a Westerner around a large, gigantic snake came from a legendary explorer. Perry Fawcett, a renowned British geographer and explorer of South America, was the first individual to officially document an encounter with a gigantic snake creature. In 1907, Fawcett traveled to Bolivia on an expedition. There, Fawcett documented a large snake around 60 feet in length and 1 foot wide that was swimming around his boat. It's important to remember that Fawcett was a serious explorer, respected throughout Great Britain, and that he had been honored by the Royal Geographical Society. Unfortunately, on a latter expedition, Fawcett and his son disappeared into the forest, searching for the lost city of Z, and were never heard from again. Although Fawcett was the first official documented sighting of the large snake, he would not be the last. Juan Carlos Palomino, a Peruvian man and ex-commando, claims he killed a snake about 40 feet long during a military exercise. Palomino was a skilled hunter and survivalist, having once survived alone in the jungle for 11 days by himself with only a knife. Palomino also stated if he had the time and financial backing, he could find a snake just as big. Some speculate, though, that Palomino and his unit killed Titanoboa's cousin, the green anaconda. One claim that happened in the 21st century involves a man from Ireland. In 2009, Mike Warner, an Irish lithographer, alleged he had found evidence of the creature using satellite photos. Up until the early 2000s, scientists did not believe that snakes ever grew to be the size of Titanoboa. That would soon change, though, with a remarkable discovery. In 2002, a Colombian student discovered a fossilized leaf on a visit in the massive coal mine at Cerrejón in Colombia. The find intrigued scientists as they learned the area had once been home to a sprawling jungle. After excavating, archaeologists were astounded to find giant turtles and giant crocodiles, and some of the first bananas, avocados, and bean plants that ever sprouted on planet Earth. With this, they found a massive vertebrae, a vertebrae too big to belong to any jungle snake on record. It was truly an incredible find, and diggers immediately began combing the mines for more fragments of the jungle titan. Luckily, over the next few years, the team would find remains of 28 enormous serpents and 3 skull fragments. Besides Titanoboa, if this beast exists, there are generally 2 accepted theories as to what it could be. The first is a new snake species, one related to the green anaconda, but far longer and wider. In such hostile territory as the Amazon rainforest, it's reasonable to assume that one could easily hide in the murky, dark waters. A second theory is that this snake is simply an extremely large anaconda that is well outside the normal size range. We know that snakes and other reptiles continue growing until death, so it's reasonable to assume some have to end up on the extremely large end of the spectrum. A massive snake can stay motionless for months resting and only surface when it needs to feed. This could explain as well why so few sightings have occurred. In addition, a massive snake that size would have no natural predators. In the jungle, even large anacondas have a natural predator, the jaguar. The Amazon is the largest rainforest in the world, with more than 2.5 million square miles of dense, lush green forests. The biodiversity of this area is the highest on Earth, and it's said that there are millions of undiscovered species living there. Much of the environment has yet to be fully explored due to the flash flooding, sheer size, and dangerous conditions. It's said that the extinct Titanoboa thrived during its time due to the high temperatures on Earth. This led many creatures to be larger than normal and provided ample food for Titanoboa. Many believe that one of the multiple ice ages killed off the species. Others point out that over time less food and land was available, and this has led to smaller animals surviving. This all raises the question, if a massive snake is out there, when will we find it? It's important to remember that outsiders tend to be the ones that dismiss the idea of massive snakes. Scientists tend to require proof to believe in such creatures. Still, we must stress, many indigenous tribes believe in these creatures and they reside in the area. There's even been sightings of 30-foot snakes in Japan, a country with snakes that grow no more than 10 feet. It is our opinion that a massive 40 to 50-foot snake will be found and documented in the near future. This is simply because snakes grow until death, and that one well outside the normal spectrum should be found in time. Any expedition will have more advanced technology than the past and be able to provide clearer images. Still, there is considerable difficulty with getting an expedition funded for such a purpose. Not to mention, not many are willing to venture into the jungle for weeks on end. It's an extremely difficult place to survive, with poisonous insects, a variety of predators, diseases, and threats of flash flooding. Despite this, expeditions in the Amazon are ongoing, and we are learning more about the area every day. In such a massive, dense, unexplored area, it's certainly within the realm of possibility that a massive snake could exist. In 1967, filmmakers Roger Patterson and Bob Gimlin videotaped one of the most famous cryptid sightings in history. The film shows a female Bigfoot walking across Bluff Creek in Northern California. The footage has been analyzed extensively for decades and has never been proven to be a hoax. Shot in the Six River National Forest, the footage has become iconic, with many images and art depicting the famous look-back pose that occurred. Over the years, Northern California and Oregon are thought to be hotspots for Bigfoot activity, with many reported sightings and even more reports of vocalizations. In this episode, we will explore a sighting that was reported to the Bigfoot Research Organization in 2005. The event occurred in 2003 when a California Air Force officer stationed nearby was driving through Humboldt Redwood National Park in an attempt to find a secluded fishing spot on a nearby river. As he was driving down the road in the afternoon, the man began driving slower and looking for a good spot to fish. It was a cloudy day with rain coming and going. Then suddenly, something shot across the road in front of his car. The man almost hit it with his car as he was searching for a fishing spot and didn't have his eyes on the road. The beast was huge, at least 7 feet tall, and 350 pounds. The man did see it from the backside, but it was clear to him it was no bear. It had long arms, a huge hairy back, and massive traps that seemed to show it either had a very short neck or no neck at all. He thought initially it was a person. The man would eventually turn around after he drove by it and come back to investigate. The beast was long gone, but he would find massive footprints around 15 inches long, and the prints were around 3 inches wider than his footprint. Less than 1 month later, the witness would head back out to the same area for more fishing. This time he parked his car and set out on foot to fish the river. He tried a few spots, but with the water moving so fast, he needed to look for another place to fish. He began heading upriver, walking and looking for a new fishing hole. After around 45 minutes, the man had walked around 2 miles. He then spotted something on the rocks on the side of the river. The man got closer, around 75 yards, and used the trees on the river to hide himself. The closer he got, the more he realized the creature wasn't a human or bear, and that it was whatever animal had run in front of his car. The man was an avid outdoorsman and had never seen anything like it. The beast was kneeling down and then stood up. The man said the creature was around 7.5 feet tall and over 400 pounds. It had reddish brown fur, and its arms extended down to its knees. It would turn and see the fisherman. The two locked eyes, and both were trying to size up one another. They locked eyes for only a few seconds, and then the creature got spooked by something and ran into the thick brush. The man noted the creature was really fast, and it wasn't obvious just what had spooked it. The man, when seeing how fast it moved, dropped his fishing pole and ran to his car as fast as possible. While the individual who reported the event didn't want to use his name, the BFRO did correspond with the man and found him to be credible. In fact, it was given the best classification, Class A, from the BFRO. Typically, Class A reports are considered quite credible. Did this person, though, actually see a Sasquatch? It appears more likely than not he did. The man waited for 2 years to report the event, but in 2003, he was deployed overseas and couldn't get around to making the report. With both sightings, he described what many other witnesses report. The size is consistent with other Sasquatch sightings, as well as the fur. It seems there were only 2 other things the man could have possibly saw. One is a bear walking on its hind legs. However, we know bears typically only stand on their hind legs when looking for food or about to fight. In addition, they certainly can't run fast on their hind legs. A second possibility is that he saw a deer on its hind legs. Deer do get on their hind legs, but it's tough to imagine that one could confuse a deer for being over 400 pounds. Deer are slender, and an experienced outdoorsman would almost certainly know what a deer looks like on its hind legs. Some theorize that Sasquatches are actually extraterrestrial or interdimensional in nature. This is why they disappear so fast, and we've never found a corpse. This is certainly a possibility as to what Bigfoot could be. Over the years, there's been many other types of Bigfoot evidence found to suggest these creatures could exist. Many have reported hearing things like vocalizations and tree knocking. There's also been discoveries of large footprints deep in the woods. Castings have been done on the footprints, and even fur has been found. Unfortunately, the Bigfoot community is still waiting on the smoking gun piece of proof that they need. It's going to be harder than maybe ever to get it, though. Any type of video or photographic evidence will be ruled as a deep fake. Many say we need to find a corpse, but this seems like it's going to be easier said than done. Despite appearing relatively straightforward, Time is one of the biggest mysteries to scientists today. While we understand some characteristics of it, such as time passes more slowly the stronger the gravity is, the fact is we are still learning much about this phenomena. Throughout history, there's been numerous stories of people mysteriously traveling through decades or even centuries. Known as time slips, these events occur when a person or persons instantaneously travel through time. In this episode, we will examine a fascinating time slip story that occurred in 1979 that has become to be known as the Gisby-Simpson time slip incident. In the fall of 1979, Jeff and Pauline Simpson, along with Len and Cynthia Gisby, embarked on a trip traveling through France and Spain. The two married couples would arrive in France on October 3rd, 1979, ready to embark on a 2-week vacation through France and Spain. After renting a car, the couples began driving through France. That night, around 9:30 p.m., they decided to start looking for a hotel. Driving on the auto route in Montélimar North, the couple spotted a motel and pulled over. Len went inside and spoke to a hotel attendant who said there was no vacancy, but a small hotel down the road should have rooms. The man gave Len directions, and the four were on their way. They were directed to go down a desolate side road. As they drove down it, they soon noticed the road became more narrow and cobbled. The road was eerily quiet, and the group would spot an old circus advertisement. As they continued on, they spotted a long building down the road. The car pulled over on the shoulder on the opposite side of the road and parked. Len, who spoke little French, went inside and discovered the building was actually a restaurant. He still asked if there was any rooms, and luckily they had a few. The rooms were located over the restaurant. The Simpsons went up to their room, and Pauline Simpson would later recall how strange it was. She stated the sheets were bleached white. They didn't have pillows, just a round bolster that went right across the top of the bed. There was a dim light in the room and no electrical switches. Even getting up the stairs was weird. They were given candles as it was so dark. The bathroom was odd as well. It was at the end of a long corridor and huge. It had an antique bath that was sunk into the floor, and the soap was stuck in a metal spike on the wall. There were no glass windows in the rooms, but the windows were covered by wooden shutters. The rooms had no locks on the doors. The hotel, as well, was very old-fashioned, with no electricity or elevators. After dropping off their luggage, the couples ate in the dining room. The women had eggs and the men ate steak. The silverware was very heavy and looked rustic. In the next room, they would spot more people wearing old-fashioned French clothing. At this point, the couples enjoyed the experience of this odd, old-fashioned hotel and wondered why it wasn't recommended to them. Being exhausted, the couples went to sleep and didn't think too much of any of the strange sights that they saw. As they woke up the next day, the couples noticed a man mopping the floor outside their rooms. While he finished up, they decided to take some photos of the women. Both men took photos with their camera of the women in front of the wooden shutters. Once the floor dried, they went to eat breakfast. There, the four would spot 2 police officers come in the dining room. It was odd to the group because they had seen police officers before in other parts of the country, and these men were dressed nothing like them. The group believed this uniform might have been specific to the area. In the dining room, a woman, extremely well dressed, approached their table. Her dress reached her ankles, and the woman stated she looked like she had come from a ball. They thought it was very peculiar how dressed up she was. As they were getting ready to leave, Len asked the police officers about the best way to get back on the auto route. The officers were perplexed, though, and didn't understand Len. They would go and settle the bill and were astonished to see they were only being charged 19 francs. Len asked if it was correct, and the attendant assured him that it was. Len paid, and quickly they left the hotel. The couple would leave, and 2 weeks later, after visiting Spain, they backtracked through the country. They had decided to look for the cheap hotel once again since they liked it so much. At this point, they believed it was a theme hotel, and they were attracted to the ultra-cheap prices. The night they looked for it, it was raining outside, and they couldn't locate it. After some time, they stopped at the big hotel that had told them about it. They asked to speak with the hotel attendant from 2 weeks ago. However, even after describing him, the hotel staff said no one fitting the description had ever worked there. After this, they decided to press on and keep looking for it. However, the group still couldn't find the hotel. They drove up and down the road and were thoroughly confused. Jeff was driving and believed Len had gotten them lost. However, later they would realize this was impossible, as the road only had one way in and one way out. On the road once again, they saw the red wall with posters on it. However, it seemed much different this time. Also, before many of the trees were small, but now all the trees were much larger. The couple found the spot where they had parked 2 weeks earlier. Astonishingly though, the hotel which was across the street was no longer there. That night, the four stayed in a different hotel and soon returned to England. Even after not being able to find the hotel, neither couple believed anything supernatural had occurred. That would soon change though. As soon as they got back, they would develop the camera film. Shockingly, none of the pictures from the hotel were there. It was as if they had imagined it. On Len's camera, he remembered taking 3 photos at the hotel. He switched film as the group went into Spain. That roll, though, had nothing from the hotel. He got all the numbered prints, and both he and the man who developed the photos couldn't find them. There were no blanks, and they double-checked all the numbers. Jeff's camera had similar strange results. He got 12 photos from his roll, but none from the hotel. Both couples became scared at this point, but eventually years later decided to tell their story to a local newspaper. Once published, the story would explode in popularity and raise many questions and theories as to what happened to the couples. The first theory says the couples experienced a time slip. As mentioned, time is not well understood, and many speculate that somehow people step through portals and instantaneously travel forward or back in time. There's certainly other strange reports of time slips occurring, with many questions around how they are possible. Some speculate that intense gravity can warp the space-time continuum and open a hole where a person enters. This raises questions, though, around how someone is able to return to the exact same time and place. Modern science acknowledges that time can move differently. For example, we know astronauts in space experience time slower than individuals on the ground. Much of what happened in this case seems to support this unbelievable theory. The second theory about what happened to these couples states the events were explainable. Proponents of this theory state they didn't time travel, but simply went to an old-fashioned hotel. Then, in a foreign land, the couples got lost driving and had issues communicating. In the hotel, it wasn't from the past, but a rural hotel that lacked technology and even electricity. This seems like the most logical theory on the surface, However, it really doesn't answer the question how they went back to the shoulder in the hotel across the street had vanished completely. It could be the case they went to a different spot, but then again, only 2 weeks had passed, and surely one of them would have noticed they were in a different location. Many who have critiqued this time slip theory have pointed out several inconsistencies. One is around the money paid to the hotel. The hotel didn't question the coinage, even though Len paid with the modern money. This is a valid point, but depends on how Len paid. Did Len pay with 1 franc coins or a higher denomination? 1 franc coins used in 1979 had the same design as those used from 1898 to 1920. They were a little larger and made of nickel instead of silver, but had the same color nevertheless. In addition, critics point out people in the hotel would have noticed their automobile. Still, could have they just assumed the auto was an English car and one they weren't familiar with? It's important to point out, automobiles were pretty rare in rural France then, and models varied considerably in design and appearance. One other critique from skeptics is around the clothes. With regard to clothes, it's reasonable to assume that the locals would never have met British people, so they might just think that their 1970s clothes were just strange. One final theory states that the couple actually created the entire story. It seems unlikely, though, that 2 couples would do this and be able to keep their stories in sync. Years later, the 4 went back and tried to find the mysterious hotel again. They contacted locals to the area in an effort to help them. Once more, though, they found nothing adjacent to the area they had parked years earlier. On December 29th, 1972, at 9:20 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Eastern Airline Flights EA-401 departed from JFK Airport in New York with a final destination of Miami, Florida. The plane was carrying 163 passengers and was being piloted by Captain Bob Loft. As the plane began its final descent into Miami, Captain Loft noticed that the landing gear lights were not turning on. As the crew tried to determine why the light was not coming on, tragically, they accidentally bumped the control yoke, which disengaged the autopilot. This action led to the plane slowly descending and ultimately crashing into the Florida Everglades. Sadly, 5 crew members and 96 passengers would perish, while 75 people survived. While the story of this disaster initially seemed to end here, it did not. In the months and years following the event, there were multiple reports of paranormal activity involving sightings of crew who died that day. There's been much speculation over the years surrounding these strange events. In this episode, we will examine the paranormal activity and stories surrounding Eastern Airlines Flight 401. In the minutes after the crash, brave flight attendants comforted surviving passengers in the pitch-black night by having individuals sing Christmas carols. The scene was frightening, as the survivors had no flashlights and matches couldn't be lit because of all the spilled gasoline. Soon the rescuers would arrive and find the remaining passengers. Of the survivors, many were badly injured, while others would die later in the hospital. In the ensuing days and weeks, as crews began to clean up wreckage from the crashed aircraft, Eastern Airlines would salvage many pieces from the downed airplane. In the weeks and months that followed, many of these parts were repurposed and used for other planes. However, as these parts were integrated into other airplanes, strange reports of paranormal activity, especially around Captain Bob Loft and flight engineer Don Repo, would be reported. One of the most notable encounters occurred when an Eastern Airlines executive reported to spot Bob Loft. As the executive was boarding the empty plane, he noticed an Eastern Airlines employee sitting in one of the passenger seats. The executive began speaking to the captain, but soon came to the stunning realization the man was Captain Bob Loft. The executive quickly fled the plane, alerting crew and others. The crew re-entered the plane, but as they came on in, the captain was not on board. The executive was convinced this was a horrible omen, and there was even discussion of canceling the flight. However, that didn't happen, and the flight would land safely. Perhaps one of the most famous incidents involves a flight attendant and her horrifying experience. The flight was traveling the same route Bob had crashed on, and as the attendant was checking the overhead bins, she stated she opened one to find Bob's severed head staring at her. The ghost of flight engineer Don Repo was also spotted several times too by Eastern Airline employees. Similar to today, flight engineers boarded planes early on to perform pre-flight checks. On one occasion, an Eastern Airlines engineer entered the cockpit and saw someone sitting in his seat. The engineer would recognize him as Don Repo. Repo then turned around and told the engineer that he had done the checks and everything was good. On a different flight, another flight headed from JFK toward Mexico City, a flight attendant reported to be looking at a glass door when she would be horrified to see Don's face. She quickly grabbed two other flight attendants, and then according to the report, Don said to them, "Watch out for fire in this plane." Eerily, on the return flight back to JFK, an engine on the plane had to be shut down very early in the flight. Experts say if it hadn't been turned off, it would have caught fire. The plane was forced to return to Mexico City shortly after taking off. Passengers also reported seeing a strange pilot several times. On one occasion, a passenger reported sitting next to a pale, sick-looking pilot. The passenger went and grabbed some crew members, and when they returned, the captain had vanished. Another passenger would report a similar incident with an unresponsive pilot who disappeared without a trace. It's reported both travelers were shown a picture of Don Repo, and both confirmed that was who they saw. On one other occasion, a pilot would allege to see Don's face. Don would apparently say, "There will never be another crash on an L1011. We will not let it happen." Another encounter of Don would occur as well during a trip. In mid-flight inside the cockpit, the crew would hear banging below the floor. A stunned crew opened the hatch and would be shocked to see Don Repo. On the night of the crash, this was the area that Don was killed during impact. Officially, Eastern Airlines never admitted the paranormal activity happening on their flights. Unofficially, though, it appeared to be a different story. It said many crew members were terrified after the Mexico City incident, and many refused to fly on planes that had parts salvaged from the wrecked plane. The request got to be so high, in fact, that Eastern Airlines began actively removing Flight 401 parts from planes. Still, the company denied any ghost sightings on their planes. It's documented as well that the company threatened to fire any employee who discussed ghost stories. Then CEO Frank Borman called the stories garbage. In the years since the crash, there's been numerous books, movies, and TV shows around it and the supernatural activity that occurred. Still, there appears to be a good number of skeptics who question the reports. With so many happening, though, it seems that something was happening on these planes. Something paranormal in nature. That said, it seems likely that some of these stories were either fabricated or possibly imagined. Perhaps as the stories began, people were looking for something not there. Still, it should be said, due to the threats by management, there could have been more incidents not reported. Also, there were numerous reports with multiple witnesses. In some, it appears these events, which did stop over time, more than likely happened. It's long been thought that individuals who suffer a traumatic death often have issues moving on to the next life. Were Repo and Loft stuck and unable to move on for some time? Perhaps the guilt compelled them to stay behind and ensure no other planes crashed. If this was the case, it appears they were successful. No other plane would ever crash in Eastern Airlines history. Let's hope Repo and Loft were able to move on and finally rest in peace. In the fall of 1967, German lawyer Sigmund Adam started to receive strange phone calls to his office. The telephone would ring, and whenever he went to pick it up, there would be no answer. Sometimes all 4 phones in his office would ring simultaneously. Believing there was some sort of issue with the phone lines, Sigmund Adam contacted the phone company to have them investigate the matter. The phone company would find everything to be working normal, and there was no reason for any repairs. A frustrated and confused Adam would accept their results. While Adam hoped this was a one-off event, it was anything but, and things were about to get much more strange. In this episode, we will explore one of the most famous poltergeist cases in the history of Germany, a case that came to be known as the Rosenheim Poltergeist. While German lawyer Sigmund Adam wasn't exactly thrilled with the investigation by the phone company, another event would soon happen that would be even more strange. His office was charged for multiple telephone calls to the Talking Clock. The Talking Clock was a business that residents called to get the exact time. According to the phone company, Adam had called the company 600 times and was going to be billed accordingly. Even more bizarre, the phones were unplugged when many of these calls were made. While this was odd, paranormal activity would soon pick up. 1 month later, in October 1967, the lights began acting erratically and turning on and off at random. In addition, objects began moving by themselves. The overhead light fixtures began swinging with no apparent cause. Adam would call on an electrician to have him investigate the matter. The electrician could find nothing wrong with the wiring. Still though, he decided to install a voltage meter. Several days later, when he came to check on it, the results of it would astonish and completely confuse the electrician. The voltage meter detected power surges, so strong in fact, they should have blown the fuses. Strangely though, no fuse were ever tripped. After continuing to have strange activity and many professionals investigate the incidents, Adam was able to eventually pique the interest of 2 physicists who wanted to investigate the matter. They came to look into the strange incidents, but after a few days were completely perplexed. Soon though, the incidents attracted people who had experience with the paranormal. Hans Bender of Freiburg's Institute of Parapsychological Research decided he wanted to look into the matter. Hans would begin by investigating the staff and conducting interviews with everyone who worked in the office. Soon Hans came to discover the activity only seemed to happen when Anne-Marie Scabrel, a young 19-year-old girl, was in the office. Hans believed that Anne-Marie's anger inside her was making her a target. Hans noted that young people were capable of creating high levels of disruptive psychic energy. In the coming months, supernatural activity would only continue in the office. Doors would open by themselves. The photocopier began leaking all by itself. Furniture would move around seemingly on its own. Sometime in 1968, Anne-Marie would quit her job. It's well documented Anne-Marie didn't like working for the law firm, and many theorized this anger provided fuel for the poltergeist. After Anne-Marie left, the strange paranormal activity would stop. Still, what can we make of this case? Generally, there's 3 theories as to what happened. The first is that Anne-Marie was haunted by a poltergeist. Poltergeists often called noisy ghosts, are said to haunt a person rather than a place. Most often, poltergeists don't manifest, and usually they create chaos, moving objects, and wreaking havoc on one's life. There's many reasons to believe this could have been a poltergeist. One, the behavior and signs are very consistent with what we've seen with past poltergeist cases, some of which we've covered on this channel in prior episodes. Also, Anne-Marie fits the prototype of those who are usually tormented by poltergeists. Most poltergeist cases involve teenage girls. Still, despite this, there's another potential supernatural explanation. Anne-Marie could have possessed the power of telekinesis. Telekinesis is an alleged psychic ability that allows individuals to influence or move objects without physically interacting with them. Perhaps the best example of this behavior is from the 1976 horror film Carrie, where a young teenage girl is able to develop the power of telekinesis and seek revenge on her bullies. Telekinesis is considered pseudoscience by the mainstream, primarily because it's not repeatable. Still, it's surely possible that Anne-Marie was somehow interacting with these electrical systems, perhaps unbeknownst to her, and affecting them. The third theory holds that this was all an elaborate hoax. Some say the business did this to draw attention to itself. Others say Han took advantage of a confused and frustrated Adam and looked for something that wasn't there. Skeptics point out that the phone calls could have been just some sort of malfunction, and that the electrical failures could have been just a short circuit. Regardless, this continues to be a famous case in Germany. It's said that Anne-Marie eventually married, and the strange activity stopped around her. There are reports that paranormal activity continued for some time, affecting Anne-Marie after she left the law office. However, many of these are unconfirmed. Poltergeists continue to be one of the more interesting aspects of the paranormal field, being extremely rare. There's many questions around what they are and why they operate the way they do, such as never manifesting like other spirits. Perhaps one day we will get more answers on what this fascinating phenomena is. In April of 1994, teenager Brian Canfield was driving at night out on the back roads of Pierce County, Washington, when his engine would give out. Canfield wasn't sure why his truck suddenly died, and being miles from civilization, attempted to start the car several times, but he had no luck. As he was getting ready to get out, Canfield glanced up and was shocked to see something in the road ahead of him. The creature was 9 feet tall, with bat-like wings, and had blue hair. It stared at Canfield with its piercing, glowing red eyes. The creature stood perfectly still for a few minutes, and then its fingers twitched, its wings spread fully out, and it quickly flew away. Canfield would describe his emotions as surprised more than scared afterward. This, however, wasn't the only sighting of this monster in the state of Washington and the surrounding area. The creature has been spotted for decades and is known as the Batsquatch. Batsquatch is typically described as being a gigantic 9-foot tall humanoid with massive wings, reported to be around 20 to 30 feet across. Some reports have estimated the wingspan to be up to 50 feet. The face of the creature is said to resemble a bat or a wolf. Witnesses say the Batsquatch has sharp teeth protruding from its mouth. The eyes are reported to be glowing, either red or yellow. While Canfield's sighting garnered quite a bit of attention, the being was first documented and witnessed in 1980. On May 18, 1980, Mount St. Helens, a volcano in Washington, erupted in what would be the deadliest and costliest volcanic eruption since 1915 in the United States. Over 230 square miles around the blast zone were destroyed, and an estimated $1 billion in damage was inflicted on the surrounding community. 57 people were killed, and thousands of residents were displaced from their homes. In the days following the explosion, the air was still filled with ash. During this time, many residents of the area would report seeing a giant bat-like creature flying around the area. There were many reports of this humanoid creature, although many were dealing with the devastation and there weren't many attempts to photograph it. Witnesses would say the creature had a bat-like body with red eyes and massive, feathery wings. While the reports from the 1980s around Mount St. Helens and Canfield's report are the most well-known sightings, these aren't the only ones. Most sightings seem to occur in the remote wilderness of Washington or the Pacific Northwest, said to also be the stomping ground of Bigfoot. Sometime right after Canfield's story in 1994, a liquor store owner named Butch Whitaker alleged to see the cryptid. Whitaker stated he saw the creature in broad daylight when he was flying his plane. Batsquatch would fly alongside Butch in his plane for several minutes. Interestingly, Butch was flying over the same area that Canfield reported his sighting. Another sighting that occurred happened in 1998 with an anonymous trucker. He said the creature was 15 feet tall and had purple eyes and a purple nose with small wings. The trucker was transporting lumber in northern Oregon when he would have his encounter. In 2009, a group of individuals hiking around Mount Shasta would report seeing something strange. According to the hikers, they witnessed a massive bat-like creature fly directly out of some sort of narrow opening in the mountains. The witnesses would state the being had a head similar to a bat. On April 14th, 2014, students at Archbishop Haben High School in Akron, Ohio, alleged to see some type of creature fly by the window. There were multiple witnesses to the event, and the students would report the bat was 9 feet tall with a 30-foot wingspan. Without question, the Batsquatch has had a number of relevant sightings, and while there are numerous questions around it, it's important to point out that tales of winged humanoids exist all around the world. In addition to this, these beings or cryptids are often seen when disaster strikes. Most people are familiar with one of the most popular cryptids today, the Mothman. This creature is described as a massive humanoid with glowing red eyes and was spotted by many residents in Point Pleasant, West Virginia in 1966 and 1967. Then later, on December 15th, 1967, the Silver Bridge would collapse in rush hour traffic, killing 46 people, and soon this catastrophe would forever be linked with the Mothman. Another well-known case involving a winged humanoid involves the Blackbird of Chernobyl, a case we covered on a prior episode. Around the time of the Chernobyl nuclear disaster in 1986, a strange bird was seen by workers of the plant. Both before and after the nuclear meltdown, workers would report seeing a strange humanoid with a massive 20-foot wingspan and glowing red eyes. Some of the people who had seen the creature would report having strange, frightening dreams and terrifying phone calls even. It's reported that sightings increased, even up to the day the accident occurred. In time, this legend became to be known as the Chernobyl Blackbird. While the Batsquatch and Mothman certainly share a lot of common traits, there are numerous winged cryptids that have similarities too. One cryptid that resembles Batsquatch is a Hul from Indonesia. A Hul is usually described as a large bat-like monster with a monkey-like face. Some say it resembles more of a flying primate. It has large dark eyes, red skin wings, large claws, and is covered in gray fur. The Ahul is said to have a wingspan of 18 to 30 feet and derives its name from its distinct cry. The animal is said to be extremely territorial, and allegedly it is known to mutilate people who come into its space. Perhaps the biggest difference between the two is a hula said to live deep in the jungles of Indonesia. It's been witnessed primarily by locals, as they are the only ones who venture deep into the jungle. Batsquatch has appeared in places a bit more populated. One other cryptid from Indonesia that has some similarities to Batsquatch is orangbati. The orangbati is typically described as a flying monkey bat-like creature that preys upon the weak, such as children and disabled adults. It is said to be about 5 feet tall, with a wingspan of around the same size. It's surely much smaller than the Batsquatch. The orangbati is said to have orange reddish colored skin, a large tail, and thick, black leathery wings. Many say the creature lets out a screeching yell when they are getting ready to attack. Orangbati means man with wings when translated into the Moluccan language. In the US, one cryptid other than the Mothman shares some similarities to Batsquatch, and that is the Van Meter Visitor. Van Meter Visitor is a winged humanoid said to have a horn protruding from its forehead that also shoots a bright light. Said to be bulletproof, the creature is reported to be 8 to 9 feet tall and capable of jumping great distances quickly and flying at incredible speeds. It is said to have a distinct foul smell that one never forgets. There are numerous other winged cryptids around the world, and we have only explored a few in this video. That said, over time, there have been numerous theories put forth about the Batsquatch. The first is that the Batsquatch is a biological entity or undiscovered species of this planet. Could this massive predator live in caves and only come out on rare occasions? Many hope this is the case and that this species is waiting to be discovered. Some speculate that Batsquatch is a primate that developed wings. Still, this is one of the less popular theories, and it should be said, evolutionary speaking, doesn't make much sense. If this were the case, we should probably expect to find flying monkeys in other parts of the world. A second theory is that Batsquatch is extraterrestrial in nature. This is certainly possible, and we've seen many cases of people reporting cryptids like Bigfoot on UFOs. A third theory is that this creature is some sort of evil entity. Proponents of this theory point out that, like Mothman, this being seems to be spotted when disaster hits. Is this some sort of demon or other evil entity that people are spotting? The fourth theory is that this creature is from another dimension or parallel universe. There's many who believe Bigfoot actually comes from another dimension, and that's why we have never found a body. Could it be the same for Batsquatch? The final theory, and perhaps most logical explanation, is that this could have been a flying fox or fruit bat. Flying foxes are known to have a 6-foot wingspan and are the largest known bats on planet Earth. Many feel this is the most logical explanation. However, this species is not native to Washington State. It could be the case, though, that a new type of bat evolved. Maybe one not 9 feet tall, but a large one, and its size was misidentified. Looking up the theories, it appears there are a good number of them, and all could be possible. We know Batsquatch has been spotted by several, and most will quickly dismiss the sightings as just a myth or misidentification. However, we are still learning much about this planet, and it's reasonable to assume that this creature could live deep within an underground cave system. Also, it seems logical, if it exists, it would probably only come out at night, explaining why there are so few reports. Perhaps one day we will discover what this beast is, but until then, this popular cryptid will continue to be debated. In 1983, Mary M. Landell, who resided on Lake Erie at the time, walked out onto her front porch as the sun was rising. That morning, the lake was calm and peaceful. That would soon change, though. Miss Landell would look out onto the lake and see what she believed was a boat that had capsized. However, upon further inspection, she saw some type of monster. It had a brownish green color and was 40 to 50 feet long. She saw a long neck protruding from the water, as well as the eye on the side of the head. The creature would disappear under the surface of Lake Erie. That day, Mary Landell would see what came to be known as the Lake Erie Monster, or Bessie. Bessie is described as resembling a plesiosaur, which were aquatic reptiles that went extinct millions of years ago. Like many water cryptids, the size of the beast has varied with different eyewitness reports, some around 20 feet, while others say it is about 60 feet long. Bessie is described as being bluish-gray with a long neck on many occasions, but also has been seen to be more greenish-brown. With so many people out on the lake today, it's tough to imagine such a large beast could reside undetected. Surprisingly, though, there are a good number of sightings that have occurred over the centuries. Just 2 years before Mary saw Bessie, Teresa Kovac would spot something in the water. In 1981, Kovac would spot a snake-like reptile. She noted it seemed to be playing and was so large it could have knocked over a boat. In 1985, Tony Schill was out on a boat in Lake Erie when he would spot a strange creature. He saw 5 humps protruding from the water, and the experienced fisherman would later say that no way was it a sturgeon. That same year in the summer, Dale Munro would spot Bessie off the Lorraine Coast Guard station. He stated the beast was at least twice the size of his boat, which was 16 feet. He described the beast as black and watched it for 4 minutes. One interesting finding occurred in 1989. A fish finder would record something truly strange. Streetboro resident Ken Smith would record something 35 feet in length, around 30 feet deep. It was cigar-shaped. In 1990, Harold Brickett and his family were fishing when they would see a massive creature in the water. They were just north of Cedar Point Amusement Park when they would spot a serpent-like creature in the water. Brickett would report it swam along with their boat and was around 35 feet in length. On September 11th, 1990, 2 fire inspectors, Jim Johnson and Steve Dirks, would spot Bessie. Although the men were inside and looking at the creature from a 3rd-story window, they watched the beast for quite some time. They noted multiple parts of the creature were above water, and it was black around 35 feet. While these are some of the better-known sightings in modern day, it's important to point out that many existed as well in prior decades. The first documented sighting of this cryptid occurred in 1793. Then, just north of Sandusky, Ohio, a captain on a ship named Felicity was duck hunting. He fired a shot and suddenly a large creature began thrashing around his boat. It must have surprised the creature as it momentarily surfaced. The captain said the creature was at least 25 feet long. In 1817, there would be several more sightings. In July, a crew out on the water would spot a monster at least 30 feet. None of the crew could identify what it was. Sometime that same year, another ship would report a similar sighting, a large creature appearing snake-like and having a dark color. Sometime later, in 1817, 2 brothers would spot a massive creature on the beach of Lake Erie. It was around 20 to 30 feet in size and appeared to be just about ready to die. The brothers were familiar with the aquatic life in the water and compared the animal to a sturgeon, although it wasn't a sturgeon since it had arms. The brothers fled, and when they returned, the creature was nowhere to be seen. In July 1892, a ship traveling through Lake Erie would spot Bessie. in the distance ahead, a captain and his crew would spot a large creature in the water. When they got closer, they got a much better look. The creature would rise up out of the water, its head several feet out. The crew estimated Bessie to be about 50 feet long and have a circumference of around 4 feet. In May 1896, a group of witnesses would report seeing Bessie off Crystal Beach. The witnesses said they watched Bessie for around 30 to 45 minutes and that it had a dog-like head. As we see, there's certainly been a large number of sightings of Bessie. Located on the border of Canada in the United States, Lake Erie is the smallest of the 5 Great Lakes. It is relatively shallow, going only around 200 feet deep at the deepest part, and averaging around 60 throughout the lake. Still, while compared to other lakes, it is the 11th largest lake in the world and has around 800 miles of shoreline. At its widest point, it is around 57 miles across. Interestingly, the lake is said to house thousands of shipwrecks, with many speculated to be well preserved. All this raises the question around whether this cryptid could exist. It doesn't seem as clear-cut as other cases that this creature does exist. However, there have been a large number of sightings, and while some were surely mistaken identity, others had multiple witnesses and surely saw something. Over the years, there's been several theories proposed. One is that the witnesses misidentified what they saw. It's very possible and likely some of the witnesses saw either an eel or a snake. One possibility is a sturgeon. Sturgeons breach the water and do a tail walk in a pose that makes it look like the neck and head of a sea serpent. The fish never stop growing, and the average size is about 5 feet, with reports of the fish growing up to 10 to 12 feet. Other possibilities include moose or a bear. It's been photographed that multiple moose crossing water can appear as humps. Still, it's unlikely a moose or a bear would be in the middle of the lake, as they probably only swim in areas of the lake that are not wide across. One other possibility is a school of fish. These will appear black, although they definitely cannot protrude out of the water. For those who believe this is not a known animal, there are generally 2 theories. One is that this is a new species, one that may have evolved from something else. This raises questions around how they evaded detection for so long, though. One thought is the creature is nocturnal and limits its exposure to daylight. The second theory says that the creature is a surviving prehistoric creature. Perhaps Bessie is a species that somehow survived extinction. The final theory around Bessie is a hybrid theory. This stipulates that some sightings were legit, while others were cases of mistaken identity. Perhaps this creature lived in the lake for centuries, but then began to die out in the mid-20th century. With the locals familiar about the monster, they may have started looking for things that weren't there. We know gauging size and objects in the water is very difficult. Often witnesses only get a glance for a few seconds at something. In addition, it's possible that other animals, such as a moose or a bear, could have been in the water. While several cases, if true, clearly demonstrate that something has been in the water, there doesn't appear to be one ironclad sighting that can't somewhat be scrutinized. For that, in our opinion, you would need a modern-day sighting with multiple independent witnesses and seeing a close visual of the head and part of the body out of the water for at least a few seconds. Most of the eyewitness accounts have 1 or 2 of these characteristics, but not all. Still, like many other water cryptids, it's very possible that something remains hidden or, at least at one time, existed under the surface of Lake Erie. On February 6, 1970, Canadian police officer Bob Crawford was dispatched to settle a domestic dispute in St. Catharines, Ontario. Officer Crawford arrived at 237 Church Street, Apartment 1, and quickly settled the dispute. As he was leaving the apartment, another resident in the building frantically approached him. The woman pleaded for Crawford's help in her apartment, and he obliged. He didn't know it at the time, but Crawford was about to experience the strangest case of his career. In this episode, we will examine the frightening poltergeist of St. Catharines, Ontario. As Officer Crawford walked in the woman's apartment, he was astonished to see it was a complete disaster. Furniture was overturned, picture frames were broken, and there was a complete mess all over the floor. What he was told next would truly shock him, though. The woman who stopped him, named Barbara Page, informed him that the disarray was caused by some unknown force or ghost. Crawford decided to get more details, and he spoke not only with Barbara, but her entire family. Barbara had 2 sons, 11-year-old Peter and 8-year-old Mark. Her husband, John, was there as well. The family would tell him that the furniture had been moving by itself with no known cause. Perhaps even more bizarre, this had been happening the last 10 days. While Crawford was initially skeptical, he soon witnessed the paranormal activity himself. He saw a heavy dresser get knocked down by something. Crawford, convinced at this point, was unsure of what to do, so he called the Roman Catholic Church. He would speak with Father Stevens, and a short time later, Father Stevens would arrive at the Page household. Officer Crawford would be surprised to learn Father Stevens had been to the house just a few days earlier. Then, he experienced paranormal activity in the apartment. In particular, he saw a bed move away from the wall all by itself. Father Stevens pushed it back into place, and as he walked away, the bed moved back out again. The Page family was frightened at this point and was unsure what to do. Officer Crawford suggested everyone move into the living room to discuss options. As Crawford was walking out of the kitchen, he moved a chair under the table. While discussing what to do, the group would hear the eerie sounds of footsteps going across the living room. Everyone froze, and they listened as the footsteps went into the kitchen. Officer Crawford and Father Stevens then cautiously walked back into the kitchen. There, they would be shocked to see the chair had moved back out to the center of the room. A few moments later, police officer Bill Wire arrived. Wire was there to back up Crawford at the domestic disturbance call. When Wire heard about the events, he wasn't surprised though. Wire said just 1 month earlier, he had responded to a call from residents in the building. They complained of hearing odd noises all day and all night. Wire had the utility companies come out and investigate. However, nothing abnormal was found with their systems. Soon that night, Wire would eyewitness the paranormal activity himself. On a shelf sat a row of bowling trophies. Wire watched as they fell one by one off the shelf. He also noticed the hands on the kitchen clock being pushed around, seemingly by themselves. More supernatural activity occurred, and the officers speculated that it was tied to 11-year-old Peter Page. For instance, as Peter walked by, the officers noted how pictures would sway on the walls. After this, several times Peter was pushed up against the wall. Things would go from bad to worse for Peter, though, that night. As he sat in a heavy wooden chair, it suddenly levitated several feet off the ground and then threw Peter on the floor. The chair came down on him, and both officers had to lift it off him as it was so heavy. The activity continued all evening, with pictures falling off the wall, doors opening by themselves, and furniture levitating. The next day, Officer Crawford would stop by the apartment complex once again with Officer Richard College. Coincidentally, they were called over once again for a domestic disturbance report. That night, a man was arrested at the scene, and College would take him, putting him in the back of the police vehicle. As Collage was walking him to the car, a woman ran over to Officer Crawford and told him something bizarre was happening at the Page home. The woman informed him a bed was levitating by itself in the apartment. Crawford ran and grabbed College, and the two men rushed in the apartment. However, the bed had already fallen back down to the floor. In the apartment, the men talked with the Pages, and soon the paranormal activity would restart. It didn't appear to be as extreme as the night before, so the police left and informed the Pages they would check on them every night. Then, 5 days later, from when Officer Crawford first came to the home, the Pages would call the police. Several officers, as well as family of the Pages, showed up and saw the paranormal activity. At this point, there were multiple witnesses to the event, and the story was soon picked up by the press. The newspaper in the area, named The Standard, wrote an article titled "Ghostly Presence in an Apartment" on Church Street. It detailed what was happening in the apartment, and the story spread like wildfire. More reporters, paranormal investigators, and others arrived at the apartment. The Pages didn't like the attention and eventually went to Montreal for a short time. Once the attention calmed down, they returned to their apartment. Interestingly, in Montreal, no paranormal activity occurred. In addition, when they returned, there were no more reports of supernatural behavior. The family never went public and never talked about the event. The records from this story come from other eyewitnesses, such as Officer Crawford, and newspaper reports. Despite the short duration of the haunting, this case is considered to be highly legit by paranormal investigators. This is due to the large number of independent witnesses, many whom are deemed very credible. In addition, the family avoided the spotlight and never tried to gain money or fame from the story. Over the years, there's been much speculation around this case. It appears by all accounts that this was a poltergeist haunting. The spirit displayed the classic symptoms of a poltergeist by disturbing objects and also never manifesting. In addition, one person seemed to be at the center of the haunting, Peter. It's not clear why the haunting abruptly stopped and why it was so short too. Still, other poltergeist cases have been very short like this, and sometimes cases can last for years. One other question concerns why it started in the first place. No reason has ever been discovered. The apartment complex would eventually be repurposed from residential housing to commercial housing. It exchanged hands multiple times, including being converted to a pizzeria. All tenants reported no strange activity, and it appears now whatever haunted this property has moved on. In the late 1960s, on the shores of St. Johns River in Jacksonville, Florida, a young woman named Mary Lou Richardson was bow fishing. After some time, she soon spotted something peculiar out in the water and alerted her father and friend. The three would look out on the water and see a strange creature. It had a flat head, pink skin, and its skeleton seemed to protrude through its skin. The trio didn't know it at the time, but they had just witnessed a river monster that has been spotted for centuries. In this episode, we will examine the Florida legend of the St. Johns River Monster. The St. Johns River Monster, often nicknamed Pinky, has been described as being a snake-like creature being at least 30 feet in length. Witnesses state the creature has pink skin and appears to be similar in appearance to the Loch Ness Monster or Canada's Ogopogo. Still though, it's important to note too that many of the witnesses' reports vary considerably. Some state the beast is brown in color, and other reports state Pinky has a horn on its head. There's even sightings where the St. John's River monster goes on land and people have seen it waddling. The St. John's River is a 310-mile river in eastern Florida. The river is unique as it flows northward and is one of the longest rivers in the United States that does this. The river eventually empties out into the Atlantic Ocean, and it's thought by some that Pinky might actually have swam in from the sea. While there's been a number of sightings, perhaps the most famous report occurred in 1975. On May 10th, 1975, 5 people were traveling on a boat in the St. John's River when they spotted something strange ahead. The creature raised its head out of the water, and the group saw a head that they would later describe to be dragon-like. They were only 20 feet away, and as the creature saw them, it quickly went under the surface and swam away. Dorothy Abram was one of the 5 witnesses on the boat that day, and she provided perhaps the best description we have to date. She stated it looked like a dinosaur, and that the head sat on a 3-foot-long neck. The monster's head was about the size of a man's, and its head had 2 horns. Dorothy said the skin looked pulled back, and you were able to see its bones. The eyes of the beast were dark, and the color was light pink, resembling that of boiled shrimp. The other witnesses that day would all state that the creature looked like it came from the Jurassic period. Oddly, all 5 of the witnesses stated when the creature disappeared under the surface, it produced almost no ripple in the water. As mentioned, tales of a monster in the river go back centuries, and at least to the year 1849. That year, a newspaper named The Examiner tells the story of a sea captain named Adams who, when entering the St. John's River, encountered an immense sea monster. It lifted its head, and a good portion of its body came out of the water. Captain Adams estimated the beast to be around 90 feet long. He said the creature was around 7 feet wide at its thickest part and had a dark brown color. It's important to point out here that by all accounts, that Captain Adams was an honorable man and honest. Many citizens in the Jacksonville area who heard the story believed him and dismissed the notion he would have created the story. Another sighting occurred by a woman in 1976. In July 1976, Kathy Kirkland was enjoying the day at Stockton Park in Jacksonville, Florida. Miss Kirkland was fishing when suddenly she spotted something around 50 yards in the water. A head had popped out, and it was unlike anything she had ever seen. She watched it for a short time, but couldn't figure out exactly what it was. The 1950s seemed to have lots of reports of the monster as well. One witness stated they saw the beast out of the water, on the shore, eating plants. The monster waddled around and eventually disappeared back in the water. Sometime during the 1950s, 2 men out fishing stated they saw bubbles rising next to their boat. Soon, something came and hit their boat from underneath, almost knocking it over. The 2 men went to shore as quickly as possible. One event that happened in the 1950s concerns a hefty reward offered by snake collector Owen Godwin. This is well documented in several newspapers at the time. Godwin offered a $5,000 reward for anyone that was able to produce the corpse of Pinky. Owens posted the reward in the Orlando Sentinel newspaper. He stipulated that to collect the reward, the beast must be the true one and measure at least 30 feet and have a horn. It's important to point out here that many other sightings have occurred as well in the 20th century of the St. John's River monster. Still, the reports have dropped quite significantly over the decades. Despite fewer reports, there's been several theories put forth as to what people have seen and what Pinky could be. The first is that people witnessed a giant salamander and that Pinky might have been a new species of this that grew to an abnormal size. We know giant salamanders can grow to 5 feet, and although many of them tend to be dark in appearance, perhaps Pinky just grew to a massive size and maybe a different color. Another possibility is some of the witnesses saw sea cows or manatees. In 1990 in Tampa Bay, there were reports of an albino manatee in the Peace River in Florida. Since the river connects to the ocean, it's certainly a possibility manatees were in the river. For anyone who doesn't spend time on the water, the sea cow could surely seem like a strange animal. One other possibility is that the sightings are from several animals traveling together in the water. We know that some animals do travel one by one in a line, producing an effect that looks like a snake in the water. An example of this are otters, and there's even cases of this in the St. John's River. It doesn't explain all the sightings, but it's surely one possibility. One theory holds that it was a combination of mistaken identity, exaggeration, and lying. The misidentification could be a combination of some of the aforementioned animals, and perhaps some of the witnesses simply exaggerated or lied. It could be the case too, something did live in the river years ago, but either died out or went back out to sea. The final theory states that this is something new, a new species, one that is quite elusive. Some speculate that the monster spends most of its time out in the ocean and comes upriver from time to time. Still, it's tough to envision, as no animal in the ocean really fits the description of this well. It seems more likely than not the St. John's monster, in our opinion, either existed at one point and probably doesn't exist today. The river is only around 40 feet deep on average and doesn't seem to be deep enough for a large creature to really hide. In addition, there's only a few credible documented sightings, and one of them happened in 1849. Still, it could be the case this beast does exist, and perhaps in the future we'll get a sighting with video or photographic evidence. In early July 2020, a California woman would vanish in the Sierra National Forest in the state of California after a minor car wreck. While there have been many reports of people vanishing in the wilderness, perhaps what makes this case truly unique is the bizarre circumstances surrounding it. In particular, several witnesses in the area would report to see Sandra after she was reported missing. In particular, a toddler would spot Sandra, although his family couldn't see her. An experienced hiker, Sandra's behavior was erratic, according to eyewitnesses, leading to much speculation about what happened to her. In this episode, we will examine the strange disappearance of Sandra Hughes, as well as theories of what happened to her. In June 2020, 54-year-old Sandra Hughes moved from the state of Hawaii to California. In early July, Hughes decided to go on a solo hike in Sierra National Forest in the Fresno area of California. More specifically, she planned on hiking in Johnson Meadows, an area that was breathtaking, but also extremely remote and dangerous with both cougars and bears. Still, Sandra was an outdoor enthusiast, even at one point completing the training to become a park ranger. She had been married twice, but was currently unmarried and had no children. Some speculate she decided to go for the solo hike because she had contracted COVID-19 and didn't want to stay restricted to her home. On June 26, 2020, Sandra would talk on the phone with her family, letting them know she would be going on a solo camping trip. Sandra agreed to touch base with them during the trip, letting them know she was okay. This would be the last time anyone in her family spoke with her. The first indication that something had gone wrong on Sandra's hiking trip happened on July 2nd, 2020. Then, several hikers would find her gear and supplies scattered around her campsite. It was clear that something was amiss, as items such as personal documents and food were laying all over the ground. The hikers believed it was either a wild animal had wrecked the campsite, or possibly it was vandalism. That day, they would call the sheriff's office when they reached cell range. The authorities would come out and visit the campsite. They immediately contacted her family and informed them of the situation. Sandra's family noted that she was very environmentally sound and that she would never leave a campsite like that. As a result, a search began for Sandra. Hundreds of volunteers began searching the area. On July 4th, there would be a Sandra sighting. The hikers would spot her standing seemingly at peace and in no need of assistance. Still, the hikers said she was barefoot and had a bruise on her face, so they asked her if she needed help, but Sandra declined. Sandra was easy to identify because prior to the hike, she had dyed her hair blue. As the hikers left the meadows that day, they would spot a missing person flyer of Sandra and contacted authorities. The police would go out to where Sandra was spotted, but she was nowhere to be found. The next day, what was discovered by the authorities really adds mystery to the event. On July 5th, Sandra's car was discovered, and the car was around 5 miles south of her campsite. Her silver Saab had collided with a tree, and investigators were able to determine she had collided at a slow speed around 20 miles per hour. After the collision, her car had slid down into the ditch. The police decided to leave her car just in case Sandra returned. Notes were left by police and her family. Inside her car, items were scattered throughout the car in random places, just like the campsite. Around a week later, on July 12th, in Yosemite National Park, they would find Sandra's sleeping bag. Search efforts continued during this time, but no other clues were found. Then, on August 9th, 2 hunters several miles east of Sandra's car were driving, and they spotted a woman up on a hill leaning against a tree. She was alone and had no equipment on her. The hunters would pull over, concerned for her well-being. They reached out to her, but Sandra didn't respond. This has led some to conclude she suffered some type of head injury that left her disoriented. The hunters noted she didn't seem to be injured, so they let her be. Just like the hikers on July 4th, though, they would spot a missing person flyer and report her to authorities. They also noted she appeared thinner than her pictures. Strangely, the hunters said she was wearing overalls, which was very different than the July 4th eyewitness sighting. What happened 1 year later really adds mystery to the event. In Sierra National Forest, on July 21st, 2021, a couple named Jake and Victoria Gorba, along with their 3 young children, were traveling to the summit of Shady Peak Mountain. As the family was ascending the mountain, they decided on a flat area to pull over and have lunch. As the father pulled over the vehicle alongside the road, what happened next would truly be frightening and strange. Their 3-year-old son, named Caden, was talking to someone outside the window. The conversation continued, and Jake and Victoria turned around and looked outside, but no one was there. Then the parents asked Caden, who was he talking to? Caden said, "There's a woman out there, and she needs our help." The parents looked out again and saw nothing. They told Caden again that there was no one out there. Caden stated, "Mom, You gotta trust me, she's right there. She needs our help. She's lying face down, her legs are straight up, and she's dead. Jake would go investigate, while Caden would continue to adamantly say that the woman needed their help. Frightened, the family would return home after this. Later that night, Victoria would look on Facebook to try to determine who Caden had seen. Victoria recalled the events of that day in a Facebook post and also described what her son had seen. The woman was wearing a black t-shirt, jeans, and had blue hair. This would reach the sheriff's department, and authorities would reach out to the family. They met with the family and decided to show Caden a lineup of pictures. After showing several pictures of different women to Caden, the toddler was able to identify Sandra several times. The police would go and search the area Caden saw Sandra, but would find nothing. This case is relatively new, and over the years there's been several theories that have been proposed. The first is that during the car crash, Sandra suffered a head injury which left her disoriented. Proponents of this theory note that she seemed incapable of thought and was unaware of her surroundings. She appeared to wander in the woods with no regard for health or her safety. Still, skeptics of this theory ask the question, why has it been so tough to find her? Surely a woman disoriented in the woods would be leaving clues behind and wouldn't be able to travel quickly, especially with bare feet. This leads many to support the second theory. This is that Sandra somehow perished, and that the individuals who saw her actually saw her ghost. This theory is supported by the fact that many saw her, but when authorities went to search the surrounding area, she was nowhere to be found. In addition, the story involving the toddler Caden adds credence to this. This theory speculates that Sandra was unable to communicate with eyewitnesses and was unresponsive because they had seen her spirit. Could it be the case that Sandra was killed in the woods and that her spirit roams the area? Still, this theory doesn't really answer the question why she decided to go camping after the car crash. Perhaps Sandra was planning on contacting authorities about her wreck once she had finished camping. One other theory is that foul play was involved. It was surely strange how Sandra's personal items were scattered in both the campground and inside her car. It appears that someone was looking for something. Still, by all accounts, nothing in Sandra's background raises any sort of red flag that she was involved in criminal activity. It could also be the case that Sandra suffered a head injury and was unable to find a specific item and just left things in disarray. One other theory was that Sandra was a victim of a wild animal attack. Sandra could have had her minor car wreck and decided to continue on with her camping trip. While she was camping, she could have been attacked by some type of wild animal. This would explain why her body has not been found. Proponents of this theory believe that after she was killed, eyewitnesses saw her spirit, and that's why she was unable to communicate. One final theory is that Sandra was the victim of an alien abduction. While this one seems far-fetched, it could be the case that Sandra was taken and the post-traumatic stress has been too much for her, so she hasn't been able to recover. Admittedly, this is one of the more low probability theories. Still, we know that people disappear in the woods in bizarre circumstances. This case is still relatively new, being only around for 4 years at the time of this recording. Still, unfortunately, it's tough to imagine that Sandra could still be surviving this tough terrain. Sandra was close with her family and had no history of criminal activity, so it doesn't appear that she was running away to start a new life. This case is surely a strange one, with much conflicting evidence. By all accounts, Sandra appeared to get in a car crash and wander throughout the woods, with several eyewitnesses seeing her in the following weeks. Still, the path she took, and also her behavior, leads to many questions. For example, why didn't Sandra leave a note on her car if she was in trouble, or make an attempt to contact authorities with her cell phone? Also, why was Sandra's behavior so erratic? Sandra was described as a friendly person and outdoor enthusiast, but her behavior, described by eyewitnesses, is surely contradictory to this. Perhaps one day we will get an answer as to what happened to Sandra. Still, in the remote area that she ventured into, we may never truly know what happened to her. According to the National Missing and Unidentified Persons System, or NAMUS, a national database for missing people, over 600,000 go missing in the U.S. each year. While most people are found, it's estimated that most days there are around 90,000 active missing persons cases. While some people disappear to start new lives, and others are unfortunately victims of horrific crimes, other cases stand out due to their truly frustrating, bizarre nature. In this episode, we will examine the strange case of Brandon Swanson, an individual who vanished in the year 2008. On May 14th, 2008, 19-year-old Brandon Swanson decided to return home from spring break at Minnesota West Community and Technical College, located in Canby, Minnesota. Just after midnight, Swanson would begin driving from Canby to his hometown of Marshall. Sometime during his trip home, Brandon's car ran off the road and fell into a ditch. Brandon was uninjured from the accident, but his vehicle was no longer drivable. Close to home, he called his father just before 2 a.m. and explained the situation. Brandon was safe, but was unsure exactly where he was. Brandon's father, Brian, and his mother, Annette, told Brandon to stay put and they would come get him. However, things would not go as planned. Brian and Annette would drive to where they believed he was, but were unable to find him. Brandon remained in his car, flashing his lights in hopes of drawing his parents' attention, but his parents would never see anything. During this time, Brandon was on the phone with his parents trying to explain where he was and what he could see. After some time not able to locate Brandon, Brandon and his mother became frustrated with one another. After around 30 minutes of waiting, an impatient Brandon decided to walk towards some city lights, which he believed was the town of Lind, which was around 7 miles southwest of Marshall. Brandon asked his parents to meet him there, more specifically, in the parking lot of a bar. At this point, Brian would swing back home and drop off Annette. As Brandon continued walking, and his father stayed on the line with Brandon, suddenly things would take a drastic change. Around 47 minutes after he first contacted his parents, Brandon interrupted himself out of nowhere and said, "Oh shit!" The phone remained quiet for some time and then ended. That would be the last time anyone spoke with Brandon. Brian tried calling Brandon back several times but couldn't reach him. He would go to the meeting place, but Brandon would never arrive. As Brian was unable to find Brandon, both Brian and Annette would begin searching for him in the early morning hours. They began searching the dark, empty back roads they believed Brandon could be on. Friends of Brandon would help in the search that night. At 6:30 a.m., Annette would contact the police station. However, since Brandon was a college student, the police didn't think he was actually missing and refused to begin searching for him. They would postpone the search for some time till later in the morning. Then, the police search began, and they were unable to find his car in Lynn or around the area. To pinpoint the location, the police tracked his cell phone and found the last ping from his cell phone was in Porter, Minnesota, which was northwest of the city. Brandon drove from Canby to Marshall multiple times a week. It was an easy 30-minute drive. straight down Highway 68 going southeast. This raises the question, why did Brandon believe he was in Lind? That night, it's reported that Brandon was drinking with friends. His friends state that Brandon didn't have that much to drink, but it appears he had enough that he decided to stay off the main roads so that he didn't get a DUI from the police. As he crisscrossed the dark back roads of the area, mostly rural farmland, at some point he must have made a wrong turn. As police pinged his cell phone, they discovered his car was about a mile north of Highway 68 on the Lincoln County line. Around the car, there didn't appear to be signs of foul play, and to complicate matters, the police couldn't determine what direction he headed. As the search intensified, police were able to narrow his call down to a 5-mile radius in the area. It was searched extensively by police, volunteers, and family and friends. Cadaver dogs were brought in and tracked his scent down to the Yellow Medicine River. They would track it past the river on the other side and then lose the scent in a few miles. After having no luck around the car and in the immediate area, the perimeter of the search would widen to 140 miles. Still, not all the farmers in the area allowed the canine units on their property since they were harvesting their crops. Over the years, there's been several theories concerning what happened to Brandon. One, and perhaps the most popular, is that foul play was involved. The curse word he shouted seemed to indicate someone or something startled him, but perhaps didn't scare him. Some suggest if it had been something really frightening, he would have used a question word. This is of course pure speculation, as everyone has different responses to different types of threats. There were no signs of foul play at the crime scene, but it's possible as Brandon was flashing his lights, he attracted the wrong type of attention. This theory still has weaknesses though, as there would have more than likely been a struggle and evidence of it would have been left behind. Another theory is that he drowned in the Yellow Medicine River. We know Brandon was drinking that night, and also that when speaking with his dad, he told him he heard running water. The river area was searched extensively right after the event, and even during the months that followed. Also, the search dogs picked up his scent on the other side of the river, indicating he was able to get over it. One theory that doesn't get a lot of attention is that he was attacked by a wild animal. Based on the conversation on the phone, when Brandon yelled, it seemed that his scream indicated that something startled him, yet didn't scare him. If he had came across a bear or another animal, they could have attacked him and dragged him off. There's no evidence of an animal attack, but it could have been missed in such a large search area. Still, some believe that Brandon got lost in the woods and wandered way off. We know the terrain is extremely difficult where he was, and it could be the case he wandered onto a large property and met his demise there. Again, there were many farmers who weren't allowing their properties to be searched. One other theory put forth by some is that an alien abduction occurred. While as far-fetched as it sounds, it seems plausible this might have occurred. We know many people tend to suddenly vanish in the woods with no trace. This is well documented by researcher David Politis in his Missing 411 series. There's various theories as to what is behind the disappearances, and UFOs is one of those theories. While this case is surely a sad one positive aspect of it is that it created Brandon's Law in Minnesota. After Brandon went missing, it took several hours for the police to begin investigating. It's tough to say if they had started earlier whether it would have made a difference, but it seems like this law will help in the future. The law states that once someone is reported missing, the police need to begin searching, regardless of age. One day, we might get an answer around what happened to Brandon, but until then, there will continue to be unanswered questions. In the winter of 1956, a young teenager living in the Battersea district of London, England, would discover a silver key on her pillow. The teenager, 15-year-old Shirley Hitchings, was perplexed and asked her father what the key was for. The two would go door to door around the house and would soon discover it didn't work on any door. That night, not thinking too much more of it, the family went to sleep. However, little did they know, this would be the beginning of a frightening and often violent period of 12 years with an evil entity. In today's episode, we will examine the true case that garnered international attention, a case that became to be known as the Battersea Poltergeist. As Shirley Hitchings and the rest of the family went to sleep that night, paranormal activity would begin in the household. Something began banging on the walls, causing extremely loud noises. Even more shocking, the house began shaking. The noises from the home were so loud that the Hitchings neighbors called the police to complain about the noise. Still, after this night, unexplained activity would continue in the home. The banging on the walls and shaking of the home continued for weeks. Soon, a terrifying, scratching noise would consistently be heard in the home. During this time, the exhausted family would call in a variety of professionals to inspect the home for a possible root cause. As expected, nothing was found which could be causing the noise. In time, it was determined that something supernatural must be at play. In particular, it became hypothesized that a poltergeist had invaded the home. The Hitchings would experience many of the classic characteristics of a poltergeist. The entity, whom the family nicknamed Donald, was causing quite a disturbance. In the beginning, it was simply loud house noises, but eventually things escalated. Witnesses reported seeing pots thrown around the room, slippers walking by themselves, and covers flying off the bed. After a short time, Shirley was determined to be the source of the haunting. It should be said this is typical of poltergeist behavior, as poltergeists haunt a person, not a location. Even more so, they often attach themselves to teenage girls. As time progressed, things became more serious with the entity. Its behavior became violent. Allegedly, the poltergeist began starting fires and destroying rooms completely. Shirley's father was burned in one of the fires and horrifyingly had a terrible scratch mark. During this time, it was said the being pulled Shirley around and even managed to somehow levitate her off the bed. Perhaps the worst incident occurred in October 1956. In one of the rooms, objects began levitating around, and Shirley's grandmother began hearing whispering. Then her grandmother heard a woman's voice. It was her deceased mother. It terrified her grandmother, and several days later, she had a stroke. Soon, she would pass away. While the activity was increasing, this was having a devastating effect on Shirley's life. She lost her job, and most of the community believed she was possessed. Several exorcisms were performed, yet none could rid the home of the activity. As word spread on the activity, in time, the press began coming out to the home and documenting the story. Many reporters were said to have witnessed the activity in the home. To ensure Shirley wasn't faking the incident, on some occasions Shirley was searched before entering the house to ensure she wasn't faking the strange events. Perhaps the strangest aspect of this poltergeist story has to do with the family actually communicating with the poltergeist, or Donald. At some point, the family is said to have learned to communicate through tapping and using alphabet cards. Soon, even more creepy was that Donald began leaving handwritten notes around the house. Some were instructions on how to dress Shirley. Amazingly, the family received over 3,000 notes over the 12-year period Shirley was haunted. Of all these, 2 topics stand out as both frightening and perplexing. The first concerns Donald's obsession with actor Jeremy Spencer. Donald insisted that Shirley must meet him, and if she did not, the entity stated it would hurt Spencer. Terrifyingly, shortly after this threat was made, and Shirley had not met Spencer, Spencer was involved in a serious, almost fatal car accident. The second interesting thing from the notes Donald provided was the identity of the entity. The poltergeist wrote a note in May 1956 that it was formerly Louis XVII of France, who at one time was heir to the throne of France after his father was executed and his older brother died. Louis XVII was born in a very difficult time as the French Revolution was occurring and France had been transitioning into a republic from a monarchy. Many wanted to see Louis become the king one day and the monarchy continue. However, Louis would live a short life, often being beaten while imprisoned. He would die at the age of 10 from tuberculosis. It should be said the letters from Donald contained facts almost no one could have known. For example, the names of Louis's bodyguards, which was verified by pulling records deep in the Parisian archives. While the poltergeist began attracting attention, an investigation would soon be performed by Harold Chibbett. Chibbett worked as an accountant, but was a paranormal investigator. He would spend countless days and nights there, and after a short time would conclude that there was something definitely paranormal occurring. Harold was instrumental in helping the family begin communicating with the spirit. He proposed the letter cards so that Donald could tap out the words. To ensure the communication was real, Chibb would propose locking up the front room and allowing Donald to write his notes in there. Chibb kept the only key, and after some time passed, they would unlock the door and receive the messages from Donald. Still, there was no getting away from the poltergeist. The family would move in the year 1964, about 15 minutes away, but the poltergeist followed. Activity would calm over the years, but didn't fully cease. When Shirley was 21, she reported that her boyfriend came over to the house. He didn't believe in the poltergeist and yelled for it to come out. Soon a bowl fell on his head and the young man ran out of the home horrified. After 12 years, the majority of the activity had stopped. It appeared to stop in 1968, just after Shirley had her son. The poltergeist informed her what her parents were doing back at her home. In 1980, a strange event would happen to Shirley at a craft fair. She was approached by a medium who told her a boy was following her around. The description of the boy matched eerily close to a postcard she had seen of Louis XVII when he was young. Was this a legitimate poltergeist case? Over the years, there have been many who have speculated on this case. Like most supernatural cases, there is always skeptics. At the time, many thought Shirley was a bored teenager who wanted attention. Some skeptics believe Shirley actually wrote all the notes. It's important to point out that professionals who analyzed the notes believed that they were most likely written by Shirley. Still, there is plenty of evidence to support something supernatural occurred. For one, many people witnessed the home shaking and loud noises the first few weeks in 1956. This is definitely not something that Shirley could have faked. In addition, multiple family members, press, and many others witnessed the unexplainable events. It seems unlikely that a 15-year-old girl was able to fool so many over such a long period. By all accounts, Shirley's life was ruined during these years as she was anxious and depressed. In time, she learned to deal with Donald, as did her family. It's still unclear whether the poltergeist was really Louis XVII. Many of the messages were mixed, containing French and English, and also incoherent thoughts sometimes. However, we do know for sure some things. One is that it is almost impossible that a 15-year-old girl or her family would know the individual names of Louis's bodyguards. It has been proposed by some that the identity of Donald might not actually be Louis, but possibly the spirit that haunted his family. Another theory is it was someone with intimate knowledge of Louis's life. Today, Shirley is in her 80s and by all accounts has lived a healthy and happy life. Paranormal activity doesn't seem to be still occurring in her life, and it appears that Donald has moved on. In 1987, Steve Cook, a radio DJ in Michigan, and his producer began working on a song about a local legend in the area and sightings of this mythical creature. Originally meant as an April Fool's joke, the first few days, listeners didn't provide much feedback on the song. However, that would soon change. Listeners began calling in and asking about it, and soon the song exploded in popularity. Perhaps even more shocking, the significant number of listeners would call in and tell their story about the beast. The song, titled The Legend, is said to have attracted at least 100 credible reports of this beastly legend, a creature known as the Michigan Dogman. The Michigan Dogman is described as a bipedal half-man, half-wolf-like creature that roams the northwestern area of lower Michigan. Said to stand 7 feet tall with blue eyes and a lean, muscular torso. Many witnesses have reported hearing a terrifying howl that sounds like a human screaming. The creature has been seen for over 100 years at least, and sightings have continued to the modern day. It's said that the creature appears every 7 years. In this episode, we will highlight just several of the sightings of this cryptid. It's important to note, though, there have been a significant number more, and many of them in modern times. That said, the first sighting we will explore is one of the more well-known sightings that occurred in 1938. In the summer of 1938, on the Muskegon River, near the town of Paris, 17-year-old Robert Fortney was fishing when then he would have a terrifying experience that would change his life forever. As he was fishing, Fortney spotted a pack of wild dogs that were getting ready to attack. Fortney was prepared though, having brought his rifle. To stop getting attacked, he fired a warning shot into the air, and at that time, all the dogs fled except one. 10 feet away, a black, fur-covered dog stared angrily at Fortney with its piercing blue eyes. Fortney fired another shot into the air, and this time, the creature stood up on 2 legs, staring at Fortney. It was around 6 feet tall. It then ran off into the brush on 2 legs. Another well-documented popular Dogman sighting occurred in 1961. This one was told from a father to his son, who warned him about going out after dark. In 1961, a security guard from Big Rapids, Michigan, was about to begin his work shift at a manufacturing plant located near a thick marsh. The man's home was located directly across from the factory, and around 3 a.m., he sat down on his porch to have a cup of coffee. As he was sipping his coffee, the man spotted something move near the gate. The man went in his house and got his gun, and as he came out, he was shocked to see a strange wolf-like creature standing there staring at him. It was too tall to be a man, being around 7 feet. The man said it would alternate between going on 2 legs and getting down on all 4. Rather than shooting at the beast, the confused, scared man, who was an avid photographer, decided to grab his Kodak Signet 35mm camera to snap a photograph. He snapped a photograph of the creature, and it appears to be the outline of what could be a tall, wolf-like creature. However, being late at night, the picture lacks detail and clarity, making many question it. Still, it should be said, since this was shot with celluloid film, the photograph should be considered authentic, as celluloid film is extremely hard to manipulate. While this incident didn't provide the smoking gun evidence many had hoped for, it did add more support for proponents who believe this creature is real and not a myth. A more modern sighting happened in 2004. In 2004, Katie Zahn and 2 friends would allege to witness several dogmen. The 3 were in a nature preserve in Rock County, Wisconsin. They heard some strange noises in the woods, branches snapping, and decided to investigate. As they were walking toward a creek, they spotted 3 dogmen drinking from it. Zahn and her friends immediately sprinted away and headed directly for their car, then speeding away. Zahn would later state the creatures behaved like humans, but definitely were not human. Many find this story to be an extremely credible dogman encounter. This is because Katie Zahn took a polygraph of the incident and passed. However, it should be stated, no physical evidence exists from this incident, like photos or videos or footprint casts. Also, polygraph tests are not 100% reliable. It could also be the case Zahn and her friends mistook another wild animal for the dogman, and Zahn really believed she saw it, but she actually saw a large wolf or a bear. Another modern sighting occurred in 2022 from a trucker going through Michigan. It's truly an unbelievable tale that has been covered by various news outlets and other YouTube channels. Barger, an Army veteran, was driving through northern Michigan in June. Barger says before entering the deep part of the forest, he had an air leak and decided to stop before going even further. After fixing the air leak, Barger got a bad feeling and got back in his truck and started driving away. However, something was following him. As Barger looked in his right side rearview mirror, he saw something dark. As he looked more closely, he saw a wolf-like, muscular creature running alongside his truck. He was driving uphill at this time and going around 20 miles per hour. Barger alleges the creature was around 10 feet tall, as it was able to look in his cabin, which was 9 feet off the ground. Barger states the creature was aggressively trying to attack him. Terrified, Barger pulled out his gun and shot the creature, and it stopped chasing him. Barger says he drove up the road and turned around to inspect for the body, but when he went back, the creature had disappeared into the woods. Barger's story is truly unique and one of the more unbelievable dogman stories that have surfaced in recent years. Despite criticism, Barger is adamant this event occurred and stressed just how frightening the Michigan Dogman is. Barger says he had never heard of the Michigan Dogman before this incident. While the majority of incidents have occurred in Michigan, it's important to point out that in nearby Wisconsin, a legend exists that's extremely similar to the Michigan Dogman. This creature has become to be known as the Beast of Bray Road, and its description is remarkably similar to the Michigan Dogman. In the 1990s, Linda Godfrey, a reporter, was assigned the task of researching this legend for her newspaper. Initially skeptical, Godfrey would interview and find many witnesses were convinced they had seen the creature. Godfrey would write a book named The Beast of Bray Road, and hence coined the term for this popular cryptid. In 2005, the story was turned into a horror movie. This creature and the Michigan Dogman are often thought to be the same creature by some. The first sighting of the Dogman occurred in 1887 in Wexford, Michigan. Two men, both working as lumberjacks, spotted a hideous creature that appeared as half man, half wolf. With so many sightings over the last 130 years, there are various theories as to what the Michigan Dogman is. The first theory is that the Dogman is some sort of new wolf species, one that evolved to be able to stand on its hind legs. This theory raises the question as to why it would need to, but perhaps it was for survival and needed to be able to fight off other large predators. Others believe that the sightings of the Dogman were simply mistaken sightings of a large wolf, perhaps the Yukon wolf or something similar. However, it should be said that the Yukon wolf is not native to the area. Others believe the Dogman could be a living dire wolf. Dire wolves were massive wolves that are said to have gone extinct millions of years ago. Perhaps some of them survived. Other theories suggest that the Dogman is something completely different altogether. Perhaps an alien or maybe something from another dimension. There's been countless theories put out regarding the Dogman. However, there doesn't appear to be a dominant one right now. Perhaps with all the sightings that continue, we will discover some evidence that will allow us to determine what this creature is. In 1953, Viktor Verdogobov was on a geological expedition in the remote wilderness of Siberia. The team he was with had ventured far into eastern Siberia and had made their way to Lake Labynkyr. As the team went out on the water, they would soon encounter a legendary beast, one that many locals had told stories about for centuries. In today's episode, we will examine the creature known as the Labynkyr Devil. As Victor and his men ventured out on the lake that day, they had been warned by locals of the monster that lurked beneath the pristine waters of Lake Labynkyr. Still, the team had work to do and needed to go out on the lake. As they traveled across it, Victor and team would see a disturbance on the water in the distance. It appeared to be moving in an arc-like fashion. Then, as if it became aware of their presence, the disturbance on the water began heading toward Victor and his men. As it reached them, the team was terrified, and then the creature rose out of the water. Victor would describe the beast as being gray, with piercing eyes. It rose a little higher, and then suddenly dived back into the water in one motion. At that point, Victor and team knew what they had seen. It was the monster the locals had warned them about. Victor and team would return from the wilderness and report their findings to the scientific community along with their strange encounter. Up until that point, the legend of the Labynkyr Devil was considered only fiction in Russia. However, the expedition had given much credibility to the sighting. Victor and team were respected scientists, and they told the Siberian Times that they were even able to find jaws and a skeleton of some animal on the lake floor. Still, it's important to point out that the remains were never brought back for testing. In time, more interesting events concerning something living in the lake would happen in the years to come. In 2012, Ludmila Emelianova, an associate professor of biogeography at Moscow State University, said she used sonar readings on the lake, and she found something very unusual. The professor claims she saw several large underwater objects on her equipment in the lake. She would state in the Siberian Times in April 2014,
"The object was very dense, of homogeneous structure, surely not a fish nor a shoal of a fish, and it was above the bottom. I was very surprised, but not scared and not shocked. After all, we did not see this animal. We only registered a strange object in the water. But I can clearly say, at the moment, as a scientist, I cannot offer you any explanation of what this object might be. I can't say we literally found and touched something unusual there, but we did register with our echo sounding device several seriously big underwater objects, bigger than a fish, bigger than even a group of fish.
The professor would also state they recorded the anomalies on multiple occasions. One unnamed fisherman reportedly had an encounter on the lake. He claimed something large bumped the bottom of his boat, causing it to almost capsize. He believes something massive and unknown lives in the waters. After Victor's expedition, the lake would be subject to more investigation in the following years, although due to the location of it, it still made it difficult for many to get out there and explore it. Lake Labynkyr is located in Far East Russia and has about 17 square miles of shoreline. Although the lake isn't extremely deep, with only an average depth of 171 feet, it should be said the lake has many mysteries. For one, despite being in the freezing wilderness, the lake doesn't freeze. Other lakes around the area do though. Many have speculated that an underground hot spring keeps the lake from freezing. Still, tales of the devil go back centuries and even predate the Loch Ness Monster. In such a remote and difficult location to reach, very few travel to the region, especially in the freezing cold months. There are several theories concerning what this creature could be. One theory is that the witnesses actually saw a giant pikefish. Giant pike are known to grow very big, around 5 feet. They are known to exist in the lake, but many don't believe it is actually a pikefish because what has been seen or spotted is reported to be much larger. Some think it is a prehistoric amphibious creature like a plesiosaurus or another type of animal that hasn't gone extinct. Others question this as the lake is very cold and desolate at the bottom. Many question if there would be adequate food to sustain a huge creature. One interesting theory is that the creature is a Greenland shark. Greenland sharks are known to live for hundreds of years and eat algae. This eliminates the argument around food sources. These sharks, though, live in the deep, remote parts of the ocean in the north, around eastern Canada and northern Europe. The sharks grow to be around 10 to 15 feet long, and much is not known around them since they live in such remote parts of the ocean. Could a Greenland shark have swam into the lake centuries or millennia ago somehow? It appears at this point the evidence for this cryptid has still not been found. It seems, though, that if a lake monster was going to exist, this remote lake would be one of the best places in the world for it to exist. Reincarnation is the belief that as one dies, their spirit or soul lives on and takes a new physical life form. The belief has been widespread around the world for millennia, with many cultures and religions believing different things around the phenomenon. The general thought process around reincarnation is that one dies, the soul transmigrates into a new born baby or an animal. While reincarnation seems like an archaic belief with no validity, there is a surprising number of reputable researchers, including universities like the University of Virginia, who study this phenomenon in depth. In addition, there are a number of fascinating reincarnation cases with no logical explanations as to how the person would have detailed knowledge of the past life they allege to live. In today's episode, we will examine one such fascinating reincarnation case, the bizarre reincarnation of James Arthur's Flowerdew. James Arthur Flowerdew, who went by the name Arthur, was a man who lived in the seaside town of Norfolk, England. Born in 1906, Arthur lived a quiet life and only left England once to travel to France. His whole life, though, he had visions and dreams of a strange stone structure, one that appeared as a temple carved onto the side of a cliff. He also had visions of a great city in the desert. Arthur wasn't sure why and kept most of his thoughts to himself, not really understanding why he was having the visions. Then, one day, Arthur watched a documentary that changed his life forever. The BBC documentary was on the ancient city of Petra in Jordan. As he watched it, Arthur knew immediately the city of Petra was what his visions were for so many years. Arthur soon started telling others about his visions, and soon word spread about how this British man had such intimate knowledge of this ancient city. As a result, the BBC came to his home and interviewed him about his visions and claims. The interview, which was on TV, made Arthur quite popular, and soon even more would hear of his story. Word reached Jordan, and the country sent an invitation for Arthur to visit the ancient city of Petra, even paying for his flight and lodging. Before leaving for Petra, Arthur was able to identify 3 landmarks in an interview with an archaeological expert. The interviewer would later recall Arthur had expert-level knowledge of the city. It appeared he knew more than many of the researchers who worked there for years. What happened when Arthur visited Petra would truly shock everyone even more. Arthur was able to identify structures around the city in great detail. To say he knew the city would be a vast understatement. Arthur was able to identify many of the landmarks that hadn't been excavated yet. The archaeologists that were working in Petra were truly baffled and even stated that Arthur knew the city better than any of them. Now that he was there, though, Arthur was able to remember even more details from his past life. Arthur says he was a temple guard that was murdered. He even remembered exactly where it occurred. The lead archaeologist on the site claimed that Arthur was able to fill in details on many things and that he believed that there was no way he was a fraud. Sadly, Arthur would pass away in 2002. Since his story has came out, there have surprisingly been very few skeptics that have came out and tried to debunk his story. Few have suggested that he was a fraud, and this is most likely due to the fact there's simply no explanation as to how he was able to pinpoint landmarks under the earth and describe them. It's important to point out too that a variety of archaeologists were stunned by his knowledge and expertise of the city. This simply wasn't the case of possibly 1 or 2 archaeologists being corrupted. Some have suggested he may have had other types of powers and perhaps wasn't reincarnated. This includes things like being psychic or possibly being a seer. Still, this doesn't explain why Arthur would choose to go to Jordan and make up that story. UVA psychiatrist and Professor Jim Tucker has been studying reincarnation for decades. Him and others at the University of Virginia have looked at a number of interesting reincarnation cases involving children. Most people who are alleged to be reincarnated are children. Often children have memories of their past life when they are young, and as they grow older, they forget them. Tucker has studied many complex things within the phenomenon, including how quantum mechanics might explain things. Tucker suggests that quantum physics suggests that as our physical world could grow out of our consciousness. Tucker does note that much of the reason we can't confirm reincarnation exists is that our scientific testing methods are not capable of measuring it. There's quite a bit of stories from people who allege to have past lives. They are able to recall intimate details of these old lives. As mentioned, many are children, and it's estimated that around 70% of children say they died violent deaths in their previous life. This is an interesting piece of information, as Arthur says he was murdered. The idea of reincarnation raises all sorts of interesting questions concerning what happens after one passes on. Can only people who died painful deaths be reincarnated? Also, how does the process work? Do people immediately reincarnate into a new body, or is there a time period the soul waits? If it does happen immediately, in the case of Arthur, why didn't he remember any of the lives between when he lived in Petra and when he was born in 1906? There's clearly many questions surrounding the process of what happens to, if reincarnation is real. Some religions, such as Buddhism and Hinduism, believe strongly in reincarnation. Others, such as Christianity, don't appear to endorse the idea. In time, we will surely discover even more of these stories. However, with more information about so many things easily accessible through the web right now, it might become harder than ever to convince people that someone's past memories are genuine. However, if someone is able to unearth something undiscovered, it would most certainly bolster the case even more for reincarnation. In time, though, perhaps science will discover proof of this phenomenon and how it works. In September 1936, in Norfolk, England, two photographers working for Country Life magazine would take one of the most famous paranormal photographs in history. The photo has stood the test of time and has never been debunked. While the photo was certainly exciting, the massive estate built in the 1600s has long been said to be haunted by one of the former occupants. In time, this spirit became to be known as the Brown Lady of Raynam Hall. In today's episode, we will examine sightings of this apparition, details surrounding the famous photo, and who this spirit is and what happened in her life. On September 19th, 1936, on assignment at the massive countryside home of Raynam Hall, Hubert Provon and his assistant, Indre Shira, were photographing the luxurious estate. The men took some photos around the home and eventually set up to take pictures of the grand staircase. After one set of photos were taken of the main staircase, they began setting up to take a second round. Then suddenly, out of nowhere, Indre Shire said he saw a vapory form, gradually assuming the appearance of a woman, moving down the stairs. Provon turned his head and saw it as well. Acting quickly, Provon took off the lens of the camera and Shira snapped the photo. In time, the negatives were developed and the photo of the Brown Lady was published in Country Life magazine on December 26, 1936, along with the story of that day. While the photograph is truly remarkable, it's important to point out sightings of the Brown Lady have occurred for centuries. In 1836, 3 witnesses would report seeing the Brown Lady late at night. Captain Frederick Marriott came to stay at the home. He had heard stories of the Brown Lady, but didn't believe them. He requested to stay in the most active room in the home, where she was seen most often. The first 2 nights, no activity occurred. Then on the 3rd night, the captain would have an experience he would remember for the rest of his life. 2 young men, staying down the hall, knocked on his door that night and asked him to give his opinion on a gun they had just purchased. The captain examined the new firearm, and as he left, he joked to the men that they could use it if the brown lady appeared. The 3 men had a good laugh, and the 2 young men, wanting to display good manners, said they would walk the captain back to his room. As the men walked down the hall and approached the captain's room, they glared down the dark, quiet hall and saw a light coming toward them. The men were confused and stepped just inside the captain's room. The captain began to peer through the narrowly open door. He could see the figure coming closer and gripped his revolver tightly with his finger on the trigger. As the captain made out more details, he finally, to his horror, could see what it was. The apparition matched the portrait of the woman that was hanging directly over his bed. As the brown lady approached right in front of the door, the entity peered through at the captain and gave an evil smile. Both terrified and angry, the captain swung open the door and fired his revolver right in her face. As he did, though, the bullet went right through her, and immediately upon firing, the apparition disappeared. All 3 men had witnessed the brown lady for several minutes, and all 3 never joked about her again. While the 1836 sighting was surely a fascinating one, the earliest recorded sighting happened just 1 year prior. In 1835, Colonel Loftus was invited to the home. As the colonel and another guest were approaching their room one night, the men alleged to see the brown lady. The men noticed the old brown dress, as it really stood out to them. The following night, Loftus would allege to see the brown lady again. This time he pointed out the hideous appearance of the ghost. In particular, the brown lady had empty eye sockets on her glowing face. The colonel's sightings would coin the name Brown Lady for the ghost. The next sighting occurred in 1926. In 1926, Dowager Marchioness Townshend, the lady of the house, said her son and his friend saw a ghost on the staircase. They later identified the figure as the woman that hung in the haunted room. In the room, so many had reported seeing strange manifestations. Lady Townshend would report paranormal activity as well. She would write a book on true ghost stories. In the book, she would say, "I must confess, I believe in ghosts, and I have, for many years, lived in a definitely haunted house." The book is filled with stories concerning the apparition and strange events, such as furniture being moved around by itself and odd, unexplainable noises. Most say the Brown Lady of Raynam is Lady Dorothy Walpole. Many who witnessed her were able to point to her portrait in the home and positively identify her. Still, this raises the question, why might her spirit still be roaming around? Dorothy Walpole was born in 1628 and was the sister of the first Prime Minister of Great Britain, Robert Walpole. She eventually married Charles Townshend, who had a reputation for having a violent and uncontrollable temper. It's not clear exactly what Lady Walpole did to anger her husband so much, but there are several popular theories. One is that she had an affair with Thomas Wharton, who lived nearby. Wharton was an English politician known for having a reckless lifestyle. Some say she upset her husband by spending so much money. Regardless, Charles Townshend locked her in the home and forbid her from leaving. Dorothy Walpole stayed in the home until her death in 1726. Many of the people who have alleged to see the Brown Lady say it's the portrait of the woman in the room Captain Marryat stayed in. The manor itself has a long and deep history. It was originally built in the early 1600s, and then it was expanded by Charles Townshend. The Townshends have been a prominent part of not only British history, but American history. In 1772, Charles Townshend created the Townshend Acts, which helped drive the American Revolution. At the end of the 20th century, the house went through a difficult time financially. There was an agricultural depression, and the owners were spending too much on their lavish lifestyle. However, the Townshends didn't lose the estate during this time. A Townshend descendant still resides in the home today. Lord Charles George Townshend is the current 8th Marquess and owner of the property. Is there any activity in the home today still? It appears paranormal activity has slowed the last several decades, although it's said it hasn't completely stopped. Coming back to the country living photo, some have been skeptical of the 1936 photograph. Over the years, there's been a variety of critics who have tried to explain the photo, saying that it was fake. Some say that it was a double exposure, while others say the photographers put grease on the camera lens. Some modern-day skeptics have even tried recreating the photo. In our opinion, none have been able to adequately prove the photo was fake. It's important to point out too that since the photo was taken in 1936, there wasn't any type of photo editing that would be available. Both photographers maintained until their death the photo was real and they saw something hovering down the stairs that day. Still, the debate rages on to this day on the validity of it, as we continue to see more and more photos and videos of not only the paranormal, but also cryptids and UFOs. Believers are left in a no-win situation. Skeptics will continue to ask, where is the video or photo proof? When a legitimate video is taken though, it will be deemed a deep fake or from artificial intelligence. It's understandable to an extent though, there are more real-life looking fakes than ever. This will leave the smoking gun evidence to be much harder to come by for investigators. Still, in time, with enough solid videos and photos, we're going to learn much more about these various unexplained phenomena. In August of 1978, several grandchildren living in Minerva, Ohio, would encounter a terrifying and strange cryptid. As the children were playing outside, they suddenly spotted a hideous, hairy monster in a gravel pit. The children ran in the house and told their grandparents, Evelyn and Hal Clayton, as well as their friends. The adults rushed outside and saw what the hysterical children had seen. A large hominoid, estimated around 300 pounds and covered in dark hair, was sitting in the gravel pit and going through the trash. The parents quickly ran away and fled their property that day. However, this would not be the last time the Claytons would see the beast, a creature that became to be known as the Grassman. The Grassman is said to be very similar in appearance to the North American Sasquatch or Bigfoot. There are some who believe it is a subspecies of Bigfoot, sometimes called the Minerva monster. The creature is described as being 5 to 10 feet tall, 300 to 1,000 pounds in weight, and having a foul odor and bright orange eyes. Despite its name, the beast is not actually green, but covered in long black hair. The name Grassman comes from the large dents it makes out in the grass field and its diet, which allegedly consists mainly of tall grass. The Claytons would see the Grassman again after the initial encounter. Perhaps most shockingly, they would see it many times. One night, the Grassman was seen peeping at them through their kitchen window. A terrified Hal Clayton ran and grabbed his gun, but the monster was gone before he returned. Police would investigate the area where the beast was seen, and they would find footprints in the mud. In addition, a foul smell still hung in the air. Later one night, the Claytons would see the Grassman on a hill near the strip mine. About a month later, during the daytime, the Claytons were looking out at some hilltop, and they would see something truly astonishing. There were two creatures standing on the hill, It's reported that up to 5 beasts have been seen walking together at one time. After the continued sightings, the Claytons finally made a surprising connection. Just a few days before the initial sighting, their dog, a German Shepherd, was found dead with its neck broken. While the Clayton sightings were the most documented, they were not the only ones. Native Americans residing in the area have told stories of a hairy, bipedal creature for centuries, known as the Wild Man of the Woods. Native Americans would leave food out for them in order to avoid being attacked. Unlike other hominoids, the Grassman is said to be very aggressive and will attack even if not provoked. Still, Native Americans who have dealt with the beast say it is capable of peace. The Grassmen are said to be very strong and will leave a terrible odor days after they have left the spot. Some say they growl or bark when trying to communicate. Both babies and mothers have been spotted, as well as nests where they sleep. Both feces and hair samples from the beasts have been obtained and were even tested at Ohio State University. However, the results of the test were inconclusive. On the initial sighting, it's important to point out that other adults that night were at the Claytons and saw the creature. They too would back the Claytons. As word spread, people flocked to the Claytons' property. It's reported hundreds of cars came to the home in order to possibly catch a glimpse of the beast. During this time, the Claytons were trying to avoid the spotlight and avoided as much media attention and questions as possible. There have been many other undocumented sightings that keeps many believing that this cryptid does exist. This raises the question, what exactly is the Grassman? There are several theories as to what it is. The first theory, and probably most popular, is that Grassman is simply Bigfoot or Sasquatch. Individuals who believe this point out their appearance is very similar, as well as physical characteristics such as facial structure, fur color, and the foul odor. While Bigfoot is not usually associated with violent behavior, there are reports that they can be. Skeptics of this theory, though, will point out that Bigfoot doesn't have orange eyes, and Grassman sightings typically report the beast as 6 to 7 feet tall. Bigfoot is usually reported to be much larger. A second theory says that this was all some sort of prank. Could it be the case that someone had tricked the Claytons and others into believing that a beast lurked in the woods? This is a possibility, but there are several factors to consider. One, some of the sightings occurred in broad daylight. Also, some of the other ones are still tough to explain, such as the sightings of multiple creatures and also the glowing orange eyes. In addition, the creature was reported to be 6 to 7 feet tall and weigh around 300 pounds. One other important thing to note is that this event occurred in 1978, and one probably would have to make the gorilla costume themselves. This would be quite difficult, as one would have to acquire multiple furs. One final thought is that if someone was pulling a prank, they would have to probably know that they're putting their life at risk, as someone could shoot them. While a prank seems improbable, if it was just one sighting, it could be a case of mistaken identity. However, multiple witnesses saw the beast on multiple occasions. The final theories consider whether the Grassman is either an alien or possibly interdimensional. This is certainly plausible, with many Bigfoot reports describing the beast simply vanishing in thin air. Others believe Bigfoot is interdimensional because a body has never been found. There have been alien abduction cases as well, where creatures very similar to Bigfoot have been spotted. In a state famous for cryptids like the Loveland Frogman and the Charles Mill Lake Monster, the Ohio Grassman continues to be a favorite in the state of Ohio. In January 1838, a young woman named Polly Adams was assaulted by a mysterious creature in London. Soon, similar reports came in all over the city of women being attacked by some type of strange entity. While the reports were surely bizarre, perhaps what was most unusual was the superhuman abilities the culprit seemed to possess. As more assaults happened, the press picked up the story, and soon widespread panic ensued around London. In today's episode, we will examine perhaps London's most famous urban legend, the legend of Spring-Heeled Jack. Spring-Heeled Jack is said to be a devil-like man who wore tight-fitted clothing and a cape. The being is said to possess extraordinary leaping ability, and it uses this ability to escape quickly, jumping from building tops. The creature is said to have red, flaming eyes, sharp claws protruding from its hands, and is capable of vomiting blue flames. While many quickly dismiss the legend of Spring-Heeled Jack as folklore, there were a large number of witnesses that encountered the creature on multiple occasions. While rumors swirled of the creature for some time in the early 19th century, in 1837, the first documented case was recorded. Mary Stevens, a servant, was on her way to work in Lavender Hill. While walking, a strange figure jumped in front of her from a dark alley. He grabbed her and began trying to kiss her while ripping her clothes. Stevens told the police his hands were cold, similar to a corpse. Stevens was able to pull away and scream, and the being fled from the scene quickly. A search party was formed, but no one was ever found. The next day, another sighting occurred. A mysterious man jumped in front of a carriage, causing it to crash and severely hurting the driver. Multiple witnesses saw the being jump over a 9-foot wall and let out a high-pitched scream. After Polly Adams' attack in 1838, reports would pour in from all over London. However, the two most famous were the Scales and Alsop incidents. Jane Alsop, a teenage girl, stated that on the night of February 19, 1838, she heard a knock on her father's home. She answered the door, and it was a man claiming to be a police officer standing in the street. It was dark, and she couldn't see the man clearly. The being asked her to bring a light, as they had caught Spring-Heeled Jack. She went and grabbed a candle, and when she returned to the street and was closer, she noticed the man was wearing a cloak. As she handed him the candle, he threw off his cloak and revealed his hideous appearance. Alsop claims he was vomiting blue and white flames from his mouth and had red, burning eyes. His clothing under the cloak was tight-fitted. Before she could get away, he grabbed her and began tearing off her clothing. She managed to get away from him and back closer toward the house. However, he caught up and tore on her arms and legs with her claws. Her sister heard this screaming and came out, which finally got the being to leave. 9 days later, on February 28, 18-year-old Lucy Scales and her sister were coming home after visiting their brother. After passing the Green Dragon Alley, a person jumped out in front of Lucy, blowing some type of blue flame in her face. It temporarily blinded her, and she fell to the ground. Her sister screamed, and Spring-Heeled Jack walked away quickly. Lucy Scales stated in her deposition she had violent fits for hours after the incident. Lucy would describe the attacker as tall and thin, with a gentleman-like appearance. He was wearing a cloak and carrying a lantern. Efforts were made to find the man, but no one was ever found. In August 1877, one of the most credible reports about Spring-Heeled Jack came from a group of soldiers in the Aldershot garrison. A soldier standing guard, looked into the darkness when he saw a strange figure coming toward him. The soldier warned him to stop, but the creature didn't comply. The soldier then fired, but it didn't injure the figure. Soon other soldiers came, and they witnessed a dark figure leaping off into the night. There were several more sightings after this, but they would die off in the early 20th century. Over the years, there's been several theories as to what or who Spring Heel Jack was. The first is that Spring Heel Jack was the result of mass hysteria and rumors. After the initial incidents, many felt that panic ensued and people began looking for something that wasn't there. As more reports came in, more panic arose, and common crimes were blamed on Spring Heel Jack. It's documented that many copycats would arise and be caught as well. One interesting theory concerns that Spring Heel Jack was a phantom attacker. Phantom attackers are mysterious, enigmatic individuals or creatures who seemingly come out of nowhere one day to cause chaos and destruction for unknown reasons before disappearing quickly. There are several well-known examples of this, such as the Mothman and the New Jersey Devil. One controversial one is known as the Old Hag phenomenon. For millennia, people have stated that something, usually an old creepy woman, comes and sits on one's chest during sleep. Many people report not being able to breathe and terrifying feelings of dread. Despite this, science assures us that these individuals are experiencing sleep paralysis, and sometimes individuals are still in a dream state, but their bodies wake up. Unable to move and scared, their mind creates an image of someone attacking them. While this is controversial to many, especially those who claim to encounter the dreaded shadow people, could it be the case that individuals attacked by Spring Heel Jack were scared into believing a regular human had superhuman abilities? It seems like a reasonable assumption. One theory states that Spring Heel Jack was simply a person with a sick sense of humor. Combined with the media hype, it set off a wave of panic around the city. One final theory is that Spring Heel Jack was paranormal or possibly extraterrestrial in nature. This is one option that can't quickly be ruled out, as Spring Heel Jack was seen by many and also witnessed by many leaping in ways a human simply couldn't do. While we will probably never know the true identity of Spring Heel Jack, or if it was a human or not, the legend still lives on today and has inspired many TV shows and films. Most notably, it inspired one of the most popular superheroes ever, Batman. The multiverse is a theory that suggests our universe is not the only one, and that many universes run parallel to one another. It is speculated by some that an infinite number of universes exist, and that our universe is a member of something much larger. While different schools of thought exist on the subject, some speculate that somehow people are able to cross over to different realities. In this episode, we will examine one such case, the bizarre story of Lorena Garcia Gordo. On July 16, 2008, 41-year-old Spanish woman Lorena Gordo woke up in her bed and would have a day she would never forget. As Lorena woke up, she noticed the sheets on her bed were different than what she went to sleep in the night before. Lorena was confused and scared, but nevertheless began getting dressed for work. For the most part, everything else seemed mostly normal for Lorena at this time. Her car was parked in the same spot, and as she drove to work, nothing was out of the ordinary. That would soon all change. As Lorena went into the building and approached her office, her name was not on her door. Initially, she believed she was on the wrong floor. Soon, though, she would find out she was working in a different job in the company and for a different manager. Understandably terrified, Lorena left office early that day and reported she was sick. After this, Lorena headed to the doctor as she was convinced something was wrong. At the doctor, there were no signs of drugs or alcohol in her system. Lorena returned home and began poring through more of her personal things. Much of it looked correct, like her bank statements and her bills. Then she decided to check the internet. The major news stories were the same. Lorena was beginning to suspect that she had slipped into a slightly different reality. However, nothing could prepare her for what she discovered next. Lorena had distinct memories of breaking up with her boyfriend 6 months prior. The two had been together for 7 years, and the breakup was not an easy time for her. After she broke up with her boyfriend, she began dating a new man in her neighborhood named Augustine. Augustine had a son, and Lorena recalled enjoying her time with Augustine and his son. She would soon discover, though, that she was still together with her boyfriend, and they had never broke up. Even more strange, Augustine didn't seem to exist. Lorena called his home. Lorena was shocked to learn no one lived in the home by that name. Lorena tried to track him down, but found nothing. She even hired a private investigator. He searched extensively and found no one with that name had ever lived in the town. While Lorena wasn't sure what was going on, she went into work the next day and did her best at the new job. Still, she was confused and thought she might be suffering from memory loss. As such, she decided to visit a psychiatric clinic. There, they would administer a variety of tests and conclude that nothing was wrong with her. They found her physically healthy and her mind to be functioning normally. In time, Lorena's family began to notice what was happening to her. One time, she asked about her sister's shoulder surgery. The family was bewildered and asked what she was talking about. Lorena was adamant that her sister had had surgery, but the family assured her it never occurred. As time progressed, Lorena would continue to notice small things were different. For example, there were clothes she found, but she never recalled buying. Also, on her blog, there were posts she has no memory of writing. Interestingly, the world around her seemed to be exactly the same. It was just the events that happened surrounding her. Lorena concluded she must have moved into some type of alternate or parallel universe. This all raises the question around what could have happened to her. There are several popular theories. The first is something that comes from a medical perspective. One popular theory is that she suffered from some type of amnesia or possibly schizophrenia. There are several types of diseases that can produce false memories and hallucinations. One, for example, is Capgras delusion. Capgras delusion is the belief that your friends and family have been replaced by perfect doubles. While no medical diagnosis appears to explain everything, it seems a medical condition could be the cause of at least some of the strange memories. Still, skeptics will point out weaknesses with the medical theory. For one, this appeared to happen overnight, and Lorena didn't suffer from any major head injury either. By all accounts, she appeared to be a very healthy woman with a solid career. In addition, she had strong social support from family and friends. The second theory around Lorena's experience is that she slipped into some type of parallel universe. While this theory makes sense on many levels, one of the issues is that there will never be a way to confirm it. Unfortunately, Lorena had knowledge of someone who, as far as we know, never existed. If Augustine was found, and Lorena had intimate knowledge of his life, This would have added some credibility to the story. This assumes too that Augustine stated he never met Lorena. However, in this situation as well, skeptics will assume the two are colluding together. In general, the burden of proof is almost unobtainable in a case like this. This leads to the third theory. This is simply that the story was a prank or fabricated. This possibility cannot be ignored. However, it seems more likely than not something did happen to this woman. One other thing that hurts this case is that despite all the attention, it doesn't appear the woman made any type of on-camera experience. This would have boosted the credibility of her story, possibly. Nothing else seems to have happened to this woman, and by all counts, it seems she has accepted her slightly different, alternate reality. On December 4th, 2021, 3 men working on a plantation would have an encounter with a terrifying beast. Sterling Slowlock Bennett, Seamus Fitzgerald, and one other man were driving home on a dark street in the remote roads of Queensland, Australia, when they would see something truly astonishing. As the men were looking down the dark, desolate road, they were able to make out a slouched-over figure under a streetlight. The men couldn't make out exactly what it was at first. As they got closer, the creature turned toward them. It had an ape-like face and long arms. The car appeared to startle the creature, and it scattered in an ape-like way into the brush. After the event unfolded, the men were terrified and in shock for some time. Seamus Fitzgerald had problems sleeping and stated it was the first type of experience with anything paranormal he had had. While the story gained worldwide attention, appearing in newspapers, locals had seen this beast for centuries. In Australia, this large, ape-like humanoid has become to be known as the Yowie. Yowie are typically described as a large, humanoid ape-like creature. With many reports coming in over the decades, the beast is typically described one of two ways. The first is a shorter version, around 4 to 5 feet tall. The other is a much larger type, around 10 feet tall. Many speculate that the smaller type could be children, and when full grown, they reach 8 to 10 feet. It is said the Yowie have orange-brownish hair that grows 2 to 4 inches long. Many state the Yowie is shy, but can turn aggressive if provoked. Interestingly, the creature is said to appear more often in storms than dry weather. Perhaps the most notable feature on the Yowie is the large, fang-like canines protruding from its mouth. While the 2021 Queensland sighting is surely a fascinating one, reports have poured in over the country for years with the beast. Dean Harrison from Australian Yowie Research has documented thousands of reports of alleged sightings over the decades. Harrison claims he has seen one himself. He called his experience life-changing and also noted how the beast let out a ferocious roar. One interesting story comes from a video Dean received a few years earlier, taken in North Queensland. The footage shows a group of workers discovering the corpse of a wild boar ripped cleanly in two. There are large footprints leading away from the scene. The reaction in the video doesn't seem staged, and Harrison states that he has gotten other reports of animals ripped in half. One researcher has claimed to have multiple sightings and even found where the Yowie sleep. Wayne Lewin, a retiree and Yowie hunter, has been searching for the Yowie for years. He's looked in the multiple remote areas of the country and has been trying to collect the smoking gun evidence to prove its existence. Lewin claims that one day, while searching back in the woods, he himself witnessed the creature. Lewin stated, "I'm guessing it was like 3 meters tall, possibly bigger, standing in the shadows of the tree line. No mistaking, it was there. I could see its arms, its legs, its dome-shaped head. He was massive." Lewin goes on to say that he had his camera on him, but was so shocked and in disbelief he didn't think to take a photo. Lewin also says he found deep in the woods what he believes are the yowie nests. He notes how the trees are bent down in ways that are unnatural. Still, many question Lewin's belief these are nests and state he is looking for something not there. Lewin has taken multiple photos and alleges the creature is present in his pictures. His pictures, though, are often blurry, and the smoking gun evidence remains elusive. Despite this, other modern-day sightings have occurred. Steve Piper, an Australian bushwalker, was out hiking one day in 2000 when he alleged to see a yowie walking in the woods. He had his camcorder on hand and recorded the incident. In the video, you can clearly see something dark and hairy walking through the woods. The video would explode in popularity and even drew comparisons to the legendary Patterson-Gimlin Bigfoot footage. However, many questioned the footage and noted it wasn't crystal clear. In addition, a video like this would be pretty easy to fake in modern day. Still, the number of reports coming in is truly impressive. The late Rex Gilroy, a cryptozoologist, documented over 3,000 reports of the yowie while he was alive. He believed the creature was related to the North American Sasquatch. Perhaps the most famous Australian to study the yowie is a researcher nicknamed Tim the Yowie Man. In 1994, Tim claims he saw a yowie while bushwalking in Brindabella National Park. He wrote on the yowie, cryptids, and other paranormal extensively. Without question, there's been a significant number of sightings from a variety of witnesses over a good period of time. In addition, there has been massive footprints as well as vocalizations documented. On the Australian Yowie Research website, the site shows dozens of footprints and castings. Many of the pictures show large, ape-like footprints in bipedal tracks. These are alleged to be photographed or cast in areas the yowie has been spotted. While many modern-day sightings have occurred, it's important to point out the beast has been seen for hundreds of years in Australia. Australia's Aboriginal people were the first to document the creature. The Kuku-Yalanji tribe, located in far north Queensland, claimed that they coexisted with the yowie for years. The first report from a Westerner is said to be made in the 1790s. Reports continued in the 19th century and early 20th century. In the 1880s, naturalist Henry James McCooey witnessed the creature in New South Wales. According to him, it was 5 feet tall, was tailless, and covered with very long black hair. One other interesting yowie fact concerns where the sightings occur. According to yowiesightings.com, a website that tracks witness reports, the majority of the sightings occur in Queensland and New South Wales. Approximately 90% of sightings occur in these states, adding all sorts of interesting questions. For one, most sightings seem to occur not in the heart of the outback, but either on the outskirts or just inside it. Why might this be? Could this just be the result of fewer people being in the remote parts of the outback? The outback is a massive, remote area in northern and western Australia. The area is sparsely populated and houses some of the most dangerous animals in the world, including the saltwater crocodile. Is it possible that if a yowie exists, it stays away from the primary hotspots that crocodiles reside? This interesting question might come down to one thing: size. For example, we could expect a 5-foot yowie to be targeted by adult crocodiles. However, a 10-foot yowie might be a different story. A full-grown croc might weigh the same or close as an adult yowie and avoid attacking them. This raises the question, is the yowie just folklore, or if it is real, what is it? There are several theories on what it could be. The first is that the yowie is some sort of new primate species, one that evolved and grew much bigger. It evolved to be more man-like than gorilla or ape-like. This theory assumes the creatures have always been here and that they are very reclusive. Some believe that the yowie are primates that were brought here years ago, or perhaps a pet that escaped. Gorillas are not native to Australia, but it's reasonable to assume that one might have been let loose in the wild. One theory is that the yowie sightings are some sort of wild man or mountain man. This belief holds that someone or a small group of people moved into the mountains. Some think that the sightings of the yowie were simply mistaken sightings of something else. Skeptics point out if the yowie does exist in a small population, we should have found a body by now. In particular, they note that all the fires that have occurred, no bones have ever been found in the forest. But believers point out that the yowie are reported to be very fast. Some even have more unbelievable theories. Some yowie searchers believe that the yowie are interdimensional. This is one reason a body has never been found. In North America, some Sasquatch researchers believe Bigfoot is interdimensional. This is due to some sightings. Sasquatch seemingly simply disappears right in plain sight. While the hard evidence or smoking gun evidence for the yowie is still needed, it's important to remember there is a large amount of witness reports and believers in this cryptid. Similar to the United States and Bigfoot, Australia has a good number of people actively searching for the yowie. Perhaps soon we will get the crystal clear photo needed. In 1996, a Texas man named Brian Bethel would recall a strange encounter he had on the website creepypasta.com. Little did Bethel know, his tale would draw many similar, eerie stories. While skeptics will quickly dismiss these stories as mere urban legends, it's important to point out a variety of stories have surfaced from many independent witnesses, and many dating way back before Bethel's encounter. In today's episode, we will examine the legend of the black-eyed children, sometimes referred to as the black-eyed kids. Black-eyed children are typically described as supernatural pale kids with coal-black eyes between the ages of 6 to 16. It is said they often wear antiquated clothing or some type of hoodie. People who have encountered them say that looking into their eyes causes an overwhelming sense of terror. The eyes are often described as soulless and devoid of humanity. Black-eyed children are said to be able to sometimes control people's thoughts and minds. Witnesses report black-eyed children have strange speech patterns, sounding mechanical, and they behave abnormally. Black-eyed children are said to be found many places, but perhaps most famously, they appear on people's doorsteps in the odd hours of the night. Similar to vampire legends, they must be invited into someone's space. If an individual refuses, then often the children become more persistent, eventually becoming angered. A typical black-eyed kid story may appear as follows. In the middle of the night, a homeowner hears a bang or ring at the door. Peering outside, the homeowner sees two young children in hoodies. The unsuspecting homeowner opens the door and the children ask to make a phone call. The homeowner gets a better look at the children and sees their jet black eyes. Then, he or she feels overcome with fear and slams the door. The children disappear into the night. While many encounters have surfaced the last few decades, the experience that seems to have jump-started the conversation around black-eyed children is Brian Bethel's 1996 encounter. In 1996, Bethel says he was in the parking lot of a movie theater one night. As he was sitting in the car, Bethel says two boys around the ages of 9 and 12 approached the car. They were wearing hooded sweatshirts. One of the boys had red hair and the other had dark, curly hair and was pale. As Bethel rolled down the window, the boys asked if they could get a ride to their mom's house so they could buy tickets for the Mortal Kombat movie. Bethel says that when the second boy talked, he felt an unnatural sense of dread. Feeling creeped out, Bethel pointed out that the movie had already started and they wouldn't make it back in time. The boys were persistent though. They said, "We don't have a gun or anything." Bethel said their words sounded rehearsed and unnatural. Then, Bethel finally got a better look at the faces. The boys each had terrifying jet black eyes. Bethel rolled up his window and began driving away. While this was occurring, the boys were banging on the window. One of them said, "We can't come in unless you tell us it's okay." As Bethel sped off, he looked in his rearview mirror, and the boys had disappeared. While black-eyed children have been seen around the world, it seems England is the epicenter of most of the activity. In addition, the next story might be the best-known black-eyed child story in history. In 2014, paranormal researcher Lee Brickley would begin interviewing witnesses that had alleged to see a black-eyed child in Cannock Chase. A woman and her daughter were walking when they heard screams and saw a child wandering alone. The mom ran after the child but couldn't find the child. Then, when she turned around, a girl around 10 years old was there. She had her hands covering her eyes. The mom asked the child if she was okay. The child then lowered her hands and revealed eyes that were absolutely black. The woman grabbed her daughter and moved backward. When she looked up again, the child had disappeared. This story would gain international attention. However, this wasn't the first encounter with this entity. In the early 1980s, reports would surface about this specific black-eyed child. In particular, Lee Brickley's aunt would have an encounter. In the late 1980s, Lee Brickley's aunt was out in the woods in Cannock Chase. She and her friend spotted a child around 100 feet away. Brickley's aunt, then age 18, began running after the child. However, she couldn't catch it, and eventually she fell and twisted her ankle. Brickley's aunt would tell the story to her mother, and they called the police. The police searched the woods and found nothing. This is believed to be the first sighting of the black-eyed girl of Cannock Chase. In 2021, another sighting would occur of the black-eyed child of Cannock Chase, this time by a teenage boy and teenage girl who were camping in the woods. In the summer of 2021, during the COVID lockdown in England, two 17-year-old teens decided to meet up in the woods and camp. That night, the young couple would have an experience they would never forget. Sometime around midnight, the teenagers began to hear noises outside their tent. Thinking it could be a wild animal, the couple stayed quiet. Then, they heard footsteps and decided to take a look outside the tent. It was pitch black, but oddly, the couple heard a small child giggling. They lit up a lantern, and soon they saw something. However, it was something not of this world. Whatever it was, it quickly moved from tree to tree in a way a human simply couldn't. Then, the entity decided to reveal itself. It came out from behind the tree, and the two teenagers saw a young girl, a child. It had coal-black eyes, and she stared at the two. The teenagers were terrified, and the giggling got louder. The laughing got to the point where the teens heard the giggling all around them. The entity would then disappear into the woods. The teens went back into their tent, terrified, and waited for the sun to come up. When the sun arose, the teens unzipped their tent and noticed piles of stones around the tent and strange stick formations in the trees. The teenagers headed for their car, and as they were walking back, one of the teens would spot the black-eyed child peeking from behind a tree. While this is one of the more scary sightings of the black-eyed child of Cannock Chase, it appears this entity has malevolent intentions. In 2019, a young woman began chasing a child through Cannock Chase. The woman followed the child through the winding curves around the forest. The entity appeared to try and lead the woman off a cliff. The woman, luckily, was able to stop herself moments before she saw the drop. If she had kept running, she would have been seriously injured or possibly killed. Are black-eyed children real or just a myth? The stories just mentioned are some of the more popular, well-known stories. However, it's important to point out the internet and YouTube are filled with individuals sharing their personal stories with black-eyed children. One other thing to point out is that these stories seem to first start growing in the late 1990s with Bethel's story. This was the dawn of the internet age, and people were able to communicate with others around the world. Perhaps if the internet had came sooner, then someone else would have shared their story on black-eyed children. There are several theories as to what the black-eyed kids are. The first is that black-eyed children are extraterrestrial in nature. There are several reports with black-eyed kids connected to the Men in Black. Some incidents have adults coming and picking up the children. This has led some to speculate black-eyed children are part of a hybrid program, meaning they are half alien and half human. Others say they are extraterrestrial and allowed by secret government programs to roam society. The second theory is that the black-eyed children are demonic in nature. This is a popular theory as well, and many speculate this since so many reports reveal an overwhelming sense of dread and fear when individuals look in their eyes. Many stories concerning black-eyed kids seem to show they have no regard for the individuals who see them. Some believe that if you invite them in, they might take your soul, and that's why they need to be invited in. There are other theories concerning them as well. Some think they could be from another dimension or parallel universe. Others say that they could be time travelers from the future. There's of course many who believe the black-eyed children are simply a myth. Those people say the 1996 story from Bethel ignited an urban legend, and the accounts are either made up or stories from people who were confused. Still, it's tough to imagine so many people getting confused over seeing black-eyed children. Unlike going to a graveyard or haunted home, children are surely seen as innocent and harmless. Since this is the case, it's tough to imagine people getting frightened by children unless something had gone wrong. Despite this, though, the majority of cases appeared to be shared by anonymous users. Until there is some hard evidence, black-eyed children will probably continue to remain an urban legend. On February 9th, 2004, Mara Murray, a 21-year-old nursing student at the University of Massachusetts Amherst, emailed several of her professors to let them know she would be gone for around a week due to a death in the family. Mara then packed a small bag, withdrew $280 from an ATM, and stopped at a liquor store. Around 4:30 p.m., She left Amherst, Massachusetts, and 3 hours later that night, around 7:30 p.m., Mara crashed her car into a ditch. A nearby resident saw the crash, but when the police arrived, no one was at the scene. In the ensuing days and weeks, this case, widely regarded as the first true crime case popularized by social media, would get even more perplexing. In today's episode, we will examine the strange disappearance of Mara Murray, as well as theories as to what happened to the young woman. On the night of her disappearance, Mara was driving on Route 112 near Woodsville, New Hampshire. In a rural section, Mara began approaching a sharp turn when her vehicle spun, then came to a stop facing the wrong way on the opposite side of the road. As she slid into the snowbank, resident Faith Westman was at home and heard a large crash outside the window. Ms. Westman peered out the window and saw a car in the bank ditch and phoned the police at 7:27 p.m. Westman reported seeing a small red light in the car, which appeared to be a cell phone. Westman wouldn't be the only person to witness Mara that night in the wrecked black Saturn S-Series car, though. A local school bus driver was driving by. He stopped at the scene and exchanged words with Mara. He saw her walking around the car inspecting the damage. The driver would ask Mara if she wanted him to call the police. Mara refused the assistance, saying she had already called AAA. Interestingly, the driver, who lived in the area, knew she was lying, as the area had no cell phone service. The driver returned home and phoned the police about the wreck at 7:43 p.m., just 16 minutes after Faith Westman's call. Perhaps the most interesting and important witness statement comes from a local resident. The resident claims she was driving home from work when she saw the wreck at 7:37 p.m. A police SUV was parked across from the vehicle. She pulled over but didn't see anyone inside or outside Mara's vehicle or the police SUV. While this should help establish the timeline of the events, it adds more confusion to the case, as the police recorded their arrival 9 minutes later. According to the police, an officer arrived on the scene at 7:46 p.m. There was no one inside or around the car. The car was damaged from falling into the snowbank. The windshield was cracked and both airbags had deployed. Inside the vehicle, there were red stains, which later turned out to be wine. There were also empty beer bottles. Notably, Mara Murray's cell phone, debit, and credit cards were missing. Initially, New Hampshire State Police investigators believed Murray had hit a nearby tree, but accident reconstruction teams determined later that Mara's car never hit a tree and that the damage to her Saturn was probably caused by her hitting the snowbank. As the police began investigating, they marked the case as a missing person case since there were no signs of foul play. This decision was heavily criticized by Mara Murray's family. Over the days, weeks, months, and years, there has been an abundance of information coming in regarding what happened to Mara that night. However, nothing has proved to be definitive, and it seems like the more we learn, the more questions arise. Before diving into the theories surrounding what happened, it's important to explore who Mara was and what was happening in her life at the time. Mara had achieved great success up until that point in her life. A star track athlete, Mara was accepted to the United States Military Academy at West Point after high school. She attended West Point for 3 semesters, and believing it wasn't a good fit, transferred to the University of Massachusetts in Amherst to study nursing. Mara was well liked and came from an Irish Catholic family. She had a strong support network, having 3 siblings and a boyfriend around the time of the disappearance. Still, many question her state of mental health just prior to it. Several months prior to her disappearance, Mara was arrested for using stolen credit cards for purchasing food. While this in of itself didn't seem to indicate much, there is some evidence that something was going on with Mara. Her relationship with her boyfriend is one thing that has been questioned. In particular, were the two having relationship problems? Perhaps the biggest question is why Mara, a successful young woman, was running off in the first place. This case has drawn incredible amounts of attention over the last 2 decades from the media, true crime fans, and others. Perhaps what makes this case so baffling, though, is the amount of information and strange facts surrounding it. Most importantly, it's our belief this case suffers from an incredible amount of contradictory statements and unverified facts. Still, there are several general theories as to what happened that night. The first and most popular theory is that Mara was abducted that night sometime between when she spoke with the school bus driver and when the police arrived. It is our opinion this was the most likely scenario. The situation could have played out like this. Mara, who was intoxicated, was terrified of the police coming and decided to start walking down the road. As she began walking, a car pulled up and someone, appearing friendly, offered to drive her somewhere. As Mara got in, or as they drove away, at some point the person assaulted Mara, killing her and dumping the body. While this scenario seems like the most likely, it should be noted there was an incredibly small window between when she crashed and when the police came. To explain the tiny time window available, we believe this probably happened a different way. An intoxicated Mara was walking around her car after the wreck. She saw a police car coming and, scared of getting a DUI, hid in the surrounding brush. After the police towed her car away, Mara came out from the woods and began walking down the road. At some point, the kidnapper drove by Mara and an unsuspecting Mara got into the car. Many might point out the fact that no footprints were found around the scene, but the police took days to seriously begin searching for Mara. It could also be the case that Mara went up a driveway or nearby trail fleeing the wreck. One other critique could be that she didn't seem to clean up any of the alcohol bottles in the car. This is a good question, but perhaps Mara was caught off guard when the police came and didn't think they would come so soon. One question that has been asked is, was someone following her? It's definitely plausible, but we know Faith Westman, who saw the wreck, only spotted one car. Could the other car have been hovering back? One theory is called the tandem theory, which states another car, someone Mara knew, was following her. This would help explain the small window of time that Mara disappeared. Still, there weren't 2 cars at the scene, and Faith Westman nor the truck driver saw a second car. Mara's father, Fred, believes that a local was the kidnapper. This certainly makes sense, and it's very reasonable someone with intimate knowledge of the area might have been able to escape the scene using back roads. There are other theories concerning Mara as well. One is that she was pregnant and ran off willingly. Her internet history showed she was looking for condos in Vermont. Still, this theory doesn't seem very likely, as Mara has never contacted her family. Some believe that Mara, a skilled runner, took off running in the woods and eventually succumbed to the elements. This theory seems thin, though, as multiple searches were conducted in the forest, albeit probably too late, and no body was ever found. Cadaver dogs were brought in as well, and if she had collapsed, they would have most likely found the corpse. One final theory is that Mara had met someone from Vermont and was going to visit them. In particular, she had met a new man, and she decided to run off for a few days to spend time with him. There's no testimony of anyone ever being told this, but it's possible that she could have been cheating on her boyfriend. This is one of the less popular theories though, and while it answers why she would have went, it doesn't answer what specifically happened to her, unless her mystery lover had came to pick her up and then assaulted her. There appears to still be many questions. In the 20 years since Mara vanished, it seems we have more questions than answers. However, it seems given the circumstances, Mara was most likely abducted. Intoxicating and fearing a DUI from the police, the intelligent woman probably made a terrible decision, trusting an evil person. On July 26, 1909, around 8:15 p.m., the SS Waratah, a passenger and cargo steamship, departed from Durban, South Africa, toward Cape Town. It was expected to arrive just days later. However, the ship disappeared with no trace, and all 211 of its passengers perished. Known as Australia's Titanic, as she had 8 watertight compartments and was considered unsinkable, the disappearance was bizarre since no wreckage has ever been found from the ship. In addition, there were more than enough lifeboats for everyone on board. In today's episode, we will examine the mysterious disappearance of the SS Waratah and theories regarding what happened to it. On July 27, 1909, around 4 a.m., just after the departure, the ship was in transit on its 800-mile trip when it would be spotted. The Clan McIntyre freighter would see the ship headed their direction. Both ships were going the same way, but the Waratah was a faster ship and would soon pull alongside the Clan McIntyre. The ships communicated using signal lamps as to their names and destinations. Then, the Waratah would pull ahead and disappear into the distance around 9:30 a.m. Once the Waratah disappeared from sight, the captain of the Clan McIntyre would recall a strange premonition he had. Captain C.G. Phillips, an experienced captain, was looking out at the sea when he sighted something strange. He saw a sailing vessel, but what struck him as odd was that the ship appeared to be several hundred years old. The captain had spent a lifetime at the sea and knew ships, yet he had never seen one like this. The strange ship was headed in the same direction as the Waratah, and the captain got a terrible feeling. The captain believed it was the legendary Flying Dutchman. The Flying Dutchman is a legendary ghost ship said to never be able to port and roam the seas for eternity. There were many alleged sightings reported in the 19th and 20th century. While the strange premonition of Captain Phillips is certainly bizarre, he wasn't the only person who got a bad feeling around the ship's voyage. Claude G. Sawyer was a businessman that was traveling home to England. Mr. Sawyer had planned on taking the trip on the SS Waratah, but never got on the ship. According to his testimony, Mr. Sawyer began having terrible nightmares around the voyage and decided to stay ashore in Durban. As recalled in the Daily Observer newspaper, he dreamt of standing on the ship's boat, staring into the sea. Suddenly, a knight on a horse rose out of the waves swinging a medieval sword. A blood-stained sheet was fluttered behind him. The apparition screamed out, "Waratah, Waratah," then faded. While his story is truly strange, many even pointed out that using the name Waratah for the ship was a terrible idea. In the 19th century, several ships that were named Waratah had endured disaster at sea, which led many to believe the name was cursed. In 1889, a new ship named Waratah sank off the coast of Cape Preston, Australia, and all passengers died. 2 years later, 2 ships, both named Waratah, sank off the coast of Sydney within months of one another. In 1847, a ship named Waratah sunk off Ushant, an island in France, all of the passengers would die. While this disappearance has left many unanswered questions, over the years, several theories have formed on what happened to the ship. The first theory is simply that the ship sunk due to weather conditions. However, this theory generally doesn't hold up to scrutiny. If the ship had sank in a slow manner, with passengers and crew aware, we would expect that wreckage would have been found. The boat was equipped with 921 lifeboats, as its maiden voyage had many more passengers. After the ship didn't return, 2 separate searches were conducted in the area where the ship was thought to be, and nothing was ever found. Probably the most popular theory is that the vessel was hit by a rogue wave. The waters that the vessel was sailing in were renowned for producing massive waves. It is thought a massive wave hit the ship and capsized her, pulling her down to the ocean almost instantaneously. This theory gained more support when in 1973, Professor Mallory wrote a paper and concluded that waves over 60 feet occurred in the area the ship was sailing. One similar theory to the one above is that the ship capsized, essentially trapping all passengers and crew in the boat. The ship then floated off course for miles before sinking. This would explain the failed attempts to find the ship over the years. One other theory is the ship lost its rudder in a violent storm and drifted out to sea. Many believe the people headed toward Antarctica, and the passengers either starved to death or died from the elements. It should be said, the ship had no radio, which wasn't uncommon in those days, but if they did lose their rudder, they wouldn't have been able to send out a distress call. One final theory concerns a whirlpool. Whirlpools are found in the oceans today and aren't that rare. It is thought by some the ship mistakenly went over a whirlpool and was sucked to the bottom. But can a whirlpool be that big and powerful? In the Saltstraumen Strait off the coast of Norway, a massive whirlpool exists and is believed to be the biggest ever discovered by man. The whirlpool is 30 feet in diameter, flowing at 40 kilometers per hour. With so little known about our oceans, it's reasonable to assume this could have happened to the Weratah. Still, it should be said the ship itself, like the Titanic, was massive in size. It was 450 feet long and weighed over 9,400 tons. The ship was elegant, boasting 8 staterooms with 100 first-class cabins, a salon, and a music lounge. Despite this, some passengers from the maiden voyage questioned how safe the boat was. Some felt the ship rolled a little too hard. To date, the 2 main questions surrounding the ship are the lack of wreckage and why it has never been found. There have been several efforts to find it, but with no luck. This is obviously due to the difficulty with finding lost ships in the massive ocean. Perhaps one day we will find the ship and be able to discover what happened to the SS Weratah. Throughout history, many cultures have told stories of cursed people. Often these people did something terrible in life and somehow, some way were cursed to roam the earth forever. In South American culture, one wandering soul is said to exist, one that wanders the grasslands of northwestern South America. The being is said to emit a strange, eerie whistle, and if you hear it, it's probably too late. You'll be dead soon. This entity has become to be known as El Silbón, or the Whistler. The legend of El Silbón has several origin stories, but perhaps the most popular is the following. A spoiled young man demanded his father go hunt and kill a deer for him. The young man's dad was an inexperienced hunter, though, and wasn't skilled enough to kill a deer. After returning home empty-handed, the boy killed his father and then cut out his organs. He gave them to his mother and had her cook them. The mother, unaware, began eating and soon noticed the food was different and really tough to chew. Soon, she discovered that she was eating the flesh of her deceased husband. Once the mother found out, she was furious and cursed the child. As soon as the boy's grandfather heard, he ordered the boy to be tied up and whipped. After the disciplining was complete, the wounds were then cleaned with alcohol. Still, the young man's punishment wasn't over. The grandfather exiled the boy to the woods with his father's bones. Shortly after, vicious, hungry dogs were sent to hunt him. They would kill him soon in a horrific death. Once the young man was killed, he transitioned into the malevolent spirit. There are variations on how and why he died, but several things remain consistent, notably that he was cursed by some combination of his mother and grandfather, and also that starving, angry dogs were released to kill him. Today, El Silban is thought to be extremely tall and thin. It is thought he is somewhere around 20 to 40 feet tall, and he is said to wear farmer's clothing and carry a sack of bones, his father's. It's said that during dry season, El Silban can be seen sitting up in the sparse trees of the grasslands. While many say he is pure evil, others say that he only attacks wrongdoers. It is said he looks for drunks and womanizers on the street at night. When he finds them, he bashes them with a stick. According to legend, you'll know El Silban is around when you hear his whistle. If it's far away, that means he's close and you're in danger. If it sounds close though, he is far away and you're safe. Many believe the only thing that can save you from El Silban are barking dogs or the sound of a whip snapping. There hasn't been many physical descriptions of El Silban. This is because it's thought anyone who encounters him is killed. Over the years, the origin of where El Silban has been is debated. The story is thought to have originated in the 19th century from either the town of Guanarito or El Viejo, both of which are in Portuguesa. Portuguesa is located in Los Llanos, which is a region in Venezuela which is primarily composed of tropical grasslands. While many quickly dismissed El Silban as simply folklore, there are many in the Los Llanos region who have believed in the legend. It is believed if you are out in the grasslands and you hear a distant whistle, it might be just too late. In 1906, a teenage South African girl would become possessed by the devil. Considered one of the most famous and legitimate exorcism cases in history, this case is truly unique in that it was witnessed by such a massive number of people. At least 170 people saw the unbelievable feats performed by the teenage girl. In today's episode, we will explore the frightening case of Clara Germana Cele. Clara Germana Cele was born in Natal, South Africa in 1890. An orphan, she would live in Anglican St. Michael's Mission, although it's not evident at what point she entered. Some say her parents died, while others say her parents entrusted the nuns. In 1906, Clara, then 16 years old, made a confession that she had made a deal with the devil. There are several different stories regarding how and when this exactly occurred, but there's no dispute as to when the odd behavior started. On August 20th of that year, Clara began stripping and running through the door while talking to someone. It's said she saw a nun and then came back from her trance-like state. However, Clara's troubles were just beginning. Clara would have strange outbursts. The nuns at the school reported she would levitate both horizontally and vertically. It's said that she possessed intimate knowledge of people, including their darkest secrets, of people she never even spoke with. The nuns also alleged she could speak several different languages, of which she never had any exposure to. Others would see her body bending in impossible ways and having a strong aversion to anything religious, like holy water. One odd story says that Clara bit a nun, and the impression marks she left resembled that of a snake. To combat the evil, an exorcism was performed on September 11th, just 3 weeks after her initial incident. Father Horner, whom she confessed to, and another priest, Reverend Mansuetti, performed the exorcism. The exorcism lasted from the early hours of the morning until noon, and then commenced again at 3 the next day. The priest worked into the night and the next morning. Then in the chapel, in front of around 170 people, the entity would agree to leave. Allegedly, the demon told the priest he would mark his exit by allowing Clara's body to levitate. Clara was now free of the possession, or was she? 4 months later, in January 1907, a nun would hear a strange whisper in a room. When she went in, Clara was levitating yet again. Some reports indicate she had made another deal with the devil. Others allege the first exorcism didn't completely work and the demon had just gone dormant. Regardless, a second exorcism was performed. This one lasted for 2 days, and it's said that when the demon was exorcised, a foul smell came from her body. Clara would die 6 years later from heart failure at the young age of 22. The exorcism of Clara Germana Celli is certainly an interesting one, and one not well known. Clara had all the classic signs that someone possessed typically has. She was clairvoyant, had superhuman strength, and was able to levitate. Exorcisms have been around for hundreds, probably thousands of years, across all major religions. Today, modern-day exorcists still train for the rite and diagnose possession using many of the characteristics that Clara displayed. In 1917, the Russian Revolution began, with political unrest throughout the country. Due to economic hardship, food shortages, and government corruption, groups of rebels formed, named Bolsheviks, eventually taking control of the government. During this time, rebel forces fought across the country. As the country was in turmoil, these rebel groups often traversed dangerous, freezing cold temperatures in order to avoid confronting the enemy head-on. In the winter of 1925, one group of rebels was traveling through the snowy Pamir Mountains in Central Asia. The group was led by a general named Topilsky. One morning, the group would find strange footprints nearby the mouth of a cave. What they found next would puzzle Russian scientists to this day. In today's episode, we will explore this strange story, as well as one mad scientist from Russia who attempted to create a human-ape hybrid in the early 20th century. In 1925, in the freezing cold in modern-day Tajikistan, General Topilsky and his men were traversing the Pamir Mountains and were on the lookout for the enemy. Soon the men heard noises from a nearby cave, and believing it was the enemy, the men surrounded it. Then they heard a noise that didn't sound like any animal that resided in the mountain range. The men fired in the cave, and when the smoke cleared, what they saw next would truly shock them. As the men walked up to the cave, they would be stunned to see a naked, hairy humanoid dead in the snow. The rebels and Topilsky were absolutely puzzled at what they had just killed. Initially, they thought it was an ape, but as they looked closer, they could see that this was no ape. Brown bears live in the area, but this was definitely no brown bear. Even more so, the men all knew that no apes lived in this section of the mountains. The beast had many traits of being a normal human, but didn't look like a normal human. As they further examined the body, the hands and feet were wider than average. However, the legs and arms looked normal and seemed to be a normal length. The beast had wide bones, and it looked slightly Mongolian. Still, the creature had a heavy brow and a sloping forehead, which are not traits of Homo sapiens. As the men continued examining the body, some believed it was human, while others thought it was some sort of ape. After some time, the men decided to bury the beast under some rocks. In time, scholars in Russia would study this event and believe that Topilsky and his men had killed a Neanderthal. Neanderthals had successfully lived throughout Europe and much of Western Asia. They lived by hunting and fishing and lived in small communities. However, it's always been a mystery how they suddenly vanished in a few thousand years. It is believed by some that some Neanderthals did survive in tiny populations around the world in remote areas. Still, there's no hard evidence for this, and most tales of encounters with Neanderthal-looking beings or wild men have no physical evidence like photos or videos. Today, it's universally believed that the Neanderthal man vanished between 30,000 and 40,000 years ago when they were wiped out by Cro-Magnon invaders. The Cro-Magnon is modern-day humans' direct ancestor. They resemble us in every physical way. It is interesting that the Cro-Magnons suddenly came on the scene in Europe, although their exact origins still remain a mystery. A Russian scholar named Professor Porshunov of Moscow believed that the wild man seen in the woods of Russia were actually Neanderthals. The professor argued that many of the sightings of primitive wild men have many characteristics of the historic Neanderthal. He also went on to say it appears these wild men had lost all their tool making and hunting skills and fallen back into a way of life more primitive than they had compared to their ancestors 40,000 years ago. In Mongolia and parts of Russia, these wild men have long been called by locals as almas. It's important to note, too, that there appears to be a thin line between the wild men and more ape-like creatures like Sasquatch. Some believe that these wild men are actually a descendant of apes. Russia, though, has a long history with people having encounters with wild men or almas. One of the most well-known stories concerning a Russian trying to breed a wild man or alma concerns a Russian scientist named Ilya Ivanov. Ivanov was a Russian biologist who specialized in artificial insemination. Nicknamed the Red Frankenstein, Ivanov traveled to Guinea in February 1926 with the goal of creating a hybrid, half-man, half-ape. It's important to point out during this time the Bolsheviks were very strict and almost let no one leave the country. Despite this, the Soviet Union was very interested in what Ivanov could do. This was most likely due to the fact that if he was successful, that it would prove Darwin right and that Homo sapiens did in fact evolve from apes. Since the Bolsheviks were trying to get rid of a religion, more evidence supporting Darwin's theory could help their cause. Ivanov would travel around and get several chimps and try to cross humans and apes several ways. First, he tried to implant a woman's uterus just into an ape and inseminate the ape with human sperm. Next, he tried to inseminate women with chimp sperm. At first, he couldn't find any volunteers in Guinea, as the area under French rule wouldn't allow it. So he decided to go to the subtropical Soviet Republic of Abkhazia. There, he would travel along with around 4 chimps and would find 5 volunteers willing to be inseminated. Reports say the women volunteered for the experiment, but more than likely they were forced to. Many have questioned why the Soviet government and Ivanov himself would want to do these experiments. Some think the Soviets were trying to create some type of super soldier for their army by combining a human's intelligence with an ape's strength. Over the years, there's been numerous reports of wild men and even wild women like Zana of Abkhazia, which we covered in a prior episode. Still to date, we are no closer to discovering whether these beasts are human, ape, or something new altogether. On October 18th, 1872, around 9 p.m., Alan Powell Surrency arrived home on his farm in Georgia to find a bewildered family and friends. Mr. Surrency was shocked to learn a series of inexplicable events had just been occurring around the house. Objects had been levitating, dishes were flying across the room, vases were falling to the floor, and all of this was occurring seemingly by itself with no apparent source. Initially, Alan couldn't believe it. However, very soon, the paranormal activity would restart, and Alan and his family would experience years of what would be destructive and often violent paranormal activity. In today's episode, we will examine the Surrency Poltergeist. The night of October 18th, shortly before Alan arrived home, his daughter, Clementine, was waiting by the train for Alan. That day, the trains were running late and it began getting dark out. As she started down the dark train path, she caught a glimpse of a strange, creepy tall man. Scared, she hustled home, and eventually, as she reached home, small stones began landing near her. It seemed someone was throwing stones, yet no one was around. She went inside, and several of her father's friends were waiting for him. She didn't say anything about the stones or the man, and headed into the kitchen. As she walked in, Clementine would hear stones hitting the ceiling of the house. She told her mother what had happened, and her mother instructed the men to head outside and look for the culprit. The men went out, but found no one was anywhere to be found. As the men came in, the strange paranormal activity began occurring inside the house. Initially, it began in the kitchen, and then seemed to spread to other parts of the home. The night of October 18th, the paranormal activity would continue throughout the night and would cease up the morning of October 19th. However, things were just beginning. October 18th was the date the family realized something abnormal was occurring. However, earlier in the year, the strange activity appeared to start in the summer with Alan's wife. One day, Alan's wife was sewing when she began hearing a noise. As she looked up, she saw a pitcher rocking back and forth. No one was around. Then the pitcher levitated and then poured the water in it out, and it flew to the ground, breaking. On another occasion, Alan's wife was eating with her children when the door closed very slowly by itself. Alan's wife looked at it and said quietly, "That was done by the wind." Then the door flung open and two windows opened and began raising and lowering by themselves. While these incidents occurred early on, the November events would draw the attention of everyone. On the afternoon of November 19th, the paranormal activity would restart, and soon neighbors would come over and witness the hauntings. Skeptics were quickly converted to believers as they saw things such as clothes and shoes being thrown around by themselves. Soon the press got a hold of the story, and reporters flocked to the home. As time progressed, more reporters came, many times from overseas and up north. On one occasion, a pint glass flew between a reporter and one of Mr. Surrency's daughters, who were having a conversation. Several investigative reporters showed up, and Mr. Surrency told them a story of a clock. The hands began spinning super quickly, and that the clock would chime 13 times. More and more people would come to the home, and eventually the train station nearby would have a designated stop for people wanting to go to the Surrency farm. It said hundreds of people witnessed the activity, with some having investigative backgrounds as well. The entity wasn't violent early on, but eventually several incidents occurred. On one occasion, one of Mr. Surrency's sons was sleeping, and an iron was dropped on his back. At the time, the iron was down in the cellar and somehow ended up upstairs. Also, one of the servants was walking with a baby and got hit in the back by a glass bottle. Fed up with the activity, the family attempted to stay with their neighbors, known as the Battersons. The paranormal activity continued there though, and the family would leave quickly. In February 1873, things would take a turn for the worst. Alan's son, John, walked into the dining hall and his older brother was sitting by a fire. Then, one of the heavy iron andirons began to levitate. It smashed his brother in the head, knocking him to the ground. His brother got up bleeding and dazed, but somehow it hit him again. John attempted to stop it, but was overpowered. His brother took off running, but the object pursued him and knocked him out. The next day, the family moved to the other house on the property that they had. They achieved peace there for about 10 days. Then the activity would start at the other home. In time, the family would have to abandon both homes and move across the county. Years later, in 1877, Alan died. This is when it appears that the haunting stopped. In 1925, the original home was burned to the ground. Over the years, many theories and questions have been raised with this case. This haunting has been said to be an extremely well-documented case. However, our research finds a variety of inconsistencies in various reports and sources. For example, some sources say voices were never heard, while others say laughter could be heard. Also, with so many reporters entering the house, some of the stories were found to be false. For example, one involves a pig appearing out of nowhere in the dining room. To us, the events around the home were typical of poltergeist activity. The entity never manifested, other than the red eyes that were seen through the windows. Disturbances were non-stop and lasted for years. Much of the activity involved objects being destroyed, being thrown, or levitating. The entity also followed the family from home to home, which is what happens in most poltergeist cases. The poltergeist haunts the person, not the place. This raises the question, who was the subject of the haunting? While much speculation has occurred over the cause of the haunting and the person, in 1905, a reporter interviewed John Surrency, then around age 50. John revealed he believed his mother was the source. As mentioned earlier, she appeared to experience the first events. It should be said, though, that usually teenage girls are subjects in poltergeist hauntings. One other question is why this haunting occurred. The family had lived in the home for nearly 20 years with no activity. Some suggest the home was haunted because of something like Indian burial grounds, being close to ley lines, or ancient wars that occurred on the grounds. We suspect something different might be causing this. In late 1864, General Sherman marched to the sea during the Civil War, imposing his scorched earth policies. His tactics were downright brutal, burning everything in sight, and sometimes even burning homes with citizens inside. There's countless stories of ghosts from the Civil War, soldiers appearing in full uniform in present day. It's possible somehow the entity might be linked to the death and destruction that occurred during that time. The home of the Surrencys appears to be near Sherman's path, but doesn't seem to be directly in the path. Still, the home is only 85 miles from Savannah, where Sherman's march ended. It's reasonable to assume somehow this could be connected. Perhaps in time more info will come out on this destructive entity. In April of 1908, a French magazine named Gisby-Simpson would publish a collection of stories involving a strange beast said to be roaming the western Yukon Territory in Canada. Written by George Dupuy, the stories would captivate the minds of readers and lead to much speculation as to what this beast was. A year after the stories were published, they were translated into English and published in the Strand magazine. Without question, the most famous of these stories occurred in 1903 and involves several men eyewitnessing a large dinosaur-like creature in the wild. In today's episode, we will examine the story as well as the possibility of such a creature still existing. In 1903, Canadian hunters James Butler and Tom Leemore were out tracking a large moose in a place known as Partridge Creek. As the two men hiked through the wet area, they soon discovered a large indentation in the mud. Some enormous creature had left massive footprints around 2.5 feet wide and what appeared to be a tail path. The tail path measured around 10 feet. The men abandoned tracking the moose and began cautiously following the large tracks. They would lose the trail in a large ditch as the tracks disappeared. The men then headed to the Armstrong Creek trading post. At this spot, the men had planned on rendezvousing with George Dupuy. As the men met with Dupuy, they told him the story, but Dupuy was extremely skeptical. After some time, the men decided to form a hunting party. Leemore, Butler, and Dupuy would all go. The men would also recruit Reverend Pierre Lavenal and a few members of the First Nation tribe. The men weren't sure what the creature was or how dangerous, but there was a general concern as many families lived in the area. As such, the men went out heavily armed and ready to anticipate they would be taking down something massive. Once the men got to Partridge Creek, they set up camp. Some time went by and nothing happened. Then, finally, the men heard a bone-chilling growl, and the men hopped up and grabbed their weapons. The creature would emerge. It was a massive, around 50 feet long, with a horn on its snout and spikes running down its back. It was on all fours, but sensed the men and stood up on its hind legs, letting out a ferocious roar. Rather than attack the men, the monster headed another direction toward a waterway and vanished. It would later be said that the creature was similar to a Ceratosaurus, a dinosaur that went extinct millions of years ago. While this sighting is the most famous of the beast of Partridge Creek, it is not the only one to occur. A few years later, in 1907, another sighting would occur. Reverend Lavenal and 10 of his parishioners would report seeing the creature. This time the monster was carrying a caribou in its mouth. The Reverend wrote a letter to Dupuy about this event. Dupuy wasn't initially going to write the story of his encounter in the beast. He believed it was too strange. However, after getting the Reverend's letter, he decided to move forward with the stories. Over the years, there's been much skepticism and critique of the beast of Partridge Creek. Many say there's no way something that big could live and still be undiscovered by modern society. One other thing critics point to is the harsh, frigid conditions of the Yukon Territory. It is said an animal that size, if it is really a living Ceratosaurus, wouldn't be able to survive the cold. However, there have been many findings of dinosaurs in the Arctic, suggesting these animals could survive in very cold conditions. It should also be pointed out there is still much debate over what dinosaurs lived where and what temperatures they thrived in. While many scoff at the notion of dinosaurs potentially still living in cold conditions, we should point out an interesting series of stories that occurred in the Soviet Union in the 1920s. It was reported that several dinosaur-like creatures were seen on the Kamchatka Peninsula. Several hunters would manage to find a young corpse of one of them that was killed in the wilderness. Some speculated during this time that some of these creatures might have crossed the Bering Strait to Alaska when it was cold enough. Some think that the beast of Partridge Creek is a new species. It could be one that is semi-aquatic or potentially hibernates during the harsh winter. There are countless examples of animals adapting to survive in nature. One example is the tree frog that survives in the Yukon region. To respond to freezing temperatures, the body of the frog floods its body with cryoprotectants that help keep the frog from freezing. They also bury themselves deep in the snow when it gets extremely cold. Many will also question an animal that size getting enough food. It should be said though, many massive animals in the polar regions hibernate in order to survive. While stories around the beast of Partridge Creek are certainly fascinating, it should be said that no physical evidence was ever collected. There were no footprint castings, photos, or other hard evidence. Some of this is understandable though, as cameras weren't in widespread use and people didn't hunt with casting material. It seems more likely than not this cryptid doesn't exist. Perhaps it did at one time though. If it did, it would surely be a fascinating one and one that would raise many questions. In 2014, Las Vegas resident and long-distance hiker Kenny Veach was out hiking in the Mojave Desert near Nellis Air Force Base. Sometime on his hike, Kenny reached a strange cave that appeared hidden and was shaped in an almost perfect M. Kenny began to approach the cave, but as he did, his whole body began to vibrate. The closer he got, the more intense the vibrating became. Scared, Kenny quickly hiked out of the area. Perplexed by the event, Kenny would return to the desert to search for the cave again on November 10th, 2014, but he was never seen or heard from again. In today's episode, we will examine the strange disappearance of Kenny Veach and theories about what happened to him. Kenny Veach, then aged 47, was an experienced hiker in the desert. He had hiked thousands of miles through the desert and entered many caves. Known as an extreme hiker, Kenny often hiked the desert with very little water or food. His experience allowed him to perform these dangerous hikes by himself and return back safely time and time again. Several months before Kenny's last hike, Kenny had left a comment on a YouTube video. In this comment, Kenny described the situation he encountered with the mysterious M Cave. This comment would take on a life of its own the next few months. Many were skeptical and didn't believe him. Some did, and a variety of theories arose on the internet. Online users began asking Kenny to go find the cave and document his findings for a YouTube channel. In October 2014, with a camera in hand, Veach would set out to look for the cave. After much searching, Kenny wasn't able to locate the cave. Despite not being able to find it, Kenny was positive he could. In a YouTube video, Kenny stated he would return again to the desert with hopes of finding the M Cave. While most were excited by the news, one creepy comment appeared from someone. The user said, "No, don't go back there. If you find the cave entrance, do not go in. If you do, you won't get out." Kenny would ask the user why, but never got a response. On November 10th, 2014, Kenny would set out on a hike in the Mojave Desert and was never seen or heard from again. A search ensued once Kenny didn't return from his hike. His cell phone was found on a rock outside a mine. Many thought he could have died in the mine. However, an extensive search of the area revealed he didn't enter or any other evidence. 1 month later, Kenny's girlfriend would comment on his YouTube channel that he was missing and asked for help searching. The Mojave Desert is a remote, hostile area that few venture into. The area has a variety of animals that are extremely dangerous. Food and water are scarce. The area has many abandoned mines, as silver and other metals are known to exist in the region. The area is also said to have a countless number of caves. Many speculate just what's in these caves and how they could be interconnected. In a prior episode, we explored Death Valley's legendary underground city, a city that several early 20th century explorers claim to have found. After Kenny's disappearance, various theories began to surface about what had happened to him. The first is that Kenny had found the M cave, went inside, and it killed him. Some believe that the cave linked to some type of underground military base. In 2016, Kenny's girlfriend posted a comment on his YouTube page that was truly shocking. She believed Kenny had gone out into the wilderness to kill himself. It said Kenny was in massive debt from his failed business venture. Kenny's father had killed himself in his 20s. Kenny's girlfriend noted that he went out into the desert with very little, but perhaps most telling, he did not bring his camera. A third theory is that Kenny saw a covert military exercise, or perhaps something else he wasn't supposed to see. Proponents of this theory note that no tracks were found outside the mine his cell phone was located. Some believe his cell phone was planted there. It's no secret that several top-secret military installations are located in the Mojave Desert. The fourth theory is that Veach died from natural elements. Perhaps he was bit by a venomous snake or spider. It's also possible he miscalculated something in his journey. Veach was known as an extreme hiker and took big risks. Did he run out of water or food and become extremely sick? Some point out he was following a specific route, a path he was familiar with, so becoming disoriented seems unlikely. Some believe Veach entered a cave and either got lost, fell down a hole, or maybe got bit by a rattlesnake. With thousands of caves, many hidden, it's certainly possible he went into another cave and perished. What are the explanations for what Veach encountered that day, though, with that mysterious cave? One is that Veach encountered infrasound from the cave. Infrasound are low-frequency vibrations that can cause hallucinations and feelings of dread by people who experience them. Infrasound can be either man-made or occur naturally. One strange noise, often described as low frequency, that occurs nearby is the Taos hum. Taos is a town in New Mexico, and for decades, many have reported hearing a strange hum. Some don't hear it, others get violently ill. To date, no one knows exactly what it is. Was the noise coming from the cave a secret military test? Or was this just something naturally occurring? Something that might even come and go, or something that not everyone could even hear or feel. Some think Veach might have felt the vibrations due to a state of exhaustion. We will probably never find this humming cave. However, maybe one day we will discover the body of Kenny Veach and know what happened to him. In 1970, Laurent Dumont, age 10 at the time, was fishing with his family out on Lake Manitoba in the Winnipeg province of Canada. As the day winded down and the family started heading back to shore, the family saw something in the water ahead. It wasn't a floating log, and it appeared as shiny black humps poking out just above the water. Dumont would say the skin texture resembled an orca. As they got closer, Dumont and his family, well aware of the legendary creature that inhabited the lake, became excited as they might finally be able to see the creature up close. Then, around 20 to 30 feet away, the creature dipped under the water and disappeared. Dumont and his family had came close to seeing the mysterious water creature said to inhabit Lake Manitoba, a creature that has become to be known as Manipogo. Manipogo is typically described as having a muddy brown body with humps that show above the water. Witnesses say the creature is around 12 to 50 feet in length, and some report it has a sheep-like or reptile-like head. It has been described as eel-like or snake-like in appearance. While many quickly dismiss Manipogo as folklore and a creature that never existed, there's quite a bit of evidence that something could have been in this lake, or perhaps still is. On Friday, August 18, 1961, a newspaper article written in the Calgary Herald details how many in the surrounding communities believe something was in the lake. Dr. James McLeod, a university professor and head of zoology at the University of Manitoba, was convinced something was in the lake. In the article, it details how Dr. McLeod spoke with many residents that witnessed the creature. The article states that every year since 1955, parties of swimmers, fishermen, and sightseers reported sighting the monster around late July or early August. Also, it mentions a strange, unknown bone discovered as well by resident Oscar Fredrickson. Later, the bone was said to be likely from an ancient sea monster that swam inland after the last ice age. Dr. McLeod was convinced that the monster existed. He planned to use skin divers in large nets to search for it, but unfortunately wasn't able to find any hard evidence. It should be said the lake is fairly shallow at only around 23 feet, but with such a large lake and working in dark conditions, it's very reasonable to assume that skin divers could have easily missed hard evidence and also simply not even searched a good portion of the area. A year prior to Dr. McLeod's search, perhaps the most famous sighting of the beast would occur in 1960. On August 10th, 1960, 17 people said they saw 3 creatures swimming in the water. It's reported many of the witnesses didn't know one another, but all never wavered in their story. One of the witnesses that day, Tom Locke, a land inspector, would dub the name of the creature as Manipogo. Another popular sighting that occurred in the early 1960s occurred in 1962. 2 fishermen, Richard Vincent and John Conefall, alleged to have seen a large monster similar to a serpent or giant snake. The men were on their boat on Lake Manitoba near the mouth of the Waterhen River. Vincent took a photo of the sighting, and to date this appears to be the only alleged photo of Manipogo. Although sightings date back to the 1800s, the first documented sighting was reported in 1909 by Hudson Bay's Company's fur trader Valentine Mackay, who says he saw a massive snake-like creature. Still, other documented sightings occurred as well in modern day. In 1989, Sean Smith and his family were visiting from Minneapolis, Minnesota. They were on a camping trip and stayed at Shallow Point off Highway number 6 on Lake Manitoba. While on the lake, Smith says they saw a creature about 80 feet in length with many humps coming from the water. In 1997, campers from Quebec who were on Lundar Beach Campground alleged to see a large reptile head rise above the water and then disappear below the surface. The creature was several hundred feet offshore, but still panic ensued and swimmers evacuated the water. The official statement was that the object was a log, but a search of the area didn't find this. In 2004, commercial fisherman Keith Hayden reported some of his fishing nets on Lake Manitoba were torn up by something even more strange. The fish in the nets weren't nibbled on, but were actually bitten in half. This, of course, raised the question as to what could actually do this. Lake Manitoba is located around 47 miles to the northwest of Winnipeg and is the 14th largest lake in Canada at 1,785 square miles, often overshadowed by the nearby massive Lake Winnipeg. Lake Manitoba is a popular spot for fishing, campers, and outdoorsmen. While many have come to the lake, some have reported seeing the creature in the water over the years. In fact, native tribes have told stories of the beast for centuries, and finally in 1960 the creature was named Manipogo in a tribute to the more famous Canadian cryptid water monster Ogopogo. There are those that believe the monster is nothing more than wishful thinking. In 1959, local radio DJ Don Curtin got word about a sighting of Manipogo. He went and interviewed the witness and played it the next day. The interview was wildly popular, and soon many people were out in their boats looking for Manipogo. It's said in the area every summer Manipogo fever exists as sightings and the popularity of the creature explodes. There are several theories concerning Manipogo. The first is that Manipogo is simply a moose and its calf or calves. It's well documented that when moose and their calves travel through water, it can appear as humps in the water. Also, an individual moose could appear as humps if the head is above water as well as its humps. While this can explain some of the sightings, it surely cannot explain all of them though. For example, any sighting where the creature disappeared under the water for an extended period couldn't be a moose, as they obviously need oxygen. The second theory is that it could be a sturgeon. Sturgeons breach the water and do a tail walk in a pose that makes it look like the neck and head of a sea serpent. Sturgeon never stop growing and are the largest freshwater fish in Lake Manitoba. The average size is about 5 feet, though they can grow up to 7 or 8 feet at least. Another explanation is that it is simply an eel or snake, and that witnesses have misjudged the size. Other theories include that it is some type of prehistoric creature that survived the last ice age, or perhaps a new, reclusive species. Canada is renowned for its number of water cryptids, and Manipogo draws many comparisons to a water cryptid from British Columbia known as Ogopogo, said to inhabit Okanagan Lake. While no concrete evidence has ever been found, there has been numerous eyewitness sightings that have continued to present day. The community embraces the cryptid, and many, despite any evidence, believe something exists in the lake. On March 28, 1959, 3 friends would encounter one of the strangest and creepiest cryptids in modern history. Denny Patterson, Wayne Armstrong, and Michael Lane, then teenagers living in Ohio, were wandering around the swampy shores of the Charles Mill Reservoir when they saw what can only be described as a monster. In today's episode, we will examine the beast that became to be known as the Charles Mill Lake Monster. As the teenagers were walking along the banks on the night of March 28th, they would see something truly astonishing. A black head began rising out of the water. It was getting bigger and bigger, and soon the strange amphibious creature was 7 feet tall, With piercing green eyes, the monster was armless and hairless and had a dark color. Terrified, the boys fled and immediately went to inform the police of their story. The police hesitantly went to the reservoir to see what might have spooked the teenagers. To their surprise, they saw large, webbed footprints leading out of the water. 4 years would pass and no more sightings would occur of the monster. Then, in 1963, the beast was seen again. A witness reported seeing large, green eyes and a colossal beast. That would be the last sighting of this creature. However, another monster is said to roam in this area as well. This cryptid has been seen over the years, although there aren't many documented accounts. This creature is described as humanoid, similar to Bigfoot, but possessing glowing orange eyes. Some believe that these two cryptids might be linked somehow. Over the years, there's been several theories as to what this creature is or was. With so few witnesses, many speculate that this simply could have been a prank. There tends to be quite a bit of evidence leading to this conclusion. The footprints could have been made by the teenagers. Also, just 5 years earlier, the hit movie The Creature from the Black Lagoon was released and was wildly successful. Without question, the boy's description was very similar to the monster from the movie. While it's certainly possible this was simply a prank from the boys, it could have also been the case of mistaken identity. Many have suggested that it could have been a diver coming from the water. This doesn't really explain the green eyes and size though. It is possible though the boys didn't get a good look and couldn't see the arms. The footprints were seen after the event and were described as huge, so that leads much doubt as well that a normal-sized man was under the water. Other theories suggest that this creature was extraterrestrial or interdimensional in nature. While many speculate that alien life exists under the oceans, there's also several strange cases of beings and ships being seen under the water. One famous case is the Lake Baikal swimmers from Russia. Could the Charles Mill Lake monster be an extraterrestrial that took up residence under the water? Or did this being possibly come from another dimension? Many speculate that Bigfoot and other cryptids travel through some type of portal to our world. Charles Mill Lake Reservoir has been described as the perfect spot for a swamp monster to live. It is very muddy with an abundance of fish like bass and catfish. However, it is also a popular recreational spot, and many campers and fishermen come here. It seems that if a creature was still lurking around, more witness reports would have come in. Perhaps, though, back in the 1950s, something truly bizarre was living in those murky waters. Taphophobia is defined as an abnormal fear of being buried alive as a result of being mistakenly pronounced dead. This fear has been around for centuries, with famous authors such as Pliny the Elder and Edgar Allan Poe writing about the topic. In the 1700s, the safety coffin was invented, which used a variety of devices to allow people thought deceased to communicate with those above the ground. The most notable design includes some type of bell that someone buried prematurely could ring if they woke up in their coffin. In modern day, there is still quite a fear of being buried alive, even with numerous advances in medicine. In today's episode, we will examine a frightening kidnapping case that occurred in 1968, where a woman was buried alive for 83 hours. This case is known as the Barbara Mackle kidnapping. In December 1968, Barbara Mackle, a 20-year-old student at Emory University in Atlanta, Georgia, contracted the Hong Kong flu, which was ultimately responsible for killing several million people worldwide. Due to the seriousness of the scenario, Barbara's mother, Jane, drove up from Florida to pick up her daughter and bring her back home. Barbara came from a wealthy family, with her father being an extremely successful real estate developer. On the night of December 17th, Barbara and Jane checked into the Roadway Inn Motel in Decatur, Georgia. They would spend the night and then drive back in the morning to Florida. In the middle of the night, around 4 a.m., the two women heard a knock on the door. Jane got up and looked through the peephole and saw two officers. One of the officers told Jane that Barbara's boyfriend, Stuart Hunt Woodward, had been in a serious automobile wreck. Jane quickly swung open the door and immediately realized that the two people were not cops and had just been impersonating them. It was a man and a woman. The woman was pretending to be a male cop. The two stormed the room, chloroformed Jane, and tied her up. They grabbed Barbara and forced her down to the car. As she walked, Barbara was instructed to keep absolutely quiet. The two individuals that had kidnapped Barbara were Gary Stephen Christ, then age 23, and Honduran Ruth Eisman Shire, then age 26. These individuals had stalked Barbara for months. They handpicked Barbara due to her family wealth and also her toughness. Once all three were in the car, the kidnappers drove around 20 miles away to a pine forest. There, they walked Barbara back in the woods to where a pre-dug grave existed. There was an open coffin down below, and Kirst and Eisman Shire forced Barbara to climb down in it. The box down below was no ordinary coffin, though. The box had been modified so that a person could stay alive for a period of time. The coffin had an air pump, food, a lamp, and water that was heavily dosed with sedatives. Once Barbara finally lied down, the kidnappers forced her to hold a kidnap sign and took a photo. Then the burying began. Barbara screamed as the dirt hit the box. She continued to hear the sound of the dirt hit the box, and it soon became fainter and fainter before she couldn't hear anything at all. Robert Mackle, Barbara's father, would soon be contacted by Kirst and Eisman Shire in a note. They wanted $500,000 in exchange for Barbara's life. Working with the FBI, Mackle had to meet the kidnappers' demands, which were the ransom should be put in a suitcase and that only Robert should drop it in the woods. Also, he had to put a classified ad in the Miami Herald that said, "Loved one, please come home. We will pay all expenses and meet you anywhere at any time. Your family." Mackle dropped off the money and Kirst kept his word, notifying the FBI of the approximate location of Barbara. On the morning of December 20th, FBI agents spread across the forest, found the burial site, and frantically dug up the box with their hands. Barbara was alive and in good shape considering the circumstances. After the initial shock and fear of being buried alive, Barbara had managed to transition to a calmer state under the ground. She was buried for 83 hours, more than 3 days. In her book, 83 Hours Until Dawn, Barbara noted how she thought of spending Christmas with her family and never doubted she would be rescued. Meanwhile, Kirst and Eisman Shire split up and fled. At this point, the FBI didn't have the identities of the kidnappers. However, that would quickly change. The FBI were able to track down the Volvo Kirst had abandoned, and paperwork in the car revealed both kidnappers' identities. Within a day, a tip led to finding Kirst in the Florida swamps. Kirst was sentenced to life in prison, but got out on parole after just 10 years. Several months after Kirst was arrested, in March 1969, Eisman Shire, who was the first female on the FBI's most wanted list, was arrested in Oklahoma. She had applied for a hospital job, and her fingerprints from her background check were discovered by authorities. Eismanshire was sentenced to 7 years. She served 4 and then was deported back to Honduras. Perhaps the most shocking aspect of this story is what happened to Curse after prison. Curse went on to medical school in Mexico, eventually becoming a doctor. He applied to practice in Alabama and was rejected, but he did get accepted to practice medicine in Indiana and did so for years. In 2003, his medical license was revoked, and soon he would turn back to his old habits. This time, though, Curse would begin drug smuggling and would eventually get arrested in 2006 and serve 5 years. This case is truly a strange one, with many questions surrounding why they had to bury Barbara and they couldn't have just tied her up. Also, the kidnappers seem to get off pretty easily for what many consider to be an extremely cruel act. This is truly one case that could have been much more worse for everyone. In April of 1991, Christopher Case, aged 35, a music executive from Seattle, Washington, was found dead in his apartment. The coroner would immediately determine at the scene that Christopher had died from heart failure. However, as the weeks progressed and more information came to light, it became apparent something strange had happened to Christopher before he died. In the week leading up to his death, Chris had called numerous friends, panicking that he had a curse placed on him by a witch and would be dead by the end of the week. Furthermore, at the crime scene, there was a number of books on the occult, as well as salt spread around as if he was attempting to repel something. In today's episode, we will examine this bizarre case with its many unanswered questions. Christopher Case originally grew up in Richmond, Virginia, and was a small-town radio DJ. He was very healthy, intelligent, and a well-liked young man who was passionate about personal fitness. He took vitamin supplements daily and was known for being a gym rat. Sometime in his early 30s, Christopher decided to pursue his dream of becoming a music executive, so he moved from Richmond, Virginia to Seattle, Washington. Once he landed in Seattle, Christopher started working for Muzak Holdings. Chris was doing well in his job. He had been promoted several times and was well liked. Despite this, he had been single for many years. Christopher didn't prefer to go out and socialize. He rather would stay in and listen to music. His work kept him busy and traveling around the world too. Then, a trip to San Francisco in 1991 would change his life forever. On April 11th of 1991, Christopher took a business trip to San Francisco to meet with other record executives. The night of the 11th, one of Christopher's co-workers called a friend who lived in the area. The woman brought along another woman, and this woman was attractive, demanding, and around 20 years older than Chris. Still, Chris and the woman bonded as they shared a passion for music of the ancient world, such as Egyptian music. As the two began conversing, Chris was excited as the two had much in common. The two would talk for hours, but Chris wasn't interested in the woman romantically. He viewed the woman in a platonic sense. However, the woman didn't reciprocate those feelings, and it was obvious to Chris that she was interested in him. As the night was coming to an end, the woman asked Chris to come back to her place, located just down the road. Chris politely declined, but the woman was persistent, asking multiple times. After rejecting her offer several times, the woman became enraged, and what she would tell Chris next would truly be shocking. Chris stood up, and the angered woman said that she was actually a witch, and she would put a curse on him. The woman told Chris he would be sorry, and would be dead within the week. Chris, of course, didn't believe the woman and thought she was crazy. The next day, on April 12th, Chris flew back to Seattle and called his friend Sammy Sauter. Both of them laughed at the situation and agreed it was a crazy experience and that he made the right call getting away from this woman. The next day, on April 13th, Chris would return to his normal routine and seemingly forgot about the experience. However, that night, the curse would begin. As Chris went to sleep, he began to hear strange whispers outside the door. When he went to investigate, no one was there. On multiple occasions, Chris would go and lay down in his bed, and as soon as he did, he heard whispering somewhere in his apartment. As soon as he went to go check the whispering in the room, it would stop. Then he heard whispering in another part of the house. Again, when he went to check, crickets. This happened again and again. Chris was convinced initially someone broke in the house, but things would only get worse when Chris began seeing shadows moving around. He would see them out of the corner of his eye darting across the rooms. Eventually, in his small apartment, Chris turned on all the lights, but still whispers persisted. All night long, Chris heard and saw things he couldn't explain. He would stay up the entire night, terrified. The next morning, on April 14th, a panicked Chris called Sammy and recalled the story. Suddenly, the curse didn't seem like a laughing matter. Chris was an atheist and considered by his friends as someone who didn't believe this type of stuff. He was a skeptic and always looked for the rational explanation. On the night of April 14th, it would bring more strange activity in Chris's apartment. Like the night before, he kept hearing whispers and seeing strange shadows. It would be another frightening, sleepless night for Chris. However, paranormal activity was really just beginning. On the night of April 15th, things would get even worse for Chris after 2 sleepless nights. Chris was able to finally fall asleep. Then, in the middle of the night, Chris woke up paralyzed and began hearing whispers. He heard them outside his door, and then from the closet. He wasn't able to move though, and thought it could be a dream. Then, things got even more terrifying. Chris watched in horror as a black figure stood next to his bed. It hovered over him and began strangling him. He couldn't breathe, and the figure lifted him off the bed and then threw him back down. Chris then noticed his mattress was stained with blood, and there were cuts on his fingertips. His neck was tender when he went to touch it. Completely terrified, he called Sammy again. Sammy suggested going to the police, but Chris was embarrassed and doesn't know how to explain the situation. Sammy wanted to help Chris, but wasn't sure how. She was multiple time zones away and couldn't come over and just spend the night. Chris decided that something was going on, and he was convinced there was something to this witch's curse. So he decided to visit a bookstore named Evangel Incorporated, a religious bookstore. There, Chris came in and grabbed all the crucifixes and asked the store's manager, Rodney Higuchi, about where all the books on demonic possession and witchcraft were. Chris told Rodney what had been happening to him, and Rodney provided some suggestions for Chris. After buying crucifixes and many books, Christopher headed back to his apartment and scattered salt throughout the apartment, including piles in the corners, as well as putting crucifixes in every room. It was clear Chris at this point was trying everything to ward off what was attacking him. Despite his efforts to rid the evil, Chris would seemingly continue to be tortured. On the evening of April 16th, Chris abandoned his apartment in the wee hours of the morning and checked into a hotel. We don't know exactly what happened to him that night that terrified him so much. On the morning of April 17th, Sammy continued calling Chris, but couldn't reach him as he was at the hotel. Scared, Sammy decided to call the police to have them check on Chris. The police did a welfare check, but as the door was locked to the apartment, they couldn't do much. They informed Sammy to call back if she didn't hear from him in a day or two. This day, Chris would also go and speak with a priest and return to the bookstore in hopes of defeating the evil. That same day, Sammy went to work and she returned home to hear the last message she would ever hear from Chris. He sounded defeated and at peace with his fate. He said that he was under attack and tonight he was going to be killed. He said that there was nothing he could do about it. Sammy knew the police wouldn't be able to help, so she decided to go to bed and try calling Chris tomorrow. Chris didn't go to work on the 18th, and eventually Sammy was notified. She called the police again and asked them to visit his apartment as she was very worried. The police went over, and this time the door was unlocked. Then, the police went inside and discovered Chris's body in his bathroom. The scene was extremely bizarre, with burned candles throughout the apartment, as well as salt lines and crucifixes everywhere. Chris was in the bathroom, fully clothed, and there were no signs of foul play. On the scene, the coroner ruled it as a heart attack, natural causes. The death of Christopher Case is truly a strange one. Christopher exercised religiously and had an extremely successful career. His friends and family disputed the claim that he could have died from myocarditis. Myocarditis deaths often involve people feeling lethargic for weeks ahead of time. Like many others, they are convinced something else happened. Over the years, there's been many theories and questions surrounding this strange case. The first theory is that this woman did indeed use some sort of curse on Chris. Christopher called several different people, telling them disturbing things that were happening to him. This rules out someone like Sammy making it up or exaggerating the story. Several friends and others stated he was convinced something was after him. It's evident that Chris truly believes something supernatural was happening to him. Before the incident, Chris was a self-described atheist and didn't believe in the supernatural. Yet something clearly happened to this man that made him fearful for his life. It also appears that there could be multiple supernatural elements that could be at play. Several questions around this include, did the curse create some sort of thin place around Chris that allowed entities not of this world to pass over and get him? Another question concerns whether he was attacked by shadow people. He said while paralyzed that a black shadow came out and sat on his chest. This is eerily similar to other people who have experienced attacks while paralyzed in their sleep. One question concerns the woman herself. Was she a demon or some sort of evil entity? Perhaps she wanted to lure Chris back, kill him, and when he said no, the entity decided to go after him a different way? There are, of course, theories that suggest everything is explainable. One suggests Chris had a psychotic break. Perhaps the nutritional supplements he took had some sort of strange side effect. Also, there is the placebo effect. Maybe upon hearing the strange line from this woman, Chris started thinking about it and started to believe it was true, when in fact, all was normal. Proponents of this theory believe that he imagined the noises and shadows. As he became more tired, paranoia set in, and he started to hear and fear more. After not sleeping for days, he became more susceptible, and suddenly his heart couldn't take it anymore. Perhaps the biggest question in this case concerns the woman. Who was this woman? Could she be tracked down? Or was she ever interviewed? Some reports indicate it was a co-worker's friend's friend. If that's the case, then we should be able to get a name and possibly background information on her. Perhaps the police did investigate this angle and determined they didn't want people harassing the woman and kept her name private in the reports. It could also be the case no one bothered to follow up on this lead, as there were no signs of foul play. While discovering this woman's identity would be interesting to know, we must also consider that this could ruin an innocent woman's life. She might be harassed by true crime fans and blamed for his death. The woman would have been in her 50s in 1991, since it was reported she was 20 years older than Chris, so she's probably in her 80s today, if still alive. Another interesting angle not well explored is that Sammy, Chris's friend, according to a 1991 Seattle Times news article, was a psychic. Psychics alleged to be able to converse with the other side, and supposedly have abilities most people do not. That said, she would have had the unique ability, possibly, to hear and see what Chris was experiencing. It's understandable that she couldn't see him though, as she was on the other side of the country. Overall, the death of Christopher Case is truly a fascinating one, and has many unanswered questions. When most people think of Gloucester, Massachusetts, they think of a fishing town with a proud history. Made popular by the 2000 Hollywood movie The Perfect Storm, the town has been known for centuries for its tough fishermen and fishing waters that contain a variety of fish, including cod, flounder, striped bass, and much more. Over the centuries, though, stories have persisted of another creature that lurks off the coast, something spotted on multiple occasions. It became so apparent to residents that this animal existed, with hundreds, possibly thousands seeing it, that it was even named and recognized by the prestigious Linnean Society. The creature has become to be known as the Gloucester Sea Serpent, and has been called the most documented sea serpent cryptid ever. The Gloucester Sea Serpent is typically described in one of two ways. Some describe it as a long, snake-like creature, while others state it resembles more of a whale, being humpbacked and having a head like a dinosaur. Often described as black or gray, being between 60 to 100 feet long, witnesses often say the creature moves through the water in a caterpillar-like motion. Observers say that the creature swims with a vertical motion, and his body appears as humps. While the majority of the sightings happened in 1817 and the following years, the first recorded sighting was in 1638 by John Jocelyn. He spotted the creature off the coast of Cape Ann, which includes Gloucester and other New England towns. Jocelyn was a well-respected British author who wrote about his experience in an account of 2 voyages to New England. Between this time and 1817, sightings of the Gloucester Sea Serpent would continue, albeit they were sporadic and not well documented. Then, in 1817, sightings of the sea serpent began exploding. On August 6, 1817, 2 women and a fisherman spotted the creature in the harbor. That same day, a sea captain went to Lipple's auction house and reported seeing a 60-foot serpent in the harbor. On August 10th, Lydia Watson spotted it near Rocky Neck and believed it was 60 to 70 feet long. Later the same day, William Rowe reported seeing a 100-foot creature on the water. On August 14th, witnesses, hearing all the stories, began to watch for the creature off the harbor shores. The creature was seen in the area of 10 Pound Island and Norman's Woe. as well as farther into the harbor, as far as Pavilion Beach. The spectators said the body was brown in color. Witnesses compared it to a string of gallon kegs 100 feet long. Some saw a smooth back, while others saw humps or bunches as it went up and down like a caterpillar. Some say it moved sideways, like a snake slithering. There were reports of a horn protruding from the head. On August 18th of that year, one report from that day came from a witness who said two serpents were playing with one another, or perhaps mating. During this time, other reports came in as well. A group of fishermen allegedly saw a 60-foot serpent-like creature with a head similar to a turtle swimming off the coast of Gloucester. Another story comes from a group of fishermen aboard the schooner named Adamant in May 1818. Captain Joseph Wooder and his crew reported seeing a large creature having a head like a serpent and a humpback body. It was swimming alongside their vessel and frightened the men, so the crew fired a cannon at the monster. They missed, and it vanished beneath the ocean water. During this time, all the attention would attract the attention of the prestigious Linnean Society of New England and General David Humphreys, George Washington's general. Humphreys interviewed numerous eyewitnesses. He managed to uncover information about the monster from these eyewitnesses. Judge John Davis, the head of the Linnean Society, commissioned Swanson Nash, Gloucester's Justice of the Peace, to take sworn statements from eyewitnesses. Nash recorded testimony, compiled a report, and submitted it to his organization. During this time, the United States was still trying to establish itself as a reputable scientific community. Many believed that the Linnean Society pursued this creature so hard, since discovering it would gather worldwide attention, especially if they had a specimen. And soon enough, they had one. One day, a group of Gloucester residents walking in Loblolly Cove found a small black snake on the beach. The back had tiny humps, and many believed they had finally discovered a baby. They wrapped up the corpse and sent the specimen to the Linnean Society. The organization was ecstatic and named the new species Scoliopas atlanticus. However, once dissected, the serpent proved to be nothing more than a black racer snake with tumors on its back. Although this was disappointing, it didn't stop more sightings from occurring. In July 1833, off the shores of Nahant Bay, hundreds would witness a massive serp, and many of them attested it couldn't have been something else. More documented sightings would occur in 1877, as printed in the Boston Globe. The newspaper said, "The shiny sea serpent, which has been such a terror along the New England coast during the past few years, has made his debut in Nahant waters this season. He was seen on Monday and again this morning, and the circumstances of his presence are given in such detail by astonished beholders that there is general credence given to the statement that an unusual and prodigious serpentine monster is displaying himself in the waters of Massachusetts Bay." While sightings continued sporadically throughout the 19th century, there have been very few that have occurred in the 20th century. The most famous, though, is said to have occurred in 1962 off the coast of Marshfield, Massachusetts, although there's much skepticism over this sighting. There's been much speculation over the years as to why sightings of this cryptid have decreased. Some believe that overfishing may have caused the creature to migrate away, as there wouldn't be enough food. Others believe that as ships switched from sail to diesel, the sea serpents were scared off by the noise, or perhaps didn't like the pollution from the diesel. While there was never any hard evidence found, it cannot be understated how many people witnessed the creature. By all accounts, these were reputable people, and we all must remember the town of Gloucester is a beach town with most of the people living their whole lives around the ocean. Many fishermen spotted the creature, and some accounts have them actually capturing a body. Despite this, many believe this was a case of misidentification and that the people had good intentions. Still, there are several theories as to what the creature was. One is that it was a narwhal. This theory was put forth by Joe Nickell. A narwhal whale is a medium-sized toothed whale that lives in cold waters. They tend to be in the Arctic and around Greenland, but Nickell believed that since some of the witnesses saw a spear coming from the head, it might be a narwhal that came up. Another theory is that this was an eel. Many dismiss this though, since eels are not anywhere near that size. A third theory that some believe is that it could have been an anaconda. They are known to get up to 40, perhaps 50 feet. However, they are usually only found in fresh water and also tropical environments. A fourth theory that some believe is that it could have been a school of dolphins bunched together or another whale species in a line. It seems, though, that the people of Gloucester would know this. While there doesn't appear to be any definitive conclusion around what the Gloucester residents saw, although without question there were hundreds of reputable citizens who saw something in the water, something large and something that couldn't be identified by people who have watched these waters their whole life. We know that sea serpents do exist. There are sea serpents that exist in the Indian Ocean, and it is said they grow to around 10 feet. Well, this is a huge difference between 60 and 100 feet, perhaps somewhere in the massive, unexplored oceans of the world, this creature exists. In 1997, around the Zintavla River in Mount Aleph, South Africa, a series of killings occurred by something strange in the water. 9 villagers would be killed in total, frightening nearby communities. As word spread about the killings, the South African press would descend on the area to learn what was happening. According to the natives, a large, reptile-like monster that has terrorized the waters for centuries had attacked and killed 9 members of their community. The villagers refer to this beast as a deity known as Mamlambo, or the brain sucker. Mamlambo is typically described in one of 2 ways. The first is a massive reptile with the torso of a horse, lower body of a fish, short legs, and neck of a snake. There are different variations of this, with some versions of the body being more fish-like. Mamlambo is said to be around 60 feet long, and some say it emits a faint green light that can be seen under the water. This is because Mamlambo's scales resemble precious gemstones that emit a glow beneath the water's surface. Mamlambo is said to manifest during lightning storms. It is said also it has the ability to hypnotize anyone who looks into its eyes. Similar to a crocodile, it can come out of the water, grab unsuspecting victims, and drag them deep underwater. The second way Mamlambo is often described is more mythological in nature. This way says that Mamlambo resembles a mermaid. The creature is described as beautiful and possessing a long tail. This version says the creature is seductive and dangerous. She lures people into the water and then kills them. Mamlambo draws its name from mythology. In Zulu mythology, Mamlambo is a god associated with lakes and rivers. Natives believe that Mamlambo demands sacrifices. If not, Mamlambo may punish villagers by flooding or possibly inflicting a drought. Mamlambo is said to be able to shapeshift and control the ebbs and flows of the water. So is there any truth to an unknown cryptid, a massive reptile, lurking in the Zintavla River? As mentioned earlier, natives call Mamlambo the brain sucker because when victims' bodies are finally pulled from the water, they are missing their faces. Natives believe Mamlambo chomps through the face to the brain. However, police who investigated the deaths in 1997 said that the faces were eaten by crabs and fish. Is Mamlambo then just a myth? Not according to one older native named Matshunga. Matshunga was quoted saying, "It is a big snake, and I have seen what it does. It has the head and neck of a snake, and it shines at night with a green light." If these statements are true, it suggests possibly a new massive reptile lurks in these waters. Of course, there's a strong possibility that the victims were killed by either a massive crocodile or hippopotamus. While both don't tend to mainly reside in South Africa and tend to be further up north, it's certainly possible that one could have traveled south. As far as the green light, it's surely possible that the light can be explained by fish, as many fish are capable of emitting light. It could even be insects emitting light over the water. In the nighttime, it would be difficult to tell the difference. Without question, Mamlambo draws comparisons to Inkanyamba, another African water cryptid that has roots in mythology, but some say it's actually real. Some compare Mamlambo to Dobar Chu, the Irish crocodile, but there appears to be more credible sightings that have occurred with Dobar Chu. It seems more likely than not that based on the very low number of sightings, especially very few if any from Westerners, that Mamlambo is a case of mistaken identity. Still, it's important to remember only the natives reside in these areas and they know their land and their waterways. It could entirely be within the realm of possibility that a large, unknown reptilian cryptid lurks in these waters. The Vietnam War was a conflict in Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos for around 20 years. Officially, the war was fought between North and South Vietnam, but unofficially, being at the height of the Cold War, the United States fought alongside South Vietnam, and North Vietnam was aided by countries supporting communism, such as Russia. The war was harsh for soldiers, as they fought in the dense jungles. There was much to fear, as United States soldiers were often killed by enemies attacking from hidden places in the jungle. As such, there was a constant need to be on the lookout, and soldiers had to remain vigilant. In 1969, on patrol, one night, one group of soldiers would see something that would haunt them for the rest of their lives. They spotted something not of this world, and this is their story. In August 1969, Earl Morrison and a group of soldiers were stationed in Da Nang, which is located on Vietnam's south-central coast. The men were on guard and had orders to begin checking for the Viet Cong in order to ensure no surprise attack occurred. It was a calm, clear, and quiet night. Then, at 1:30 a.m., everything would change. Morrison looked into the sky and saw a dark shape. At first, Morrison and his men thought it was a giant bat, but quickly they realized the creature had gigantic wings and was much too large to be a bat. As it approached, the men were stunned to see that it looked like a woman. The creature had black skin and black wings, along with black hair. Its wings looked like they were molded to the arms and hands. It had a greenish glow that illuminated from it. The winged woman humanoid floated over the men silently and got to where she was floating silently right above the men, around 6 feet over their heads. As she flapped her wings, it still remained dead quiet. As dark as it was out, the men could see her as she glowed. The men continued watching her as she floated closely to their camp. Then she flapped her wings and floated off slowly into the night. Morrison, he and the other soldiers watched her for quite some time. The story of the winged woman of Vietnam is definitely a fascinating one. It should be said, though, that the overwhelming majority of winged cryptids are said to be male or have masculine characteristics. Entities such as the Mothman of Point Pleasant, West Virginia, are typically thought of as masculine. This leads to a variety of interesting theories about what this creature could be. One theory says the winged cryptid is an evil entity, something that comes from another world. They believe that it appeared as a woman in order to appear less threatening to the men. It's well documented that sometimes evil entities can take the form of someone innocent, like children, or sometimes appear as very attractive people. A second theory is that this creature was an extraterrestrial and came from another planet. There's reason to believe this is a possibility, and with so few sightings of winged women, it's tough to gauge their origin. There's tales of winged women in various cultures, such as Wales, Syrafe. One other theory is that this winged creature is something that evolved from biological creatures on Earth. There's countless stories of US soldiers in the Vietnam War being discouraged from going into deep parts of the jungle. It is said South Vietnamese locals refused to take United States soldiers into specific parts of the jungle because of what was there. Could it be the case these mysterious winged women humanoids could have been living in the dense, remote parts of the jungle? It seems more likely than not that if this creature exists, it's from some other world. One day, we might discover the truth, but until then, this will be a story many doubt. In 1944, Dwayne Hodgkinson, an American fighter pilot, was stationed in Papua New Guinea for World War II. One day, while out on patrol, he and the other soldiers were going up a trail in the jungle when they got to a section with very little brush around. There, just ahead, Hodgkinson would see a large, winged creature. Hodgkinson and the men must have startled it because it took a few steps, jumped into the air, and flew away. According to Hodgkinson, the creature was so big that as it flapped its wings, you could see all the brush down below just flattening out. Hodgkinson, at the moment, believed he had seen a pterodactyl, as the creature had a tail about 10 feet and a wingspan about 25 feet. While Hodgkinson believed it was a pterodactyl, natives who have seen and spotted this creature for decades call the mysterious cryptid something else: the ropin, and sometimes the demon flyer. The ropin is often described as nocturnal and as having featherless, leathery skin with wingspans of over 30 feet. The wings are said to be similar in appearance to a bat, and the creature is said to have sharp claws. Some say the wingspan is much smaller, only around 5 to 6 feet. The cryptid is said to have large, crested head and a long beak full of razor-sharp teeth. Some say it emits a glow or bioluminescence. This light is called by the locals as Indava, which translates to bird that flies at night and brings death. The demon flyer is alleged to have a taste for decaying human flesh and has even harassed native funeral gatherings with Western missionaries present. The majority of the sightings have occurred at Umboy Island, which is positioned between the mainland of Papua New Guinea and the island of New Britain. There, many locals have reported seeing the lights of the ropin flying to or from the larger mountains. It is said the light lasts about 5 seconds. Perhaps some of the most fascinating evidence of this creature comes from cryptozoologist Jonathan Whitcomb. Whitcomb has devoted thousands of hours to investigating the Ropin. He studied the Ropin's lights and discovered they moved toward the coast early at night and returned more inland later. These reports match the reports of local tribes who say the Ropins fly out to the reef at night to feed and then return to the mountains where they rest. Whitcomb would also uncover something fascinating regarding the creature and sightings. When departing Umboy Island, it appeared to him that there probably was just one giant Ropin. He believed that the Ropins breeded on another island, and the sightings were all of one Ropin. If true, this would suggest that the Ropin are territorial. While many natives have spotted the creature, the first non-native to spot it was Evelyn Chessman, a famous biologist and entomologist. Chessman studied insects and worked for the London Zoo. She saw it in 1935, and she wrote about the mystery in her book, The Two Roads of Papa. In the book, she notes that there is no way the lights could be coming from human beings or man-made. Other men, as well, have spotted the Ropin in modern times, such as Paul Nation and Garth Grassman. Cryptozoologist Paul Nation has done 5 expeditions to Papua New Guinea to study the Ropin. On his website, www.indavabird.com, he says in 2006 he traveled for 4 days deep into the jungle. During this expedition, he took a photo of a yellowish glow that hovered across the sky and disappeared near a volcano. After analyzing the photo, it was shown the lights couldn't have been man-made. Milt Massey and Peter Beach are 2 researchers that also witnessed the Ropin and heard incredible tales from the locals. In 2015, they led an expedition to Umboy Island. There, they stayed in a village where the elders shared stories about past encounters with pterosaurs or Ropins. The locals said one time they borrowed a missionary's gun, shot and killed a Ropin. The meat from the animal fed the entire village. Also, during their time, Marcy and Beach captured video of a large flying creature resembling what could have been a demon flyer or Ropin. However, it's possible that they filmed a frigate bird. Frigate birds live along coastal waters in the tropics and have distinctive bent wings. Still, the majority of the sightings come from locals who swear the creature is real and not folklore. Papua New Guinea is located within the Pacific Ocean, north of Australia, and known for being one of the least explored places on Earth. The majority of the country is covered by dense, tropical rainforests that are extremely difficult to navigate. Due to this, a large portion of the country is only accessible either by foot or by airplane. Many researchers feel this area almost rivals the Amazon, with a large amount of undiscovered plants, animals, and uncontacted tribes, which may still be hidden within the thick rainforest. This is truly one of the more remote places in the world, as the country has around 180,000 square miles and only around 9 million inhabitants. One other strange cryptid said to reside in these dense jungles is Artralia, a massive 30-foot lizard said to roam in Papua New Guinea. There has been multiple sightings of this cryptid. In World War II, Allied troops took control of the island from the Japanese. There were numerous reports of troops seeing giant lizard-like creatures in the jungles. They were reported as being between 15 to 20 feet in length and very agile. These sightings would continue for the entire time the troops were stationed on the island. There's plenty of strange creatures that reside in these jungles. In 1987, Tyson Hughes, an English missionary, was working on Saram Island, helping the Moluccan tribe to develop efficient farms. During his time there, he heard stories about a massive flying creature called orangbati. This creature was said to have enormous wet leathery wings and live in the caves of Mount Kairatu, an extinct volcano located in the middle of the island. Over the years, there's been several theories put forth as to what the demon flyer is. The first is that it is some type of dinosaur that didn't go extinct. Many people point to the resemblance between this cryptid and a pterosaur and other types of winged dinosaurs. Many truly believe this is what the ropin is. It's well documented that birds survived the extinction 65 million years ago. Could the ropin be a living pterosaur or something similar that didn't go extinct? One other possibility is that this is a new species or something, perhaps. The ropin evolved from dinosaurs somehow. With so many sightings from both locals and non-natives, there's good reason to believe that many undiscovered species, including the ropin, reside in these dense, remote jungles. In the 1950s, throughout Australia, cattle ranchers began making reports of a mysterious creature, one that was slaughtering livestock and scaring communities. It wasn't evident at first what the beast was, but after several sightings, a picture began to emerge. Some type of creature, resembling a prehistoric dinosaur, was stalking farms throughout Australia. While many attribute these sightings as animal misidentification or just a large crocodile, there's much to suggest that some type of T-Rex-like creature was roaming the outback. In today's episode, we will explore this cryptid known as the Burrinjor. The Burrinjor is typically described as being a large lizard, some 20 to 25 feet in length, and standing on two legs. While many immediately believe this cryptid is a living T-Rex, others believe it's possible it's something like a megaraptor or something similar. Others describe the cryptid as being something new, or perhaps something that is a descendant of the prehistoric dinosaurs. Aboriginals have told stories of the creature for centuries and say that it feasts on animals such as cattle, camels, and kangaroo. One of the more famous sightings concerned the claim made by Brian Clark. Clark went into the woods and got lost in 1978. He was eventually tracked by policemen and two Aboriginals. It is said while tracking him, the trackers woke up one night to the ground shaking as if a dinosaur was walking by. Also, they heard loud grunting and puffing. It's important to point out that the men didn't see the creature, but only heard something massive. Another sighting came from Charles Waterman, a cattle rancher. He stated that he saw a massive creature standing at a height of 20 feet, carrying off a cow in its jaws into the bushes. One strange story happened in 1957. Then, ranchers near the MacArthur River in the Northern Territory reported strange activity in the area. Around 50 cattle out of nowhere started running towards a nearby river, and the ranchers would hear loud, grunting noises as they fled the scene. Some of the ranchers reported seeing a silhouette of a Tyrannosaurus Rex running into the bush. The following day, the ranchers discovered the mutilated bodies of several cattle, some of them half-eaten. Something killed these cattle, something massive and something aggressive. Initially, ranchers believed that this might just be saltwater crocodiles killing the livestock, but several things show it wasn't. 1. Cattle were not being dragged into the water, as you would expect with a crocodile. 2nd, bipedal footprints were typically found, and with crocodiles, of course, we would expect 4 footprints. Another reason is that some of the footprints were massive, indicating the crocodile would have to be some 40 to 50 feet in length. It is possible a massive crocodile does exist, but this doesn't correspond, again, to the other evidence found at the scenes. In Rex Gilroy's 2013 book, Burrinjor, The Search for Australia's Living Tyrannosaurus, the author tells several stories concerning strange events, suggesting that something massive is roaming the outback. One story concerns a farmer finding several cows that were bitten in half and large bones broken by massive jaws. The area around the site was covered by bipedal reptilian footprints. While many modern-day reports have surfaced from cattle ranchers in the 1950s and the 1980s, it's important to point out that Aboriginals have told stories of the creature for centuries. Local tribes allege to know where the creature exists and avoid venturing into its territory. Other interesting evidence from Aboriginals come from cave paintings that show something that looks remarkably like a Tyrannosaurus rex that has been painted by different tribes on multiple occasions. With so much information and stories on the Burrinjor, it raises the question, could a small population of dinosaurs survive? And if so, what are the likely areas they could have not gone extinct? Interestingly, when dinosaurs went extinct 65 million years ago, Australia was closer to the South Pole. After the meteor hit, an ice age followed. We should expect, when the ice age came, that inhabitants of cold weather environments would be adapted to survive better than inhabitants of warm weather environments. Another strong reason that this cryptid could exist is that Australia is such a massive, unexplored landmass where most people reside on the coast. Many areas are simply too dangerous to venture, with animals like saltwater crocodiles and venomous snakes. Perhaps though deep in the outback, another apex predator exists, one that has a small population. One other interesting piece of support is that most of the reports and behavior of the creature are consistent. We don't see this often with cryptid reports and sightings. Although it doesn't prove something exists, it is interesting to note. Also, with such a large crocodile population, this would provide plenty of food for a big creature like this. Generally speaking, there are 5 main theories concerning the Burrinjor, if it exists. The first is that it is a remaining dinosaur, one that simply never went extinct. The second theory is that the Burrinjor is a new type of dinosaur and descended from another type of prehistoric dinosaur that went extinct. The third theory is the creature is a new type of cryptid, one that is elusive and territorial, similar to an anaconda. The assumption here is that the creature was able to grow so big as it fed on crocodiles, and over time a large, massive lizard evolved and learned to stand on 2 feet. The fourth theory is that it is a living giant monitor lizard, such as Megalania, that hasn't gone extinct. However, it's important to point out Megalania has 5 toes, not 3. Others suggest that it could just be a parentage known to currently inhabit the lands. However, once again, both Megalania and parentage are 4-legged, and this wouldn't explain the bipedal 3-toed tracks that have been found on multiple occasions. Still, as mentioned earlier, It could be the case the creature evolved to stand on two legs. The fifth theory is that this creature is either from another dimension, extraterrestrial, or possibly resides under the earth. While this isn't the most popular theory, it is thought the creature is biological, since it seemingly needs to feed, as evidenced by the cattle slaughters. While reports of this cryptid have dwindled over the years, maybe in the future we will have another sighting. If not, it's reasonable to assume that this cryptid might have once existed in modern times. In 1891, J. Norman Collie, a skilled hiker, professor, and member of the Royal Geographical Society, was hiking alone around the summit of Ben Macdoy, the second highest mountain in the United Kingdom. He was returning from a burial ground when he began to hear someone else's footsteps. Extremely foggy where he was. With every couple of footsteps, he would hear another set crunching in the snow. Collie, extremely terrified, would descend down quickly into the Roth Merchus forest into safety. Something, though, had followed him. Something Collie felt, and although he didn't see it, Collie recognized that something strange was on that mountain. Years later, he would recall his tale in 1925 to the press. While many would ridicule him, others would come forward to share their strange and frightening experiences while climbing the mountain. Hugh D. Welsh, a climber, said that he ascended the summit with his brother in 1904. All day and all night, the two heard slurring footsteps, as if someone was walking through water-saturated gravel. Both men were scared and felt something was near them, and they felt an eerie apprehension. Years later, another strange event would occur in the Cairngorm Mountains, which is the same mountain range that houses the Ben Macdoy Mountain. In 1945, Pete Densham was volunteering in the Cairngorm Mountains when one day he reported hearing strange noises. Then a mist began closing in on him, and as this was occurring, he felt as if he was being strangled. He quickly ran away before seeing anything. A few years later, another strange event would occur to a friend of the Denshams, Richard Freer. In 1948, climber Freer wrote about feeling a presence while in the mountain range, and even hearing a high singing note. Freer would also tell the story of another person who had climbed Ben Macdoy, but wished to remain anonymous. One day, this climber was camping on the mountain when he woke up to a feeling of inescapable dread. He looked out of his tent and saw a large figure with dark hair but no discernible features. While these men and others would witness something in these mountains, it wasn't until 1958 that the Gray Man was first wrote about by Alexander Tenion in the Scots magazine. Tenion recalls a 10-day hiking trip he had in 1943 ascending the mountain. Tenion says one afternoon he was reaching the summit of the mountain when a mist swirled in. The environment became dark with strong winds and odd sounds. He would hear loud footsteps, and as they grew louder and louder, he suddenly was able to make out a large shape coming at him. Terrified, he pulled out his revolver and fired 3 shots. However, it didn't stop the charging though, and Tenion fled down the path. While these sightings, as well as many other undocumented ones, exist, there's relatively few descriptions of the Big Gray Man. Those that have witnessed it say the creature's large and broad-shouldered, standing over 10 feet tall, with long, waving arms. Also, the creature has an olive complex, or sometimes is covered with short brown hair. Still, it's important to point out, in the majority of cases, the creature is only heard or sensed among the high passes of the mountain. Some report seeing him just below the skyline near the Larg Gru Pass. Witnesses who sense the presence are almost always overwhelmed with a feeling of terror or dread. Sometimes the cases of dread become so intense that hikers are seemingly pulled to the cliff edges, prepared to jump. The only physical evidence of something unexplained in these mountains are several large footprint pictures and blurry pictures of something in the mountain. Over the years, several theories have been discussed as to what these hikers saw or experienced. The first is that it was an optical illusion known as the Brocken Spectre. A Brocken Spectre is a natural phenomenon observed on mountains where the shadow of an observer is magnified and suspended as if mid-air through a unique combination of atmospheric conditions. This natural illusion is known to exist, and some believe that the hikers experienced this. This would explain why no one saw specifics on the Big Gray Man. Others believe that the Big Gray Man, or strange activity, is due to something else. Some say it is the spirit of the mountain. Others believe it is an undiscovered cryptid, or something paranormal, or perhaps extraterrestrial in nature. One other theory is that the hikers experience infrasound. It can be started by the wind, and it is said to cause feelings of nervousness and anxiety. Others suggest that the exhaustion played a role and led the hikers to have these illusions. Many disagree with this, though, as many of the hikers were experienced, and a variety of men felt the strange, dreadful feelings. To date, there's been no explanation as to what happened to these men on the mountain. Throughout history, there's been sightings all over the world of large winged creatures soaring through the sky. In Indonesia, there are stories of a massive bat-like creature that roams the jungles of Java. In Maryland, the elusive snallygaster is often described as a large half-reptile and half-bird. In the late 1960s, there were numerous sightings of a massive bird-like creature with glowing red eyes, known as the Mothman. This creature, or one similar to it, would be seen years later, around the time the Chernobyl nuclear power plant exploded. In October of 1903, a strange winged entity would be witnessed around the town of Van Meter, Iowa. This cryptid became to be known as the Van Meter Visitor. This case is very compelling due to the multiple witnesses involved, all deemed extremely credible, and the fact physical evidence was found as well, and multiple sightings that have continued to present day. Compared to other winged cryptids, the Van Meter Visitor has several similarities and differences. Unlike other well-known winged cryptids, the Van Meter Visitor is said to have a horn protruding from its forehead that also shoots a bright light. Said to be bulletproof, the creature is reported to be 8 to 9 feet tall and capable of jumping great distances quickly and flying at incredible speeds. It is said to have a distinct foul smell that one never forgets. While different in many ways from cryptids like the Mothman, Kongomodo, and Ahul, the creature is said to resemble a pterodactyl, which is a common comparison made with Ahul and Kongomodo. The monster was seen on several different nights by reputable people in the community. The first night, dealer U.G. Griffith shot at the creature as it flew at unbelievable speeds, hopping across building tops and shooting a light down at the ground. The next night, the town doctor and bank cashier Peter Dunn saw the winged being while guarding the bank and opened fire at it. The night after, O.V. White, who was one of the most accurate shooters in town, woke up above his hardware store and shot at the creature. It was sitting atop a telephone pole. The shots woke up Sidney Gregg, who was sleeping in his store nearby. Gregg witnessed the creature and said the monster hopped like a kangaroo. Another witness that night was a local high school teacher who saw it and likened it to the devil. Unlike other winged cryptid sightings, this case was able to produce some physical evidence. The evidence was a plaster cast of the three-toed footprint it left behind. This was made by one of the witnesses, Peter Dunn. After the sightings, it was reported by some people who lived by the old coal mine that strange noises were coming from inside it. Several men were asked to watch it one night to see if anything came out. Then, two creatures, one larger and one smaller, emerged from the mine. They emitted a flash of light and quickly flew away into the sky. It was reported the creatures emitted a terrible odor when this occurred. The men who witnessed it hustled back to town and let the police know. The men of the town then formed a posse and knew at this point where the creature now dwelled. The next morning the men gathered with their weapons and headed to the mine. There, the creatures would return again, emitting their foul odor and strange noise. As the men saw the creatures descend, they fired relentlessly, but it didn't seem to affect the hovering entities. With ease, they descended into the mine. The men had a simple plan though: seal the mine and trap the creatures inside forever. The men got to work and blasted and were able to successfully seal the mine. It is said they trapped the creatures forever. Or was there another exit? There has been a number of sightings that have occurred since 1903. While there's none in the early 1900s, there are some interesting ones in modern day. Throughout the years, quite a number of people in the area have reported seeing a winged creature in the sky. In the 1980s, a man who had recently relocated to the area and wasn't familiar with the legend or the story would have a sighting. He was walking near the coal mine and allegedly saw a 5-foot-long bat-like creature fly over his head. In the 2000s, a family were returning home to Van Meter when they spotted what they said was a giant bird-like creature dead on the side of the road. Later, the man went back to investigate, but the corpse was gone. In 2006, a pastor waiting for a friend in Colfax, Iowa, said he saw a dragon in the sky. Later, he Googled Iowa dragon and saw a picture of the Van Meter visitor. The sketch was what he had just seen. Another report occurred in 2014. A couple camping in Iowa City said they encountered a giant bird. In 2020, in Boone, Iowa, another sighting occurred as well of a giant bird. And these sightings here are just the documented and recorded sightings. It should be noted though that gauging size of a bird in the sky can be quite difficult. Over the years, many theories have developed regarding what the Van Meter visitor is or was. The first is that this was some type of biological cryptid, an undiscovered species. Perhaps the creatures spend most of their time under the earth, and this helps explain why they are so elusive. Other theories are that these creatures are extraterrestrial, possibly demonic, or from another dimension. There doesn't appear to be a dominant theory around what they are, but some say that if they were really bulletproof, then that might suggest something supernatural in nature. It should be noted that the name Van Meter Visitor was chosen specifically because it was a non-threatening name. Chad Lewis chose this name as he believed it was important to note the creatures might have came in peace. There appears to be more sightings and reports of some massive winged creatures coming in still. Is this another cryptid or what the people saw in 1903? Let's hope someone snaps a photo or records a video of this entity at one point.